Shut! Morbius. Welcome, chat, to the frickin' we're streaming. I had planned on streaming this week more than I did, but I didn't have time between waking up and waking up really late and people being home and sleeping really late, causing me to wake up late. Thankfully, that doesn't affect Saturday. We'll be live between 4 and 6 o'clock on Saturdays, Eastern time. So, doesn't affect anything for today. Probably just going to start doing evening streams if I don't wake up early enough, which means I'll have to be quieter. But anyway, I'm probably going to switch games during this stream. But at the beginning of this stream, what we're going to be doing for now is, if you're on Twitch, you already know what game this is. But we're playing a game that is from a series that I have historically not had fun with outside of games that people hated for specific reasons that made me really like them. And the modern games people hate for different reasons. And then I played this game for about an hour the other day, and it was a lot of fucking fun. So, yeah, we're playing fucking Call of Duty today. Like, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing with my life. Why am I playing this? I don't understand what I'm doing to myself. I don't know why the frick I'm doing this. But I am. Oh, frick. But yeah. We are, in fact, playing Modern Warfare 3. I installed it because I was just like, man, I want to see it's on Game Pass. The new one's going to be on Game Pass too. And I was just like, you know what, man? Screw it. And I played it and it was fine. What I actually wanted to do was try zombies on stream and see how it is. So that's what we're gonna do. And then we're gonna probably do some multiplayer as well. Yes, I know what zombies is, thank you. Mission. Okay. Well, I don't have anything to change my equipment, so, like... Yeah. Don't have anything. This is cool. This seems neat. But I have to level up to get some of this shit. So yeah, whatever, okay. I am confused. It is also a push to talk button. Is not work. I try to press to show you. No, I can't press escape to open the freaking settings. I'm gonna cry. Keybinds is its own thing. Where the frick is it? Fuck. It's supposed to be T. Push stop became Z. When did push stop became... Okay. Whatever. Well, now I can't test it because we're in a lobby. Frick. I'm also gonna have to be ready to fucking mute people. Because it's Call of Duty. Dude, the amount of videos that I've seen recently on Twitter of, like, people being called slurs while gaming. And then the replies are just all like, I don't want to get negative. We try to do positive vibes. But it's insane how, like, that shit'll happen. That shit'll go crazy on Twitter. And then you get all these people that are just like, seriously? Seriously? Okay, thankfully that actually they're not really getting picked up by the game, which is good. But they're just playing music. I have to mute them. Oh my god. Goodbye frame rate. Okay. I have to wait until we're... Oh my god, I have to fucking wait. I can't mute them. I can't fucking mute them. Dude, holy shit. Oh my god, I can't fucking mute them. How the fuck do I mute this person? Recent. Nope. Nope. I literally can't fucking mute. There's no way to mute people. You can't fucking mute people in game. I just have to completely mute voice chat. It's so fucking loud. I had it at 25 and it was that fucking loud. Okay. There we go. I'm gonna have to turn the game itself up as well. Sklunk. Reloading. Fuck, that's not my melee button. I have come to touch you. Here. Oh, my ammo's full already, though. Get fucked, idiot. There we go. Let's turn the game up. Okay, audio, master volume, 35. That was interesting. Okay. Rick.
Well, looks like you'll need to get your hands on a key card.
Good for you, buddy. I'm not gonna lie. This doesn't feel like zombies at all. Feels like we have campaign at home. Great. Cannot just go in the door. That would be too easy.
Strike, whoever you just did, and piss off the locals. You're clear to engage all threats.
What do you mean pissed off the locals? The local what? Whoa! Meteor thing death. Hi there. Literally have a teammate right behind me and the zombie still runs right up on me. That's cool. Hello, friend. I don't know what the fuck that was. Oh, do I just fucking delete everything on contact? Yes. Except for that guy.
Don't smoke him just yet, Strike. You've got more movers headed your way.
Someone in this area, but I think he might have killed it, because now his name is there.
I've marked one of the Dark Ether's top brass. Wanted, dead or alive.
Let's see.
No, dead, really.
Well, this is incredibly boring so far. I guess we're not going to do more than one of this, huh?
Good job, Strike. That should be the last of them.
Huh.
Do not lower your guard. The Dark Ether is an unforgiving enemy. It will seek to destroy you one way or another.
I read the target is in your area. Keep your head on his swivel.
Oh! Holy. Holy. Oh, that's a lot of fucking damage. From a guy that I had no way of knowing was coming.
Something in the Dark Ether is toying with our strike team. Resume your patrol, but remain vigilant.
Yo,
That device is an ether tool. It improves the rarity of your weapon. The rarer the weapon, the harder it hits. Why not try it out?
It's still so fucking quiet.
Test it in the field. You will be pleased with
Well, the
your
voices are
results.
quiet as
Your
fuck
tool,
anyway.
Your gun will inherit its rarity. The rarer it is, the better the results.
We'll do this. Like 45. No, 45. What the fuck? Okay, there we go. Did that apply? No. Oh my fucking god. Oh, of course. No, it's just half applied. No, that makes sense. Why would it not? Why would it? Of course. Of course. Oh. Look at that. The AFK rando died. And, awesome. I see a beacon.
Let's keep mowing them down. Changing
Oh, shit.
Death! I am death. I am to be feared. Oh. No.
Assault rifle here.
Job well done out there, Deadbolt. You will not find those actions anywhere in the training manual. Indeed, but there is a lesson here, though. Don't play with things you find lying around the easy. Excellent. Your carry capacity has increased.
How did I fire 2 shots? I can't even do that.
You have in the field, and you can extract more when you exfil. Carry on.
I am confused. Oh.
I at no point pressed my B key. Why was this on single shot? What the fuck? Thinking. Fuck it. What could possibly go wrong? Alright, let me... This is probably Dude, my gun's invisible. Based. Aw, I was gonna say they're gonna think I'm unarmed. Yeah.
Oh, the keeper. Be afraid.
Changing mags.
So, like, what am I supposed to do here? Like, what is this just... I mean, the dude mentions taking shit with me, so is this like a... Is this like one of those fucking... Is it like one of those fucking PvPvE games, but there's no other teams of players, or single players, or anything of the sort? Because, like...
Stay frosty, people.
Aw.
HVT is nearby.
Because, like...
Did I get that right, Soap?
That's confusing. It's not zombies. What the fuck?
What the frick? Shut, I'm confused.
You can hold it sideways. Well, how long have you been able to do that in Call of Duty? Holy shit. I mean, that is a tighter spread than hip firing. How the fuck do you even get up there, man?
Oh, up here. Oh, frick.
Wacky?
How do you feel? I cannot see your expression. I hope that soda did not taste entirely of fish. Unlike the flavor, the effect will last until you bleed out. If you are down, prompt medical attention. Reloading!
How the fuck do I get out of this shit? Thinking.
Marking contract.
How long does this go for? That's what I don't get. You know? I like how it just, when I killed the zombie, it just fucking turned me around for no reason. Like, thanks, game. Very cool. I think it's so much more recoil than the gun I started with.
Yum. Car!
He won't wait for me. What a dick. Come back. Okay, so this guy's just playing his own game, and because of it, I don't really get to do very much. Because he just gets to everything first, and now he has a fucking car, and I don't. Chat, what if I steal his car if I get there in time?
Chat, what if I steal his freaking car?
Intel
Oh,
suggests
frick.
there's a mother load of Terminus weapons in your AO. I want them added to our stockpile.
If they can't keep their gear locked down, then it's fair game. Catch what you're...
Yeah, Morbius!
Watch each other's sixes, tracking multiple undead hostiles inbound. I'm reloading!
Changing mags.
Oh, okay. I'm just getting stuck on, like, fuck all over here. Okay. I love when I walk into a wall and then can't move in any direction. That's a sign of a high-quality shooter game, chat.
That was close. Changing mags!
As that fucker ignores my teammate.
Reloading!
I like how I press melee twice and the game punches 3 times. Every fucking time. Every time I double tap melee, the game is just like, yeah, fuck you.
No.
Oh boy, a chunk of flesh. Sounds awesome. Yo, we're playing Payday. And it's friendly fire? No. That or me walking into it made it fuck off. Honestly, could be either one. Who the fuck knows?
Put that in the install. So damn sure it's a loss for Terminus.
To the victor go the spoils. Properly.
What?
Deadbolt. Your RTB. I'm reloading!
Yeah, Morbius!
That is more like it. Now you have more firepower. You should consider patrolling deeper into a higher threat zone.
You better not leave me behind again,
I got
dick balls. That's this guy's name now, is Dick Balls. I'm going to his car. I'm gonna find his car, chat. Chat, I found a tractor. Can I drive the tractor? There's no fucking way, right? No, of course that's not something we can drive.
Good one here.
Okay, cool. I don't know where the fuck I'm going. Swear to God, if he drives away in the tractor, I'm gonna fucking cry, dude.
Contract marked.
A watch! Ooh! Funkier backpack. Oh, I already have one. Thinking. Okay, well then that won't matter.
Structure is not only derelict, it is a death trap. Purge it all. Good start. To clear stronghold, many more will have to be destroyed.
Where did friend go? Where did friend go thinking?
No.
Okay. Oh. Now it hurts me to be in here.
Oh dear.
Oh, oh god, there are exploding zombies? Oh shit. Oh, hello there. I have come for your skittles.
I'm reloading.
Okay,
I assumed that was close. It was far worse than expected.
oh, that's where the stairs are.
Were you able to get any samples? Oh, I see. No, it's okay. You were busy?
No.
Changing mags.
I'm with you.
Yo, Morbius.
Muir and Kapoor are always looking for salvage to keep our containment operations running. Drop that item off at the buy station. They will wire you some essence for your travels. Check your map. I will mark a buy station for you.
How do I fucking use the armor though? Okay.
On your six.
Strike I'm reloading! Head to marked coordinates and check on Barrera's team. They have failed to make scheduled
I'm
checks.
bored. How do I get out of this shit?
Without just inting, I want to keep what I have in case I don't bored at this in the future. Like this, I could see this being fun to fuck around with friends, but definitely not alone.
Technically speaking, these anomalies are...
Whereas like normal COD zombies is just like, oh yeah, I could do that alone. That'd be fun.
Infrasound to reverse their evolution. Reverse evolution?
Well, I don't know how to do this.
I know my job.
Oh, that's dog.
That device lets you eliminate nearby spores. It's worth it.
Force is definitely...
No.
Glad you're on our side.
Okay, I have to wait for the egg to start hatching, thinking. Yeah, there we go. I was like, don't waste the times too, it might despawn. I would imagine it despawns.
Frick. No. That.
I saw the light there.
I'm like leading my shots, but I don't think that these are projectile weapons in this game.
One more shriveled spore.
That was close.
Oh.
That kills like 5 zombies every time, and that's it. I don't think that's deserving of the title of nuke.
Become dark ether vortices. And that is a whole other level of badness.
Did that say brain rot ammo? It totally did say brain rot ammo.
Reloading.
Frick.
Okay, I don't know what the fuck this is, but they're pinging it. I don't know how to ping off the top of my head. Is pinging this? Is that my ping? That's not my ping. I don't know what the fuck my ping is then. Is that how we leave? Is that why it's neutral? Is that why it's gray? Okay, they're not also coming this way, which is a little concerning. Because I'm seeing that they pinged. They just appear to be standing still. I mean, I like the idea of what this game mode is. It's just like... You know what this idea is really good for? A campaign. Anyway, I don't know what the fuck this is. I probably should have read the tutorials. I did not read the tutorials.
Frick.
He's zorping. He's zipping and zapping and zorping.
Strike team, Dobbs. Let's test your tactical map skills.
Oh,
Take a
this is a
contract.
higher
Once
difficulty
you complete
zone.
it,
Okay.
call in a helo and get the hell out.
Oh, okay. So this is how we get out, is we have to do something in here. I don't like this. Okay, I was not ready for this. That's unfortunate. Also, the rando was pinging this. And it didn't come this way. That's unfortunate. Thank you, rando, for pinging this and then staying AFK or whatever you're doing over there. Okay, and now he's just fucking here? How? They were literally not moving. I am confused. I ain't thinking shit. How do I fucking use the armor packs that I have, man? How the fuck do I... Oh my fucking god, dude. God, and I can't fucking check. Dude. Is it X? It's armor plate is fucking, what is it, G? Why the fuck is it G? It is G. What the fuck?
Reloading.
Okay, so only one of my guns actually fucking does something. And everything fucking explodes or electrocutes now. I guess I should have just kept the fucking shotgun.
I'm reloading.
Don't let me ADS.
I'm getting lit up.
Hey, the dogs die in like one hit, which is kind of funny. Because I would think that they would have like more health than that. But I guess not. Oh, are these like humans? Not like real humans, but like in- Whoa, grenade! But like in-game humans? That's wacky. Fucking acrobatic zombies, man. Thinking.
Launcher here.
Launcher of what kind? Oh. The wacky guy. Does this have an ammo limit? I don't understand. But it's better than what I had. So that's fine by me. Yeah, I don't appear to be able to check, what the fuck, so... You know. That's cool. What I was looking for was the lean out button.
Yeah, Morbius.
I'm reloading.
I don't know what this thing is, but it's awesome.
Changing mags. I saw the light there.
I'm reloading.
Gaming.
Now I do a shitload of damage. Now how do I leave? I want to leave this game mode.
Got a contract here.
Enemy ship neutralized.
Nice.
Some tacticals here.
Fuck is a symbol monkey? You know, it's probably exactly what it sounds like now that I think about it. It's probably like distract the zombies or some shit. You know? Oh yeah, hold on. Let me press the fucking grenade key.
Contract marked.
I hate it here. Oh, crystallized. I want out, man. I want to go play the game. How do I leave? I mean, not just by hitting leave match, obviously. How does it end? At what point does it become a challenge? Oh, they're going that way. Okay. I have one gun where I can handle myself out here, so, you know, that's cool. And when this one gun runs out... Well, to be fair, I did upgrade the other one twice, so, like, I would say we're pretty gaming now. Or not. Wow, this thing sucks dick. Ooh, I can't outrun. How the fuck do I get up to the roof that he's on? Okay. Well, now he's on a different roof by the time I get there. I don't fucking know. I want to leave. How do I leave? Really? That's totally fair. That he can just hit me while I'm all the way on the fucking roof. They ignore height. Cool.
Using tear gas.
Right, I tried Googling when the fuck this game mode ends, and I can't find anything.
I'm reloading.
It's either just what the fuck the story is to... Res me, holy shit. You could have afforded to res me, you fucking asshole. Yeah, you didn't do it when there were 2 zombies and it would have taken less time. Fucking wonderful. Blech.
Loading.
Blech. Chad, I don't like people. What is the flare? Is this what I'm looking for? It might be what I'm looking for. Yeah. Freedom is mine. Yeah, it's a lot of guys. Okay. Okay. There's way too many of them. Holy shit. See, now if he doesn't res me, it makes sense. Right.
Stay clear of the LZ as I bring her down.
Oh, these are the last of, like, really big ones, right? No. Should be okay.
Right here.
Oh, there we go. Here's another person, looks like. Yep, there I go. And they just chose to not go to the fucking helicopter. Okay.
To few things. Atmospheric electrometer readings show something big brewing over the AC. Like,
And then they res me. They waited for the helicopter to leave to res me.
Changing mags!
Dude, I want to fucking... I don't want to play this mode. I don't want to be in this mode anymore. Now I'm being fucking held hostage. Fuck off, dude. Really? this is not fun and I don't want to do this. But I also don't want to throw away the fucking progress because then I'll have wasted like 20 fucking minutes. Oh my fucking god, dude, and I don't know what the rando is fucking doing. I'm just over here trying to not fucking die. He just has a bunch of shit that I don't.
Changing mags.
Fucking hell.
Changing mags.
Okay, let's try this again. Holy fuck.
Sentry deployed. Eyes up, strike team. I'm almost there.
I don't like getting separated like this because this is how I fucking die. Because I don't have good enough weapons to be separated. Yeah.
Have visual on LZ. Keep it clear. Switching mags.
Okay, there we go.
We are en route.
Okay, finally free. Holy shit. Well, that was not fun. That was not an enjoyable experience. I got stuff though. Cool. Alright, let's go play like the normal fucking game. Because holy shit, this sucks. You can't even skip this. There's nothing to make this go faster. Some of this goes fast and some of it doesn't. Okay. I love this game. It's great. Okay. Okay. Well, that sucked. That was like half an hour that I was not having a good time at all. Okay, just skip all of this. I don't give a shit. Okay, let's go like actually play the fucking game. I was hoping that that would be fun. It was not. Yay. Yay, disappointment. Weekly, 31 days. Game, I don't think you know what weekly means. I don't...
Sean, I don't think they know what weekly means.
Dude, I don't fucking know these maps. I'll vote for this one because less people vote for it immediately. At 2-0 in the immediate, so I'll just vote for the unpopular one. Who gives a shit? fuck it.
Kill confirmed. Neutralize hostiles, grab their tags to win. Simple enough.
I'll play on shot.
Oh, I know this map. I played on this map. Have I?
We've taken the lead.
No, maybe.
We've lost the lead.
Come on! Gun no shooty. Gun no go shooty button no go bang. Okay. I don't know why my ADS is my see I do this and my speed is fine. I do this and it's fine. Okay, well it wasn't. The fuck? Okay, game. Perfectly functional game. Like I said, I only played for like an hour, so I don't fucking know. Oh, I can't shoot that if I'm not okay. Unless I can, and the game once again no working. But that would explain why you hold it down like that. I want to explode someone, man. Oh my fucking god. I just got fucking drop shotted, dude. Hello, Sweatlord Supreme. I literally was just fucking just spawned in. Holy shit, dude. I want to get a kill with this. I need to get a kill with this. Okay. I don't know where they are, but they're bad. Which is good for me. Fuck. Yeah. You can't shoot that while you're not aimed in. Okay. Ugh, but the ADS time doesn't need to be such a fucking snail fuck ball shack fest. Where the fuck? Whoa, I literally can't see the person that's shooting. There's literally nobody there. Who the fuck is sniping? Oh! Right, up there. Yeah, I did play on this map, but it looked very different. There's a lot of, like, special effects going on and shit. Okay, so direct hitting with this thing seems to just do no fucking damage. Like, at all. Like, that dude got hit. Like, I removed his knees from the game with rocket. And he was just like, nah, I'm good. Oh. Okay. I think the only indication of that comes after it's way too late to move away. That's cool. Nothing I can... Oh. Cool, that's an enemy. Like, I just want to do dumb shit, and the problem is, like... Oh. The problem is, Hello? Hello? I'm trying to aim in and shoot, and it's melee. Dude, it's not... Every time I do... What the fuck? I tried to unprone, and it meleeed. I tried to shoot, and, I mean, it didn't melee, but... Also didn't do that, so, I mean, okay, never mind. Yeah. That's... Sure, game, whatever you say. Alright, let me, the ultimate sniper tactic. Rockets. I want to get some epic clips with this thing, chat. Are you ready?
Hostile UAV in the area.
No!
Ah, damn it. How the fuck did that even hit the top of that? What the fuck? Oh, that's a guy. Yeah, got him. Let's go, it worked.
Kill confirmed.
Nice. 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 Why is this gun so loud?
I'm reloading.
Drop shot these nuts, motherfucker. Yes, a gun that's probably better than mine. Don't mind if I do. It definitely feels worse than mine, I'll tell you that. But you know what that means? That means I just have 2 more rockets. Okay, that literally, he just walked through that. He just, cool guys don't look at explosions, and lived. I am concerned. I don't think you're supposed to live from cool guys don't look at explosionsing in fucking Call of Duty. Just saying. I don't think the general consensus is that that is normal.
No, I fired way too fucking slow.
Sometimes you click with this thing and it just doesn't fucking shoot for like 3 seconds. That's so annoying. Dude, I clicked before he was fucking prone. And the game was just like, oh, you want to shoot after he's up? Yeah, I can do that. Really? What? Where'd he even fucking see me? Oh, it was that guy. Okay. Okay, it's not... Okay. I thought I'd get shot through, like, the wall or some shit. Oh, no, we good, we good, we good. How? 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 That was another fucking direct hit, dude. Why do direct hits not kill? I don't understand why direct hits aren't killing.
Taking effective fire! I'm fading here. Throwing grenade!
He's just ignoring me. Dude. Alright, I'll just kill your friend instead. Ooh, yeah. I don't like that noise.
Reloading!
Nice.
To the ground!
No, I'm good. Okay. I denied one, so the death was at least something.
I'm hit!
What in the fuck?
Troops at push. Getting hit hard.
You can get from there. There was just a friendly there. Could have been there, but there was no one in there.
Tag secure. Kill confirmed.
Shit. They got him.
Setting Claymore.
Huh.
Hostile UAV in the area.
That's a funny spot, just not for what I'm doing. Dude, they have an UAV. I'm scared.
Oh,
I press buttons and the game just says nah. Like, you are not supposed to be doing this, but it's funny. It'd be funnier if, you know, the game functioned. But what do I know? I'm just someone that's been playing games my whole life and is annoyed with the fact that games barely fucking function anymore. And I only played games when they were significantly more functional on average. Well, they weren't, but the ways that they were broken, you'd never notice. You could hear me spam clicking before I died there. It just said, nah, I'm not gonna fire.
Multiple movers.
We probably would have won that if I wasn't fucking around. I kind of feel bad. What? 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 Wait, why did my character do that? Wait, why did my character do that? Huh? How was that the last one? He missed. Oh, no. 7 and 16. I was like, 7 and 8? That sounds very wrong. Yeah, 7 and 16. Hey, most of my kills were at least, Most of my kills were at least with the rocket though. That's funny.
Oh, frick.
The fuck is the event that's ending in 3 days? Echo Endo Live. Wait. What is this? I'm confused. Okay. Is this all like free stuff I could theoretically earn? Say 290,000 XP. Oh, but I want that skin so bad. Oh, and if you use the weapon skins from this, which, okay. Earn XP, equip the featured operator skin to earn bonus XP. Okay, so you have to have skins, but then, okay. That's cool, actually. But, like, you don't need the skins, they just give you a bonus. No, I like that a lot, actually. That's cool. What the fuck? Why is the map called Bait?
Chat, it was all a bait, I promise. A master bait.
Okay, this one's gonna be funner. This is gonna be the same thing, but more funner. Ready? My gun unloaded, chat.
Be afraid, Morbidals.
Domination.
That's my primary that hasn't loaded, and of course, the RPG is much easier to render.
We're taking Charlie.
Hefty fucking chonker.
Charlie secure. We lost Bravo.
How?
Effective fire!
Are you kidding me?
We're taking Alpha. We're losing Charlie.
That damage, I hit him directly, and I took more damage from that than he did.
Taking Bravo.
Are you fucking kidding me?
We control Bravo. We're taking Alpha.
Okay.
Control Alpha.
That literally exploded
Enemy
right on top of
securing
him.
Bravo.
Oh my god, he bad. Okay, no, that hit him directly.
Enemy taking
It looked like it should have, but it looked like it did on the kill cam.
Charlie. Securing Bravo.
Okay, there's 2 people there.
We're
Man,
losing Alpha. We're taking Charlie.
this is stupid. Is this okay?
Get it back.
So like, what I need to know is the problem shitreg, or is the problem that explosions just don't do anything on direct hit?
Enemies taking Alpha.
There's no way it's shitreg if it's this consistent. That was not a dead person. That was somebody I watched go prone. What the fuck?
Bravo.
I literally watched that person go prone. Okay.
Enemy securing Charlie.
All right. Well, this is not okay. For one reason or another, this just fundamentally doesn't work.
Losing Charlie.
That's very annoying. Those are teammates.
Hold every objective. Securing objective Bravo. Friendly mosquito deployed.
Puro mosquito.
Bravo secure.
Mosquito.
Alpha secure.
I'm going the long way.
Enemies taking Bravo. Securing objective Charlie. We lost Bravo. We're losing Alpha. We control Bravo. We're taking Charlie.
Neutralized, you're clear!
Get it back. Charlie secure.
Reloading!
Enemy securing Bravo. Objective Bravo is compromised. Get it back. Enemy securing Charlie. Our counter UAV.
That was a big fucking explosion.
Mosquito active.
Can't go up there to get on the roof. Bill!
Enemy holds
What?
every objective. Don't let that securing objective Alpha.
What are you calling with?
Hostile UAV in the area. Securing objective Charlie.
That's just a one shot. Cool. But an explosion isn't.
Securing objective Bravo.
Yeah, okay. Literally fucking direct hit by an explosion. Literally direct hit by an explosion and then 3 shots connect.
UAV active.
Why, dude? That's so fucking stupid.
The enemy has captured the objective.
I mean, so I just only have one gun then.
We're taking Bravo.
That sucks. It's so dumb. It's just stupid,
Securing
man.
objective Bravo.
Why would you even put them in the fucking game? Why give me
Objective Charlie secure.
explosives that do nothing? I'm sure they're fine against vehicles, but these maps are tiny, just don't have vehicles. You know?
We're losing
At that point, that's the solution with how fucking awful they are.
Destroy the target. Reloading. Throwing grenade.
Securing objective Bravo.
I'm reloading.
Hostile UAV in the area. We're taking Bravo.
We're good? We're good? Hello? Hello? My aim just kind of, like, went at a pace. I couldn't pull it back. Okay. I think we're done with this game. Learning that the thing that I wanted to fuck around with literally does nothing, and then having the game repeatedly fuck me over is gonna be a big no-no from me.
Two objectives. Securing objective Alpha.
The fact that the game is just, like, constantly fucking ignoring my inputs is, we're done for the day. We're done for the day. I'm not doing that shit.
Charlie.
Game's fun when it works, but
Reloading.
it's insane how often, like, I have to say that, like, a game is fun when it works in the modern age. Because it's just like, yeah, there are a lot of games that are really fucking fun when they're functioning. They just, like, never are.
Securing objective.
How did I get an achievement for ADSing, for ADS kills while sprinting?
We're taking Charlie.
Please enlighten me as to how I'd have done such a thing.
Destroy the target.
Friendly mosquito deployed.
I don't know what the fuck the car thing does. I don't know what the fuck the car thing does. He's just a little guy. Look at him go.
Target Charlie. Enemies taking Alpha.
Drop
Get
them.
fucked, idiot. I missed every shot and I don't know how I got the kill, but get fucked, idiot.
All objectives are in friendly hands.
You know what? This is probably more helpful.
Watch your fire. Took a round.
This is much better than the RPG. Whoa! I'm in the ceiling!
What the frick?
Taking Alpha.
Oh no.
Okay. Friendly cruise missile deployed. Enemy taking Bravo.
Oh, he doing. I am literally unable to change where I am aiming.
Alpha.
I literally was moving my mouse and the game just said, nah, fam, I'm good. I can't shoot. The game is just fucking ignoring my inputs, chat. Like, you can't fucking...
Enemy taking Bravo.
When you release a game, the controls have to work at bare minimum, guys. I don't understand how devs have failed to realize this lately.
Changing mags.
Dude, I can't fucking control where I'm turning.
Objective. Take that.
Like, I have this tiny window that it was letting me turn in. Now I can turn where I want.
Securing objective
What the
Alpha.
fuck?
We control Alpha.
You literally cannot beat a shield in a fight. That's really fucking annoying.
Taking Charlie.
Is there a default loadout with a shield? No, of course there's not. Because why the fuck would there be? I don't know, let's try this. I want to run around with a revolver. That sounds funny.
Bravo. All objectives are secured. Damn, we've lost Alpha.
Throwing grenade.
Objective Charlie is compromised. Get it back. Securing objective Charlie. Enemy securing Bravo. Hostile UAV in the area. Enemy holds every objective. Don't let them stand. Objective Charlie secure. Taking Bravo. We're losing Charlie. We're taking Alpha.
Dude, he's faster than me.
Hostiles hold every objective. Take them back. Securing objective.
Yeah, he's literally just faster than me with the shield. What the fuck?
Secure.
Oh god, what a fucking game was it last night that somebody on my team was fucking speed hacking? I had a game last night, and I don't remember what I was playing, but I had a match last night where somebody was fucking speed hacking. Alright. I wanna defend A. I have a feeling they're gonna come for it. I was right. They came from fucking behind me somehow. Oh my fucking god, dude. I love when SPMM doesn't do its job. That's always great. I mean, I was fucking around for a while, but... And to be fair, it's less SPMM that's the problem in this case, and more so just the fact that, like, the game's not doing what I'm fucking telling it to. So it doesn't matter if what I'm telling it to would win me the gunfights, because even if it wouldn't, it's still the reason that I'm losing them, because it's just fucking ignoring me. But his kill me? Bullshit! Oh. That's interesting. I know. Okay.
We're getting hit hard.
I mean, there's no way that I'm just playing against a bunch of cheaters that have given themselves a fuckload of health, right?
Enemy securing Charlie.
There's no way that's the reason my explosives have done no fucking damage, right?
Alpha. Enemy took Charlie.
There's no way, right? Surely not. At that point, wouldn't they just make themselves invincible? Right? Yeah, okay. There's literally just no counter to that shit. I love game design. It's my fucking passion, chat.
Mission failed. Return to base.
There is literally no counterplay to that shit. And, apparently, it makes people faster than you. Unless he's just speed hacking. Which he could be, to be fair. Yeah, okay. I'm not dealing with a game that is just not doing what I tell it to. If I click, I should shoot. If I press the melee key, I should melee. But if I press the crouch key, I should not be meleeing. If I melee twice, I shouldn't melee a third time. The game really wanted me to melee, is basically what I'm getting at. That's disappointing. I had a lot of fun with the game when I played it the other day, and then today it just decided that it didn't want to fucking function, so... fuck me, I guess. I have no idea what I want to do now. So... I don't fucking know. I don't know. The game just not fucking working at all. And then also running into just very well-balanced and well-designed shield really just kind of fucking ruined the mood. Which is already down because I can't drink fucking coffee right now, which is the only source of caffeine in this house. Oh, apparently there's supposed to be a speed nerf. Apparently you move 10% slower, so that guy being faster than everyone, yeah, it was probably him cheating. Okay. Well, that certainly doesn't help. Yeah, a speed hacker with a riot shield is probably significantly better than someone that's not doing that with one. That would indeed raise the viability of such a thing. I'm gonna poke my partners and see if they want to hop into VC, and then if they do, we can figure out what to do with them.
Huck.
But I have no idea what I want to do right now. Which game was it that I set up a background? Or which scene was it that I put a background on? That one. I don't know why that's there. We'll fucking leave it. Who gives a shit?
Huck.
Oh, it's from that. You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna do that. And then anytime anything doesn't fit perfectly, now you'll see that. Actually, here, let me copy this, paste this. Move it all the way to the bottom, but because OBS is fucking stupid, it is not physically possible to not have this in a group. Are you serious? Are you serious? It is not physically possible to not have this in a group because the bottom thing is a group. Are you fucking kidding me right now, OBS? Okay, there we go. The only way to do this is to literally make it as large as possible. I have to make OBS as large as physically possible. And it might not work on this scene because of how many fucking games are in it. Okay, thank God I have Discord audio at the bottom already. Then we won't need it for this, because this is my capture card.
Frick.
Wow. That is... Wow. And now OBS won't let me resize my shit anymore. There we go. It just, like, outright fucking did not give me the thing to resize. Wonderful application. If you're wondering why we're on the BRB screen, by the way, it is because I'm trying to fix my settings. Which requires clicking on a few things. Um. Anyway, yeah. I have no idea what we're gonna do here. We're gonna keep streaming for several more hours though. But nothing sucks more when you're streaming than just like total mood killer bullshit happening while you're playing a game. No, there's one thing. It's your throat randomly giving the fuck up because you decided to exist. And I don't know what the fuck is wrong with my throat, but it just randomly decided somewhere during this stream to just not anymore.
'Cause frick me.
And I was just like, okay, cool.
Huck.
All right, hold on, chat. We actually are gonna go to a BRB screen. I have to do a couple of things really quick and refill my water, so I'll be back in like not very long amount of minutes.
Huck.
Actually, chat, it occurs to me it would probably be a good idea to eat soon, so I'm just gonna eat while I'm up. So like
shot.
Now are we unmuted?
No. I
I
yelled shot at
see.
you for no reason.
Well, since we're still muted, I'm just gonna say screw chat. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, frick chat. It's not like they can hear us.
Yeah,
You're not all
Chat
subscribed
sucks.
to me on Twitch and giving me $2.50 a month by spending $5 a month.
yeah. I think they should. I think they should smash that subscribe button.
If you do want to support me monetarily the most efficiently that you can, there is a donation link in the description of the YouTube stream, and it's somewhere on my Twitch profile as well. I just don't know where.
I see.
There's also the coffee page if you want to donate through that, but then there's also you can donate through Stream Elements.
Yeah.
Give me a sec here. Where's the Stream Elements? Oh, I never deleted the Genshin thing. Oops.
Whoops.
Well, now
Wait-
I did.
Wait a moment. You're not sponsored.
Not anymore. I'm not. Okay, yeah. The tip thing is just if you scroll down on the thing or go over to my about if you're on mobile. And if you're on YouTube, it's in the description. That would be the best way to do it because PayPal takes the least amount of money.
You don't have to do that. Being here is enough. But if you want to be here and still support me monetarily, watch on Twitch. There's ads over there, and the rates might suck dick balls, but I still get something.
Anyway, hon, I
Yeah.
have no fucking clue what I want to do.
I don't know either.
I tried to play Modern Warfare because it was actually really fun when I played it the other day. I know I messaged you that. And then today the game decided, you know what, I'm not going to work. There was one time that I was trying to do a bunch of things and like all of my inputs just amounted to the game punching. I am not even joking. Okay. I was prone. I tried to get up by pressing the prone button. It punched. I tried to get up by pressing the crouch button. It punched. I tried to fire my gun. It punched. I tried to ADS. It punched. I tried to throw a grenade. It punched.
I think
I
the
died.
game really wants you to punch.
The game did want me to punch. I also learned that shields are apparently broken and that I probably played against a speed hacker today. I played like 3 games. Oh, also, Zombies sucks and barely plays like zombies. It's a really cool idea, but it's not zombies. And it's also not executed well. So you're basically on like what I think is supposed to be part of the Warzone map.
Yeah.
And there are zombies. They come at you, but you have to like do contracts like the ones you find in Warzone and fucking you get your weapons from like loot crates like in Warzone. It's basically just they basically just merged zombies and Warzone for fucking Modern Warfare 3's zombies mode, and I'm just like, why?
'Cause screw you.
Yeah. It seems like if they were to have done it a little better, it could have been a really fun and interesting mode. It's just it's not fun.
Yeah.
There's not enough going on to like keep you engaged, really. Oh, and you know the best part?
Yeah.
You can't. Okay, so there are 2 ways that you can exit. Well, 3. You can, hit the exit button, but there are 2 ways you can exit via gameplay. Number 1 is, of course, die. Duh.
Yeah.
But it has like a system, I think, where like you have an inventory that you can take items in with you and risk losing them. But if you get out with the shit you find, you keep the shit you find. So you don't want to die to get out. Your other way to get out is to call a helicopter, which you cannot do in the first zone. The farther toward the center of the map that you go, the higher the difficulty gets. And it is a massive spike. I had an assault rifle, I think it was an LMG, that was literally one-shotting every zombie with body shots in the first area. It took about 10 shots to kill the weakest ones in the second area. You can't get a helicopter in the first area. And that was about 20 minutes worth of playing and leveling up my guns. And I got nothing.
I see.
Yeah. So you are stuck there for it's like an hour commitment. And if it gets fun, it's not for at least 30 minutes. And that's if you can get good shit.
Yeah.
And I was like, I just want to leave, but then to get to that fucking helicopter, we had to fight through a bunch of fucking zombies that I could barely kill, and then defend from a bunch of zombies that I could barely kill. And then the first time I tried to leave, the one of our guys was AFK and playing copyrighted music. That was awesome.
Yeah.
The other guy, when I tried to call the helicopter, went out of his way to not revive me while there were very few zombies, and he could absolutely have revived me, and then revived me. He had a bunch of like fucking revive sticks that he could self-revive and self-revive while down and revive teammates that were like dead. And so he waited to revive me until right after the helicopter left, and I just immediately called another one as soon as the flare came back.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, dude, I don't want to play this shit anymore. Fucking hell.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, it's really tedious and boring and repetitive, and it sucks stinky doo-doo poopy dum-dum.
Yeah, that is big dumb.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you could take another attempt at COD, but
No.
fair enough.
Okay, just no. First off, apparently the riot shield is just the best weapon in the game.
Uh-huh.
And everyone knows how healthy it is when those are the best weapon in a shooter.
Yeah.
I read that there's supposed to be a 10% movement decrease. The guy that was killing everyone with a riot shield was faster than everyone else, so either the shield has been buffed since the thread where I found that, which was one of many threads from that time discussing how overpowered the riot shield was. So if it had been buffed since then, I would have a lot of questions. Or he was speed hacking. So that was fun.
Mm-hmm.
It's always interesting when people fucking speed hack just like a tiny little bit, because it's like someone will still catch you eventually. Someone will realize you should not be as fast as them. And then it'll happen again and 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 again. And then eventually you don't have an account, you fucking moron. Get fricked, idiot.
Get hacked.
Yeah, get morbed. Anyway, I don't know what I want to play.
I don't know either.
Huck.
Frig.
What do we play?
Yeah. I don't know. I'm not the best when it comes to ideas.
And I'm not good at deciding things.
Well, heck.
I saw a random short in my feed earlier today, and it was a guy talking about like a thing that happened to his kid, and was like, you know, basically the message was, if you're a kid, don't run in the house. If you're a parent, don't let your kids run in the house. And I was reminded of the time, I've probably told you about this, but it happened before we met. It was over the summer, so it didn't affect school at all. I broke my toe running in the house. I hit the corner of a coffee table that we had in the living room, and I broke it bad. I needed crutches to walk. Now something that you know about me that some people in chat may or may not, just depending on like what you've heard me say. I have issues with balancing, and it's a thing that is not uncommon among autistic individuals. And so I can't use crutches. I will fall if I use them. Like, I cannot balance myself in a way that lets me walk with crutches. So I could just barely walk for like almost 2 months. I was just like, yep, that was a great time.
Awesome time. Hooray.
I don't run in the house if there are things that I can kick.
that was my takeaway. Is like, I'll run in the house if I can't possibly have it go wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Not raid because storm. I see. Wait. You were playing Naruto?
Yo.
That wasn't funny, but I still request laughter.
Har
Yeah, totally real.
har.
That
I
laughter
find it
was as
so funny,
real as
chat.
I don't want to say that. I don't want to say that because there is a slim but non-zero chance that would. I know how to phrase this.
No.
And I know how to phrase this. I know how to phrase this in a way that won't get me any legal action.
No.
That laughter was as real as Mr. Beast's videos allegedly are. Dude, okay.
Slick. Very
Okay.
slick.
Okay, I said allegedly, which is actually just like this huge legal cushion for shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
I think the funniest thing, and also most annoying thing about the entire thing with that is that the guy split the video into 3 fucking parts.
Yeah.
For no reason. And then the other annoying fucking thing that's also really funny is that the first video is 90% fluff and nonsense. He complains about the explosions in Mr. Beast's videos being fake. There are serious things that are genuine problems, but he complains about the explosions.
Oh, how dare he?
Oh, the explosions are fake. This island wasn't $1. The explosions are fake. And it's just like, dude. Of course the explosion. I don't think. I think that anyone developed enough to understand that explosions are explosions is also developed enough to understand that he's not exploding the fucking moon and earth every other video. Like...
Nah. He's supposed to...
And it's another thing too is he's like he's trying to hammer on this live stream, you know, and it's this stream where he's, you know, doing some shit that's okay, yes, illegal, but it's also shit that plenty of YouTubers do. It's a thing where you kind of need to. Also, the only thing that's the other thing too. The only thing that got brought up in the first video that actually was a genuine problem was something that he is not remotely the only one doing. And not even just within the YouTube space. Like, one of the complaints was like, oh, for like, you know, lotteries where you need to purchase things, there needs to be no purchase necessary. And I think I've complained to you about this, about how, like, you know, one of the things was, oh, well, in this one, there technically was a no purchase necessary, but it's really hard to find. And it's like, dude, have you ever tried to enter via the no purchase necessary? Do you have any idea how difficult that shit always is to find deliberately? Because it just needs to be there. Nothing in the law says it has to be easy or even reasonable to actually find. Or well, it has to be reasonable to do, otherwise it's consideration. And just like, man, but like, it has to be easy to do, not reasonable to find.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah. And then he made it a 3-part video.
Yep.
And I was just like, dude, like, the first video just probably should have been 5 minutes long and merged with the second and third, unless the third is as long as the first is right now. Because the second video was only like 40 minutes. Anyway, yeah. It's really fucking annoying that, like, the person calling him out for something shitty blended it all in with so much nothing, so much non-problem, and then made everyone wait for when he wanted to say there were more real problems.
Yeah.
And so it's just like, I don't know. I think it's just shitty. I think it's being handled very, very poorly.
Mm-hmm.
Not that it's being handled well on the other side either. If you, like, refresh the comments on a video that's less than 24 hours old, because it's now happened twice, 3 times because of a short, you can see comments mentioning the issue mysteriously going missing.
Hmm.
Yep. Very weird.
Interesting.
Yeah, neither side is handling this situation well. One's trying to not acknowledge it, while the other's just being a big fucking asshole to everyone about it.
Yeah.
Oh, Mr. Beast is doing something illegal. But before we get to that, here's 20 minutes of nitpicks. Oh, he doesn't sign his own autographs. Do you have any idea how mass-produced autograph merch works? Yeah. It's expected that you actually sign something if it's not mass-produced. Do you have any idea how much autographed merch is not autographed by the person that's saying it's autographed by them? Whether it's someone else that has been trained to do the signature that that person does, or that it's been copied and printed onto other things. That's insanely common. That's how that works. That's why some companies can mass produce autographs. Not to mention, the complaint was literally about other people doing it in a live stream where you could see other people were doing it. If you had that much of an issue with it, you could just not buy it. Because you can see that they're not all signed by him physically. Like, interspersed within his talking about the actual... Printed signatures is the most normal thing ever. Yeah, and it's like, I think maybe he was trying to get at the fact that, like, well, these weren't printed, even though he didn't mention printed signatures. He didn't mention mass-produced signatures. But again, like, even physically signed things, it is common for those to just, like, to have people that can sign that with the person so that they don't have to sign everything themselves. That's also not abnormal. So yeah, Jimmy having all of his friends signing the shirts with him in his signatures, like, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, it does.
And unlike Dr. Ho, I'm not just saying that.
Yeah, I honestly just don't have an opinion on this whole thing, so...
Yeah, I didn't even watch the second video because the pacing is so, like, horrible and played out, and it's just like, dude, fucking move on.
Yeah. Bro, stop yapping. What is
yapping
about?
I've reached the point where I don't care about the situation because I haven't seen anything substantial come up that is something that should specifically be an issue with Mr. Beast. Other than things that are literally he said, she said with former and current employees. Because all the former employees are like, oh, it was terrible. And all the current employees are like, no, it's not.
Yeah.
And then there's the people that are like, well, the game show. And it's like, we don't know how much of the shit with the game show, A, is true, B, is his fault.
Yep.
We know how Amazon treats their workers. That's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say on the matter of his Amazon show having terrible conditions, allegedly.
Allegedly.
We don't know, as of right now, a lot of information about who has more say over the conditions being good or bad.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a weird, annoying little drama thing that's happening where the person seems like they're trying to actually, like, do something, but, like, man, I don't know if this is just... It's just, I don't know. I think the guy's just handling it in such a shitty way.
Mm-hmm.
And if by some chance he ends up watching this clip, I don't remember his name, fuck you for doing it this way. Because I'm not going to finish watching your fucking videos on this shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, fucking DM me on Twitter at Colossal Thunk if you are the guy that made these videos. If you want to just summarize the rest of... just summarize parts 2 and 3 for me with some evidence thrown in there.
Make it ADHD friendly.
I mean, it's not even that it's not ADHD friendly. It's just like... It doesn't need...
I'm of course joking, but
I know, but, like, it's just, it didn't need to be 45 minutes of he said, she said. You know? It didn't need to be...
Yeah.
We didn't need 40 minutes of fluff, both surrounding and interspersed within the 20 minutes of actual problem discussion, which itself was also very circular and repetitive in what he was saying.
Yeah. Yep.
I also there's also one other thing that I want to talk about from the part 1 video as well, because this one's really, really funny, and this one I've also told you about. He made a comment about how were Mr. Beast employees in one of his challenge videos, the boys versus girls one. both him and his girlfriend have mentioned in interviews a couple times that was because contestants failed COVID tests. Last minute failed COVID tests. And this dude should know that. Which genuinely takes a lot of credibility away from him for everyone that's seen that, because it's like, how do we know you are not just making some of this shit up?
Yeah.
So it's just like, not only like, I think that he's taken a lot of credibility away from himself just by being a fucking idiot.
Yeah.
Alleged fucking dipshit. That's what this man, I have to say alleged, okay? I don't know what his IQ is. Maybe he's a genius, but he's a fucking stupid genius if he is.
Allegedly?
Well, no, opinion.
That's
He's
better.
Fucking stupid.
That's better, I suppose.
Allegedly, he has microscopic IQ. He allegedly has tiny balls. Frick.
All alleged, anyways.
Yeah, of course. Alleged and or opinion.
That'll cover us, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that'll cover us.
It's fine. Let me just go react to some Mr. Beast videos and say that it's my content.
Yeah. Yeah.
Fucking... What was that one clip of XQC like saying he would die if he couldn't do React content? Do you remember that?
What was it? XQC? I'll react like tubers. It's like the same.
I think it was XQC. It might have been Hassan though. I don't remember. It was one of the two, and I only saw it because Matt showed it in his series about React content.
Yeah.
And he was just talking about how he would die if he couldn't do React content.
Yeah.
It's like, dude.
Guess I'll die.
The funny thing is, I'm pretty sure it was XQC. And if it was XQC, former Overwatch pro would die without React content. Because if React content were never an option, he totally wouldn't have just kept playing Overwatch, and if he really wanted to do something else, just slowly branched out into different games. That would never have happened. No.
That would be cringe.
No, he would have just died on the spot as soon as he got bored of Overwatch streaming. Just not even like slowly from lack of income, just, oh, I'm bored of Overwatch streaming. Sure is a shame there's nothing else to do. Blech.
Dies of cringe.
Well, actually, it would sound more like, because that's what XQC sounds like.
I mean, yeah. Obviously.
I genuinely don't understand how people understand him. Like, you know how like I've told you I watch some YouTubers at like 1.25 times speed.
Mm-hmm.
There's one each Magic and Yu-Gi-Oh YouTubers who in their scripted videos, I have to watch at 1.25 speed because they talk deliberately very slowly. And when it's not scripted, I don't have to do that. XQC is the opposite. Yeah. I have to like turn him down to either 1/2 or 3/4 speed.
And even then you can barely understand him.
Well, yeah, because the audio is still the audio, so I'm going and it's trying to make words of it when you slow it down.
I don't think that's how that works, but all right.
But it's what it's trying to. That's what he sounds like, and what the slow-mo is trying to make.
Yeah, I suppose.
I realized that I just sounded like a putty having some sort of like medical emergency, though. Do you know how the putties sound in Power Rangers?
No.
Okay. Wait, hold on. Because I think you can hear them at the end of this clip.
Balloons like that.
You can hear them starting. You can hear them starting to. I don't know what the noise is supposed to be. It's fucking weird.
I see. Whack.
Yep. Not as whack as the fact that my opinion has slightly changed on Turbo on this watch through, by the way. So Power Rangers Turbo is not as bad as I remember.
Yeah.
I've also bumped Zeo down
very, very far, and it may fall even further. I realized I think I like Turbo more than Mighty Morphin Season 1. But there is one problem.
Yeah.
So Power Rangers is a kid's show, of course.
Yeah.
Now, as you know, this hasn't stopped Pokemon from doing absolutely crazy shit. It didn't stop Sonic X from being a fantastic anime. And I mean, if you look at the writing, it certainly didn't stop Sonic X from not giving a shit who its target audience was. It's never stopped Super Sentai from having high quality acting and writing. The problem is that America does not take anything that Americans perceive as kids TV, which is much broader than the rest of the world, as well as far as what we perceive as inherently for kids. We take it less seriously. I don't know why. We, not as in Ender and I, we understand. Right?
We're high IQ.
We're pony fans. Of course we understand that kids TV can be good. I watch fucking Power Rangers and Super Sentai. Of course I understand this shit, right? But most Americans, and this unfortunately includes people in charge of making this shit, just don't take kids media as seriously as other media, and so it doesn't get treated with the respect it deserves, which frequently leads to much worse acting, worse animation, if it's animated, all kinds of shit.
Yep.
And this really, really, really shows in the acting of early Power Rangers. Like, holy shit. Okay. So, the first 6 Rangers were cast based on their stunt capabilities rather than their acting. At the beginning of the show, they're fucking terrible. The 3 of those 6 that stick around the longest, one being halfway through the 3rd season of Mighty Morphin, one being at the end of Zeo, and one being halfway through Turbo. Those 3 are genuinely good in their roles by the time that they leave the show. The 3 that leave first never really got better, but I mean that's. I had to be fair. I mean, they had a season and a half, man, and they just didn't get better. And then they left over not getting better pay, and it's like fucking act better. It could have been the directing, to be fair. And I'm aware of that. And I know that sometimes that comes up in these conversations like, well, sometimes it's a directing issue. And it's like, okay, yes. But when half the cast is improving and the other half isn't, I start to have questions. And so their replacements come in and they're not great at the beginning. By the time the 3 of them leave, one at the beginning of Turbo, one halfway through Turbo, they're all fine. They're not amazing, but they're consistent. So end of Zeo, the entire cast is genuinely solid. All of the Rangers have much better acting come the end of Zeo. I mean, there's Jason comes back in Zeo, and he's definitely better than he was. He's actually really good in the Turbo movie, but I mean, that could just come down to the director. That could be that it's just been bad direction the entire time, or it could be that whoever's directing the movie was just like, you are going to give me a good take, motherfucker. Because actually the acting was really consistent throughout the fucking Turbo movie for the most part. But then halfway through Turbo, 4 of the Rangers switch. And the reason only 4 of them switch is because at the beginning, so Turbo is the only season that has a narratively important piece of media that is not part of the core show. That is because the Turbo movie is the season opener. And at the beginning of the movie, the Blue Ranger breaks his fucking back in the most ridiculous, over-the-top way possible. So they're training for some, upcoming thing in a couple days. It's some martial arts thing in a fucking boxing ring. Okay, whatever, fine. And Rocky goes to kick the trainer's hand cushion thingy. And he misses so hard that he tumbles over the side of the ring, over the ropes that he was nowhere near and not high enough to clear, and then just lands flat on his back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I see.
And do you know who replaces him? A 12-year-old.
Uh-huh.
He's actually
But
pretty
why?
decent in the movie. And
Oh.
then the show starts, and his acting takes a dive. Again, this could be a director just being, I know you're 12, but we need good takes. This is still going to be a feature film. Or it could just be that the director fucking sucked for the TV show at this point. Because to be fair, the acting quality toward the end of Zeo started to fucking degrade. And throughout the first half of Turbo, the Rangers who had been decent up to this point were also worse than they had been previously. But anyway, so yeah, then we get the new Rangers in Turbo, and one of them is consistent. One of them has some highs and some lows. One of them is a lot more lows than highs, and one of them just... Oh, she's not good.
Oh.
Now to be fair, in early Power Rangers, a lot of these people, actually just in Power Rangers in general, a lot of actors in Power Rangers are doing their first like acting job or their like biggest one yet, if it's not their first. It's not uncommon for these people. So to be fair to them, I get that, and I know that it's not being taken as seriously, so they're given the leeway to suck a little bit more, but god fucking damn, dude, like holy shit. Some of these, some of the line reads for Ashley sound like they are actually the first reads of the line, and it drives me fucking crazy. I was messaging someone earlier today, and I was like, it honestly makes me think that the way that she acts in Turbo, I don't know the actor's name, but the way that Ashley's actor acts in Turbo genuinely seems like it's the inspiration for how the Samurai Yellow and Pink Rangers act, because they have all the same problems. Pumbloom? Remember that time Ash caught a pumbloom?
Dude. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Anyways.
I wonder if I Google pumbloom. Will that clip
It's
come
gonna-
up,
it's
or
gonna
will
pull up.
or will someone have drawn a pumbloom? Yeah, okay, it's just the clip. Oh no.
What?
Somebody made a ROM hack that has a Pokemon called Pumbloom.
Why though?
I don't know. There's also an Urban Dictionary page. A word for something when you can't remember what it was called. It can be used in place of all the different types of words. Its first recorded use was when JonTron said it to Egoraptor. It's a pumbloom when he was referring to a Whismer. Example 1. Dude, look at all those pumblooms on the building. Guy 2. The what? Guy 1. Those things running up and down that support the building. Guy 2. You mean the fucking columns? Yu-Gi-Oh players be like. Yu-Gi-Oh players be like, I gotta play around the Imperm Pumbloom. I can't put 2 cards in the same Pumbloom or they'll summon Mech Knights.
I see.
Example 2 is just the video. Example 2 is just the video. Remember that
right.
episode where Ash got a pumbloom?
Dude.
Oh, it's fucking glorious. Oh, I just realized I didn't post this stream anywhere. I did something bad is trending on Twitter in all caps.
What did you do, Robin?
Apparently it's about Taylor Swift.
Oh, okay, well, don't care.
It's about Taylor Swift. Okay. I had a hand in getting Xenoblade Chronicles 2 trending on Twitter the other day. I don't want to take full responsibility, but like the only tweets that were like really going off when it was trending the second time, because it was trending earlier this week, and then a couple days later I got it trending because someone else tweeted about it and I saw a thing, and then their tweet my tweet quoting theirs and their tweet quoting mine spawned a bunch of other shit, and we got Xenoblade 2 trending again a couple days later. I got Xenoblade 2 trending because I said that the early game combat is clunky and slow. And then a bunch of people were like, but it's high actions per minute and the battles end in like 2 minutes. You wanna know what the actions per minute they're referring to are?
Mm-hmm.
Because they're like, if you stutter step, which is every time you finish an auto attack animation, you just go on the stick. Your character just over a tiny little bit. Yeah, it slightly speeds up the combat. Except for the fact that most of the early game weapons that you have suck fucking balls, and getting anything other than that is literally random because it's got a gotcha mechanic to it. About the only good blade you have access to early is Pyra. And a lot of people are like, well, when you get Mithra, the game speeds up. No, it fucking doesn't. No, it fucking doesn't. Fuck early game Xenoblade 2. Fuck mid game Xenoblade 2. Absolutely based to enjoy post game Xenoblade 2, though. Xenoblade 2's combat, when you are even close to being optimized, is just still boring as fuck next to Xenoblade 3, and Xenoblade X. But it's really good at its peak. But
But
couple tens of hours to get there is not the most pleasant experience.
too much for the ADHD brain.
Yeah, well, it's funny because a lot of people are like, oh, well, it sounds like you just had a bad first playthrough because you didn't know how to do everything. And a lot of people saying that are also acknowledging that that's fair because the tutorials fucking suck. And also, stutter stepping is literally a fucking exploit that they fixed for the DLC campaign. And for Xenoblade 3. You still can do it in the DLC and in 3. In 3, there's literally no benefit. In the DLC, I think only one character benefits from stutter stepping at all, and it's still generally better than not. But anyway, I'm just over here like, no, I played through the game a second time after knowing what I know, and it still fucking sucked for about the same amount of time. It's interesting, though, because there are a lot of people that are also agreeing with me. So it's like it's interesting because Xenoblade 2's fandom. Okay, so the Xenoblade fandom is very splintered, unfortunately, and it's very frustrating. Literally every Xenoblade game has its own fans, and like, you know, there is overlap, and there are people that are fans of multiple or all of the games. But it sucks because Xenoblade 2 fans, especially ones that are only Xenoblade 2 fans, get very upset if anyone that's not like an established Xenoblade 2 personality criticizes anything about the game. It's I've talked about this, how you can't criticize a Valve game. Xenoblade 2 is the same way. You as a random person cannot criticize Xenoblade 2 or else the community will get pissed at you. It's literally just like a Valve game. Like, I could talk to you about what I don't like about TF2, and at worst, you're going to try and explain to me why you don't feel that way. You're not going to go fucking feral on my ass because I said that I think that TF2 feels like a clunky, dated mess.
No.
My ex isn't going to... My ex isn't going to... Oh, sorry.
Obviously, if you have a different opinion on TF2, I'm going to rip your throat out with my teeth.
Well, that's just how the internet works.
Obviously.
In Minecraft. Like, my ex, you know, okay. My ex actually did get very upset if I mentioned in private that I didn't like Mario 64. But they never got angry about it, importantly. Because for anyone that doesn't know, my ex used to speedrun 64 and Sunshine. They're actually the reason that I like Sunshine. They did a thing that inspired me to like, hey, I didn't like this as a kid. I'm going to go play through Sunshine. And it's fan-fucking-tastic, incredibly well-aged game. Mario 64 is not that. Mario 64 is a poorly aged, clunky mess by modern standards. And that's okay. But every time you say it about Mario 64, people are like, oh, but what about its legacy?
Yeah.
Like, if the worst person you can think of off the top of your head had a descendant living in our time,
that fucking cured cancer tomorrow, would you give a shit who their ancestors? I don't care who you're thinking of in your head. I don't care if it's Napoleon, the toothbrush man, fucking, I can't think of any others off the top of my head. Those are actually the first two that come to mind. Just, generally people in history that are looked back on as terrible people, right? Think of any of those. If they had a descendant right now that cured cancer tomorrow, you wouldn't care. Because they just cured cancer, right?
Yeah.
I know that's an extreme example. But the important thing there is that there's no connection there. They're two separate things. It's also not an exact one-to-one, right? Because that's comparing back rather than forward. But it's the idea of... It's like, yes, Mario 64 had this huge impact on the games industry.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean it's a good game by 2024 standards. Most games are not good after an amount of time passes, at least from a certain time period. Timeless games are not the norm. I mean,
Yeah.
genuinely, do you want to know why? Do you want to know why Call of Duty games age so well? Because they never fucking change.
I mean, yeah.
Like COD games are timeless because like 4 games ever tried to be different. And in hindsight, people love all of them. Even Ghosts has a fan base now. I don't know if you know that.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. A few years ago, Call of Duty Ghosts actually started to like develop its own fan base. I mean, it had people that liked it, but like, yeah, no, like, but again, because the core of Call of Duty is that it's the same fucking game. COD is a yearly sports release, but for first-person shooters.
See.
So, like, the only COD games that are going to age poorly are the modern ones.
Mm-hmm.
Because they have less content because of how their content is structured. The old ones, though, have all aged fantastically because the game hasn't changed. It's the same fucking game. Now, at the same time, you could argue some of them have aged poorly because you can literally just play a more updated version of the same thing, but even then, you have to deal with the modern business practices. The N64 had so many games that pioneered so many ideas of gaming, none of them hold up to modern standards. Exactly. You want to tell me that Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask aged incredibly well? I don't like Zelda, but I would agree with that take.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But I will not... Paper Mario aged really fucking well. I don't think Mario 64 aged well. I don't think any of the first 4 Mario Kart games aged well. That's Super Circuit, 64, and Double Dash. I genuinely, my current opinion on Double Dash is that I actually think it's really overhyped, and it's fine. I don't think it's a bad game.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not as good as we remember to go back and play. I would rather be playing Wii 8 or 8 Deluxe or 7. Or DS.
Yeah.
I would take any newer game over Double Dash. And it's like, it's okay for a game to not age well. I mean, there's a lot of people there's a lot of people I've seen say that they don't think that the original Metroid aged particularly well just because it's really cryptic and clunky. And I can see the arguments for that. I could also see the arguments for it aging well because, like, I mean, there were resources that existed at the time. At that point, it's not that it didn't age well, it's that needing an external guide to play the fucking game was a problem. But, like, that's a different topic altogether. And, like, it's okay for games to not age well. And I think people need to understand that. When I say I don't like Half-Life 1, that doesn't mean that it doesn't matter to the wider gaming market. It means that the game feels like it hasn't fucking aged well.
Mm-hmm.
Who fucking cares? And the other thing too, and I talked about this I've talked about this to so many people before. There's a difference between something being good or bad and whether or not you like it. And the terms being used interchangeably is fine, but you not liking something doesn't make it objectively bad, and something being objectively bad does not mean you can't like it. Sonic 06 is an objectively bad game. I've never not had fun playing it. Like,
Yeah.
like people who play it to shit on it usually end up enjoying themselves, even if it's ironic enjoyment, because
And it's like, I think Mario 64 is a bad game in 2024. That doesn't mean people can't enjoy it. GoldenEye 007 is not a good FPS by any means. True. I haven't played it, but from what what I've seen and what I understand about it, correct.
Mm-hmm. I play a little bit of it. Get the mouse and keyboard hack. It becomes a lot more enjoyable with that.
Yeah, I mean, that's, yeah. N64 controller do be an N64 controller, though, to be fair. I mean, that's half the problem with the... some of the issues with the N64's library is genuinely just that they're trying to deal with the fucking shitty-ass controller.
Yeah.
Okay, that's another series that, like, you could really debate, you know, aging on, is, like, the Mario Party games. Technically, there are, like, 15 of them. Knock off a couple for being weird. There's, like, 11 or 12 of them. In practice, there's, like, 4. The first 5 are basically the same fucking game. 6 has a gimmick.
Yeah.
7 has a gimmick. I think 8 and 9 are just 7 again. Right? Because 10's the one where you're in the fucking car, right?
I think so.
And then Superstars, if you want to count that, is a remake of a bunch of, you know, it's a collection of shit, but it's basically just a new version of the first 3, which is making it basically like a new version of the first 5. So it's like, okay, so we have Superstars 6, 7, and 10. There's 4 fucking Mario Party games. Mind blown. Fuck you. But because of that, you could argue that they've all aged poorly, and you could argue they've all aged terribly, purely because of the fact that, well, unless you're playing exactly 10, you're playing a game that's either too recent to talk about how it's aged, or a game that you could play a recent enough version of that's aged well. Because 7 is, as far as I'm aware, very similar to 8 and 9. At that point, your preference just comes down to what boards you like, you know? Mario Party 5 had the awesome side mode with the tanks. The actual Mario Party is just normal. Okay. So yes, by and large, 1 through 5 are the same thing. 6 has its day-night gimmick, which is genuinely a game changer. As far as I'm aware, 7, 8, 9. And then there's Advance and DS and the minigame collection, which even DS, I'm pretty sure, is just very similar to the first 5. I don't know if it's more similar to the first 5 or to 7 through 9. And then there's the car one. Genuinely unique. It seems like a really fucking cool idea. Oh, and then there's another one, but it's just like normal Mario parties. No, because it has like the roll for extra teammates thing. Whatever the fuck Mario Party that is. All 3 of the fucking newest ones are like their own thing. But yeah, there's like 5 Mario Party games. If you really think about it.
Yeah.
But we don't talk about handheld Mario Party. Oh, God.
No, we don't.
Fucking... I mean, Mario Party DS is like a fine game. Advance is a fine game. It's just not a Mario Party game.
Yeah.
I saw some people talking about Sonic Frontiers the other day, and there was a lot of discourse about whether people should even use the phrasing of like, oh, it's a good game, but not a good X game. It's like, yes, that actually explains a lot of thoughts in a very clean, simple, and concise manner. Like...
Yeah.
Like, if somebody says that Sonic Frontiers is a bad Sonic game, but a good Zelda game, they're fucking stupid. But you at least understand their stupidity in a very quick and efficient manner.
Yep.
They think that the only Zelda games they've played, first off, you glean that the only Zelda games they've played are Breath of the Wild and maybe Tears of the Kingdom. You know? And secondly, they think that any game with a world even remotely resembling that art style and scale is the same fucking thing regardless of the content found therein. So, you know. They're a fucking idiot. Frontiers is a good Sonic game, but not a good platformer. See, that's a fair take. I don't know if I entirely agree with it, but I mean, the controls don't work great for platforming, but that's just largely because the physics for modern Sonic have never been great for platforming.
Yeah.
Sonic has moved more into just like action-y set pieces and like things other than platforming generally for modern Sonic. Generally, I mean, the last time modern Sonic really like tried to do platforming shit was like the DS trilogy, quadrilogy, if you want to count Generations 3DS, but even that's like there's not a lot in those 4 games. And then Colors Wii is technically Colors Ultimate. Technically Sonic X Shadow Generations. Because there is a fair amount of there is a fair amount of platforming in Generations on both versions. But most of it is found in the older levels. So it's there for lore reasons. Forces is a good platformer, not a good Sonic game. I'm going to disagree with you there. I still think that I will stand by that Forces is a decent Sonic game. I think that it's a perfectly fine Sonic game.
Yeah.
I also genuinely think that it's another one of those cases where I have to clarify this because someone's going to take this clip out of context and be like, "Oh my god, another person changed." When I say this, I am not saying that every single person that dislikes the game over this would suddenly find no other reasons. But just like with if the Werehog was Knuckles, a lot less people would hate Forces if instead of original the character, it was Adventure Sonic like everyone thought it was going to be until we got shut down.
Yep.
Because they were like, oh, it's going to be a third character. And then everyone in the fandom was like, oh my god, it's going to be Adventure Sonic because that makes sense. And then they were like, no, it's not. And everyone was like, what?
Yep.
And then the game came out and it was self-insert. And I genuinely think that if it had been Adventure Sonic, there would be less people as adamant about hating the game. The same way I feel about the Werehog gameplay in Knuckles. If Knuckles had been there instead, less people would have an issue with the gameplay because it's a character they're familiar with. I by no means dislike Forces. I give it much more praise than the haters. I think you and I have talked about Forces very positively, like in conversations in the past. So I am aware of that. But yeah, I do think that less people would be upset about 1/3 of Forces if we hadn't gotten original the character when everyone was expecting it to be a certain thing. I think that was a case of part of the problem being that people had expectations that we were told weren't happening, and then when they didn't happen, people got upset. And it's like, they never said it was going to have the way, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Like, imagine if all the problems with Cyberpunk were actually things that people just decided were going to be in the game, that the devs never actually said were going to be in the game. That super advanced civilian AI, right? Imagine if that was just not something that was ever supposed to be in the game and people just decided that that's something they wanted, and then when it wasn't there, they complained about it. Right? Like that's... You know?
Mm-hmm.
People just like imagine if it wasn't confirmed that there would be 2 characters playable in GTA 6, right? But then people just saw 2 characters in the trailer and were like, oh, there's going to be 2 characters, and then got mad when there wasn't 2 playable characters. You know what I mean?
Yep. Yeah.
It's like it's that sort of thing. And again, I don't think that's the only... I have a lot of criticisms for the game myself, especially the classic Sonic gameplay, because I've played that shit. I have played the classic Sonic gameplay in Forces playthroughs that both followed Generations and followed playing through Mania. So,
Yeah.
I can tell you for certainty, of the 2 most direct available comparisons that you can make to Forces, it is the worst of the 3 by far.
Mm-hmm.
But it honestly feels fine. I'd rather play most of the classic Sonic levels in Forces than play half of Sonic 1's levels. Not even because Sonic 1's levels are bad, except for Labyrinth Zone. But fucking... Honestly, a lot of levels in Forces are decent. The problem that I have with Forces, I think, as an overarching thing for all of the levels, is that they're too fucking short. And there's some Sonic fan game that, like, the dev posted a tweet. It was a video of, like, a level that was a work in progress. And I saw somebody quote tweet it and was like, holy shit, I see why modern Sonic levels are so short sometimes.
Mm.
Because you need to make them fucking huge to make that sense of speed work. Or you could not do that and make Sonic fucking tiny. I mean, that's also an option. Why do they never consider small Sonic? Or make Sonic Labyrinth HD? Okay, but like low-key,
Yeah.
Sonic Labyrinth is actually really fucking fun. Have you ever played Sonic Labyrinth before?
No.
It's fun. And it's only like an hour long because it's a fucking Game Gear game.
Yeah.
Pikmin size Sonic. Sonic Pikmin!
What?
Sonic Pikmin! They go
I see.
fast.
I see.
They're really fucking fast.
Neat. You realize we spent like close to an hour like yapping about stuff, right?
Yeah, I have no idea what the fuck I want to play.
Yeah, I don't know either.
Fear me. I am the gamer. The gamer who is not gaming. Fear my power. But yeah, fucking yeah, I mean, I do understand how fucking big a boost formula level has to be for that shit to work. It's also insane to me how fucking, like, divided people are on, like, 3D Sonic. I saw a tweet, and it was one of those, here's 4 options, one's gotta go. Sonic Adventure, Sonic Adventure 2, Sonic Frontiers, and Sonic Generations were the 4 that were in one. And then another replaced SA1 with colors.
Mm.
And in both of them, people were just, like, really fucking, like... People weren't arguing, they weren't replying to other people's replies, but every reply was very aggressive about their opinions.
Yeah.
Because, like, for some reason, the majority of people that seem to like SA1 hate SA2, and the majority of people that seem to like SA2, A, hate playing as Knuckles, Tails, Rouge, and Eggman, which means, no, you don't like Sonic Adventure 2, and also hate SA1. And just like, you're all fucking stupid. Even the classic and adventure levels are pretty big, especially if you look at remakes and other games. Oh yeah, if you've ever seen, so a lot of older games, you can find people have like recreated, if not outright pulled from files, depending on the game, the map of a given level, and Sonic ones are fucking huge. Have you ever seen one of Sonic CD's maps? Those are fucking huge. They're probably some of the biggest 2D levels to date in terms of just raw fucking chonk factor. Like, let me pull this up. Let me get this up. Let me get this up. Open image in new tab. That's not the image. Okay, fuck you. But if I click on the web page, it's not the. I'm gonna cry.
Sadness.
Yay! I need to find like just a good, easy to show off image of. Oh, that's another chunky one. Oh, this one's fucking big. And then it doesn't take me to the motherfucking elbow penis.
Rip.
But yeah, Sonic CD levels, in a lot of cases, are also very tall on top of how... What fucking level is this? Sparkle in color. I would love to sparkle, but, like, get the fuck off of my screen. I love when you have an ad blocker up, so like sometimes the little like mini thing pops up for ads and then it's just fucking blank or has like some header text for an ad you can't see.
Yeah.
Oh, here's a good one.
What?
Here, I'll pull this up for you and you can see this. And I'm gonna pull it up for chat as well. Give me 1 second.
Oh.
Look how yes, you see how fucking big that shit is?
Yeah. Oh
yeah.
man.
Now chat, this is also cropped. So it isn't gonna show up. Awesome, great.
Awesome.
Do you wanna
No.
there it is.
No.
The fuck OBS. Okay. This is very, very cropped. Look how fucking utterly massive this shit is.
Yeah.
I mean, there's literally a signpost behind the start of the level. That's how crazy this shit gets. I know I think that's actually off screen for you guys. Oh no, it's over here. Never mind. We're good. It's actually not that badly cropped. We're fine. Look how big this shit is. Like, these levels are fucking huge.
That's the open world I want.
This image, let me get you the dimensions of this image, by the way, is 12,288 pixels wide.
Wow.
Now, I happen to have access to a thing where I can just go to the canvas size here. And I can change this to inches. It's 41 fucking inches wide. Like at full resolution, zoomed in at exactly 100%, it's 41 inches wide and 7 inches tall. That's how fucking big Sonic CD levels are.
Wow. Insane.
Chat, I googled
Absolutely
elbow to
insane.
confuse Ender.
No.
You guys can't see it, but I googled elbow before I closed the screen share for Ender. Ironically, I think the Sonic racing games have the smallest levels. Probably, yeah, actually. Yeah, that's probably correct.
What's like a smaller level than any of the Sonic racing games?
I mean, like, if we want to get into individual levels that are smaller, like, there's probably some...
The hub worlds, obviously.
Okay, yes. But, like, actually, as far as actual levels go, like, there's probably at least one Knuckles or Rouge level that is, well, yeah, fucking Security Hall. Wild Canyon. All of the smaller treasure hunting levels are individually smaller than the racing games, so, like, that game mode as a whole, you could say generally has the smallest levels. But if we're talking about just, like, gameplay for Sonic, I think the racing games definitely have the smallest.
Yeah.
But that's also because you're going in a loop. You're also going
Basically.
slower than you are as Sonic.
I still find it weird how they haven't done, like, a racing game with the boost formula yet. Like, that would sell. Come on now.
Yeah, probably.
Like in the South Sonic R, but with
I'm still of the opinion that they should go full on fucking Mario Kart Wii style, but like more. Give us a kart racer, but that also has the fucking riders boards, but that also just has like the ability to have characters run with like boost, like Frontiers style boost gameplay.
It's a crime. It's a crime that they haven't done another Sonic Riders game yet.
I know. oh god, the game failed on the Kinect. What if we just never did another one again? Imagine if Nintendo said that to Monolith about Xenoblade X. Oh, the game flopped on the
Yeah.
fucking failure of a console. Wow. Guess the game was the problem. You could probably fit all of Sonic R into one NASCAR track. I'd have to see how big the tracks are.
It's all just low. Are you Googling it right now?
No. Also, if you're wondering, chat, because it occurs to me that this is a funnier way of looking at it. The map of that Sonic CD level is about 280 square inches.
I see.
No, I'm fucking looking at other levels that are fucking equally fucking huge for no goddamn reason. Some of them are smaller. That's one of the bigger levels that I showed. And I happened to just click on it at pure chance. Yeah, Sonic CD levels specifically are fucking huge, though. But yeah, like, boost levels are definitely the biggest Sonic levels. Just because, like, you are the fastest.
Yeah. Basically.
I think you can get away with adventure levels honestly being the smallest without it being an issue. At least the sense of speed for adventure and Adventure 2 is a lot slower than it is in like in 2D and oh, you know what 2D games probably just have like the biggest in terms of start to finish distance though? Probably the advanced games. I'd
yeah.
have to look and see what like times look like comparing each of them, right? But I think that the advanced games would probably have the like longest duration levels or the longest like start to finish length levels just because like the advanced formula is proto boost done in such a way where it's specifically you basically have the speed of boosting Sonic but only if you keep it going. But I don't think they'd then punish that by making the levels really small. Crazy thing about Sonic CD levels is that's one of multiple versions. Yes. Correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right.
Yep. Every Sonic CD level has fucking 3-4 versions, because fuck you. It is kind of crazy. It is kind of crazy. Yeah. Sonic levels are fucking huge. And sometimes, or one time, they were even the host to everyone else's levels too, because fuck you. It's really interesting, though, when you play through SA1, and like you look at certain sections of levels that everyone goes through, or that like several characters go through, and you're like, I know that this part was designed for Knuckles. You know, like, does Sonic's Speed Highway end in the same place that Knuckles goes in? Yes. But was that clearly designed for Knuckles and not Sonic? Also, yes.
Yep.
A couple of ramps that get you onto walls to run fast, but that's about all Sonic has for accommodations. Like, that was clearly made with Knuckles in mind.
Yep.
I honestly, I think that a couple of areas in like throughout the game with water were literally just there so Big could have levels. Like,
yeah.
The spot where I think the spot where he fishes in pretty much every level is just dead space that would not have been exactly how it was if Big was not in the game.
Yep.
You know, Twinkle Park feels designed for Amy, but Sonic still gets to yeet through that shit. I mean, Casinopolis is weird because it feels like it was a stage designed for Knuckles, but then they were like, you know what we could do, though? Stick Sonic in a fucking pinball machine.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you think about the layout, minus the casino gimmick, it feels like a stage made for Knuckles. There's a lot of places only Knuckles can get there. But then when you go into Sonic, they're like, ha, casino level capitalism, get it?
I see.
Trying to think if there's anything that feels like it's made for Tails, Amy, or Gamma. I feel like there really isn't anything that's like overlap that feels made for them.
Uh,
Well, I mean, Sky Chase is made for Tails.
I mean, yeah. I mean, no, but also technically Sonic goes through it too, even though it doesn't make sense since Sonic isn't the one controlling it, but you know.
Correct. It's not a Sonic game without a pinball machine. Sonic R. Sonic 3, I'm pretty sure. Sonic and Knuckles. Sonic CD.
No, Sonic 3 has the bonus mini game, I believe.
Oh, you're right. Which would also, okay, so knock Knuckles back off there. Yeah. Sonic CD. Sonic
Yeah,
R.
Sonic CD.
Sonic Labyrinth. Sonic Drift. Sonic Drift 2. Sonic 1 8-bit. Sonic 2 8-bit. Sonic Triple Trouble. Sonic Chaos. Sonic Blast. Sonic 3D Blast.
Mm-hmm.
SA2, I'm pretty sure.
Correct.
Not Heroes. Heroes has one. Shadow of the Hedgehog, Sonic 06, Sonic Battle, Sonic Advance 2, Sonic Advance 3, Rush Adventure, Colors DS, Colors Wii, Unleashed. Most Sonic games don't have pinball machines, is what I'm getting at. It's actually more than even I thought. I was planning to rattle off like 10 games. That's why I'm giving up. It's too many. You know what does have pinball machines? Generations 3DS.
And technically so does Generations, but only in the DLC.
That's true.
Yeah.
I like how they were like, what if we released a DLC of one of the levels that exists in Generations 3DS and then not the rest? Thinking.
Yep.
I think it's funny when I see people talk about how like, oh, the Generations 3DS should have used levels from the handheld games. And I'm like, okay, base. And then like, so instead of Green Hill, like, no.
No.
You still start at Green Hill. My sarcasm has been literal. I have been bested. Fairly.
Neat.
But yeah, fucking, and it's always funny if you're like, use Wood Zone instead. No. 8-bit Sonic 1 still starts in Green Hill. So stay in Green Hill. But I do agree that, yeah, it probably should have been a zone unique to 8-bit Sonic 2 and not Casino Night. It probably should have not been Mushroom Hill, but instead somewhere from Triple Trouble. You know, all I'm saying is it probably should have been the Advanced Trilogy.
Yep.
Also, why are there only 8 fucking levels? Or is it 7? I don't even know. Why are there less levels in the 3DS version? And don't tell me it would have been too big in the files. I don't know why that was like a fucking voice. But don't try to tell me it would have been too big in the files. 3DS games are fucking huge, and Generations isn't. It would not have been too big, I assure you. Let me see here. Generations file size is
Too big for Smash.
a third the file size of Sonic Boom Fire and Ice.
Mm-hmm.
That's funny. Xenoblade Chronicles 3D is a 4 gigabyte game. That's funny. But let's see. Compared to other games that were out in fucking 2011. I mean, Sticker Star is a year later and is actually smaller. But, I mean, that's fucking Sticker Star. We'll talk about that. Okay, it actually seems like basically every bigger game is newer. But, like, point stands. They could have done it. That
Yeah.
Fire Emblem is 3 times as big, and Fates specifically. Awakening's twice as big, and Awakening came out 2 years later. Like, it was not that far ahead technologically. If they don't add Music Plant to the new generations, I'll be sad. That'd be cool. Music Plant would have been the best one for its representation for Advance 2. Should have happened.
I mean, considering that the next generations is gonna be Shadow related, I doubt they're at it,
I doubt
unfortunately.
I would like to see them also just port over all of the 3DS levels, though.
Yeah.
I would like to see them just be like, okay.
Modders, get on it.
Okay, well, yeah, I mean, if they don't, they can. Yeah, you right. My favorite level from Advance 3 has always been Route 99. It's a really cool level. It's always fun to play through. And the music is just, it's the best song in the game, and they blow it in the first zone.
Yeah.
So I would like to see Route 99 for Advance 3, and actually I see a lot of people agreeing on that, because, like, the only other zone that you'd really use out of Advance 3 that's even remotely iconic is Sunset Hill. Do you know what Sunset Hill is? It's Green Hill during the sunset. Fuck you.
Whoa.
What I also see a lot of people
Ooh.
suggest is using, I don't remember the name of it, but the first zone from Advance 1, because it would actually keep in with being a beach level, which is, you'd still have one in that section like you do. It's at the beginning instead of the end, but you'd still have a beach level in there. Route 99, you'd still have a city level in there. There you go. And then Music Plan is just do whatever the fuck you want.
Mm-hmm.
More like Music Pants. Also, the rival battles totally should have been changed to fucking Fang, Emerald, and Blaze, just saying. I don't know enough about Rush. I've still not finished a playthrough of that game, despite starting 4 over the past 5 years. So I don't know what level would be good for Rush. I tell ya, I know it would be good for Rush Adventure. Fucking all of them. No, not Plant Kingdom. That'd be terrible. That'd be repetitive. Literally anything other than Plant Kingdom, though. Like, genuinely anything other than Plant Kingdom would be fucking fantastic out of Rush Adventure. I would personally go with any of the last 3 zones, though. The fucking haunted ship, Sky Babylon, and the pirate base. I only remember one of their names, but that's okay. They're all fantastic levels. They'd all be recognizable as, like, from Rush Adventure, but I think the haunted ship would really work just with the whole idea of it being a sea-based game, right? I think you just port that idea directly in by just having it be on the haunted ship, you know? Emerald should 100% have been a boss rival. Oh, no. Emerald should have been a rival. Gemrel, or is it Gemrel? I don't fucking know. Should have been a boss. I don't know who you'd do for a boss for Classic. I don't know. Just do one of the fucking final bosses from one of the Game Gear games. Or one of the fucking 8-bit games. Same thing, that just do what they did by putting big arms in, but for the 8-bit bosses. And there you go. Ta-da. Fucking ball sack on the donut with a side of Skittles.
Yeah.
I don't know what that phrase means. Just I'm assuming it's a good thing because I just made it up, so that's a good thing. Okay, don't worry about it. It's fine.
Yeah.
And then for Colors DS, is it cheating if I say Tropical Resort? Because they already have that in there.
I mean, not really.
I mean, they do already have a Rush level as well, so you could literally just keep the Rush level, and it's the fucking water level from Rush, and then do fucking Haunted Ship from Adventure, and then just keep Tropical Resort. But use the Burst Wisp. Because you use the Drill Wisp for Planet Wisp. Use the fucking Rocket Wisp. They use a Wisp in Generations, I think, don't they? And I don't fucking remember which one it is. I don't fucking know. Anyway, yeah, just do something cool with the Burst Wisp. Be cool with it.
Yeah.
That's how you could have done it. And then for your boss, you can have any of the Colors bosses. And then for the rival, it's Johnny. Easy.
Easy.
And then for the final boss, have it be not the worst supersonic fight in the entire series. And at that point, you'd probably
Yeah.
just have a better game than the console version. Because then you'd have a bunch of
Yep.
cool levels from the handheld side of things, but a much better final boss to round it out with.
Yeah.
Seriously, Time Eater fucking sucks. Time Eater is the worst supersonic fight in the entire series.
That looks like a homing shot.
That was... Fucking... Oh god, what was that one Tails line from Rise of Lyric?
It's
It's
look,
about...
ramps. We can use them as ramps.
Yes! Yes! Okay. What would a modern Generations look like? Thinking.
Well, stop. No, don't stop bringing back classic Sonic, but just bring Adventure Sonic in already.
Yeah, we would definitely have 3 Sonics.
Yeah.
I mean, nowadays you could have the game just have a stage from every, almost every game, every feasible game. Sonic 1, 2, obviously you're not going to pull from the 8-bit, you're going to pull from the 16-bit, that's fine. Sonic 3 and Knuckles get rolled together. You'd keep all the same levels, right, that you have for all the games. You could throw in at least Music Plant to represent the advanced series, I think would be a good idea. And I think that's really all they would need to do. Again, port everything from 3DS, right? So some games have multiple levels. That's fine. How you could handle that as well is for the games that have multiple zones representing the same game, literally give players the choice on which one they want to do to progress. They can do both before they progress. They can do one now, one later, one now, one never, whatever they want. Either way, progress. And that'd be cool because then you could still have Mushroom Hill, almost said Mushroom Plant. You could still have Mushroom Hill and Sky Sanctuary. You don't have to play both to progress, but you can if you want to. That would solve the issue of overrepresenting a game while still porting over all of the ideas from Generations 3DS while just giving them, console quality level design.
Yeah.
Since we're doing this, you'd also have a stage representing Rush. I still think you'd want one representing Rush Adventure because they're such different fucking games. I still think the pirate ship would be a really good one for that. But then you have to have a stage representing Generations.
Yep.
Which is the hub world.
Yeah.
Because the hub world of Generations 2 is a reference to the hub world of Generations. Okay. Lost World.
The problem is no levels from Lost World really stick out to me.
No, not really. They're all really generic design-wise. You wouldn't want to do Windy Hill. You know what, though? Generations doesn't have any sand-themed levels, does it? And Lost World has a desert world. I don't remember what it's called or what world number it is. But just go with the fucking sand level. Go with the fucking desert level. There you go. Sonic Boom. We're going to pull a location from Fire and Ice and purge the other 2 from memory, assuming that Boom as a whole isn't purged from memory.
It feels like it is, though.
Oh, they're trying. What stage would you
They're
pick
trying.
from Forces for Generations 2? I was going to say we're getting there, and then I realized we're literally there, aren't we? Because fucking... What even came between? Oh, Mania. We got to pull one from Mania as well. The dude where the level where the boss freezes you in a block of ice. I don't fucking remember the zone name. That or Studiopolis. Because Mania has original zones.
Easy choice.
Yeah, you're right. Studiopolis is probably better. For Forces.
Easy choice.
Oh, Forces is a tough one. Probably the Death Egg, though, right? Because, the Death Egg isn't represented at all in Generations aside from Big Arms. Which isn't even the Death Egg. It's just that he shares a final boss theme with Sonic and Knuckles' final boss on the Death Egg. Fucking... Yeah, and then Frontiers.
just randomly transitions to like an open zone, like level.
No, but which island would be the best? I mean, they all kind of look the same except for the second one, but we've already gone with desert level because desert level. But I think that's
Yeah.
just what we want to do. No, cool level gimmick. It's all of the islands that you go through in succession, and there's like little cyberspace. It's like, modern Sonic style levels where you go through all of the like there's like some form of blockage to you that's not just invisible walls. Even if it's just a fence, like in Generations a lot of times.
Yeah.
And you just go through all of the islands, but the way you get from one to the next is you enter a cyberspace portal and you do a little cyberspace platforming in there in like 2D with modern Sonic. That would be sick. That's how you could rep that.
Yo.
And that as your final. And then, of course, for classic Sonic, you'd do the same thing. You'd just always be in 2D, right? And it would maybe just be wackier platforming for his 2D. That'd be so cool. I was thinking Death Egg 2, but it feels too much like it should be an old stage. The only real iconic stages from Forces is the city. That's not true. Green Hill's looking a lot more like Sand Hill these days.
Sand Hill, right? I was about to make the same joke. Gosh dang it.
Sand Hill is iconic for all the wrong reasons from Forces.
Man. That's why it's called war.
That's why it's called Vor.
Bruh.
Oh, speaking of Vor. I have no lead in with that. I just want to
what?
say, oh, speaking
What?
of Vor.
I see.
Be like, I think it would be okay for the Death Egg to be the Forces stage because, like, I think that it would make more sense than generic city, right? The thing with City Escape was that it's City Escape, Speed Highway is Speed Highway. And if we were to hypothetically give, like, all of the games, of note one, I would still stand by Route 99 just because, like, it's kind of its own thing, even though it's a city level. Forces is, like... There's nothing standout about its city level, or really about its Death Egg, aside from the fact that every single Death Egg stage in Forces is fucking awesome.
Yeah.
What about rival and boss fights? So the boss fight for... Well, okay, first off, if we're pulling from everything, then I don't know what locations you'd pull from the other two Boom games, but you'd pull one from each of the Boom games and one from Lost World. Probably lump those four together, right? I don't know any Secret Rings levels. Oh my god, but that's what you could do. If you wanted to keep the breaking it up into threes formula, you have the first three games. You could have 3 8-bit games that don't have 16-bit counterparts. That would be Triple Trouble, Chaos, and then you could either do Blast or Labyrinth. Probably Blast because that's... Probably. Or instead of that, you could lump those two with 3D Blast and just have to be like obscure games, right? From the classic era. And I think that'd be okay. So you'd have like the original trilogy, the obscure games from classic era, and then Adventure Era would be your next block of 3. And then your next block of 3 would be handheld Adventure Era. And then you'd do the same for what was at the time modern era, but what would now be, well, I guess, Generations era. I don't know what you'd call it in game. We'd have that, and then the handheld stuff from that as the next ones. And after that, you could lump Lost World with the storybook games. That way you can keep to the formula of 3s.
Yeah.
And just call it the Lost World era or the Lost era, because ain't none of those gameplay styles coming back, and it's a damn fucking shame.
Yeah, unfortunate.
Bigly. And then the Boom era, of course. And then Mania, Forces, and Frontiers. Ta-da! Yep. And there you go.
Cool.
So
there you go.
Then we need rivals and bosses from each era. Again, advanced, we just do Emerald and Gemerald, whatever, who cares? Rush. Rush could be interesting, actually, because there's a lot you could do. You could have Blaze or Johnny be the rival. And then for the boss, I mean, there's so much shit you could do. You could literally just pull fucking the Nega Wisp. Pull a fucking Ferris wheel guy. You could pull the fucking the I don't know if he has a name. The fucking big ass Skungle from Big Swell. I don't know if Big Swell is the location name or the guy's name. Maybe it's the name of the thing you hit on his forehead. I don't fucking know. I'm gonna hit that guy in the Big Swell.
Yeah.
Current Era has to have Infinite as a rival? Absolutely. If not as a boss. Current Era has... No. Current Era has Infinite as a boss and Original the character as a rival. And if you have save data on Forces on the same device, you can actually have your original character from Forces be the rival battle. There you go. Boom is gonna be... Boom the rival is gonna be Shadow again, but it's Boom Shadow, so it's fine, it's different. The boss is gonna be Lyric. Duh. Again, I don't know what to do for levels. I've not played them. I tried to play Rise of Lyric, and then I got soft blocked in the first area. I had the first area where it wasn't a level, and then I literally got soft blocked because I get to the part where we have to push some mine carts around, and one of them won't turn on. And I looked it up, and that minecart needs to be punched. Because it unlocks the way to progress. And it won't turn on. So I can't progress in the game. Thanks, Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric. Original the character's arrival defaults to Barry from... I agree. No, I agree. Oh, who do we do for rivals for fucking for Lost Era? Or for bosses? Because you have three really good games to pull bosses from. You'd have any of the Deadly Six. You could have any of the Knights of the Round Table. You'd have Arthur. You'd have Merlina. You could have a Razor Jin. Hey, that's about all you gotta see ranks, to be fair. But still a lot of options. Still like 15 options. Fucking hell. It's not. It's like 10. And like no good rival options. I mean, maybe as an excuse to stick Knuckles in there for the rival. You could do Gawain.
Yeah. Could.
Yeah, and then for the boss, you could do like... I guess it'd be Zavok at that point, because like who the fuck? I mean, they don't use anyone else from the Deadly Six anymore, so it'd have to be Zavok if that's what you're pulling. Because it's either Zavok or a Razor Jin, I feel like, at that point. But that would be cool, you know?
Yeah.
It'd be so cool to just see like an updated version of Generations that's all of Sonic's history. But no, we gotta get Edgy the Hedgy in there instead. I hope the shadow part of the game is cool, though.
Yeah.
Lost Era rival is either Zavok or Night Knuckles. I read your mind, bitch.
Ha.
Get hacked, nerd. No. Original the character. If you have no Forces save data, you know what his default design would be? It would be totally coin flip on either being Manic or Sonya from Underground. That would be funny. That would be funny. That would be funny. Just like you do the rise, just like someone playing through the game doing the bosses before the rival battles, because actually a lot of people do that for some unhinged reason. And so the final boss before Time Eater is just fucking Manic from Sonic Underground.
Yeah.
And then, of course, if we were assuming that Time Eater is just still the thing and it's just literally Time Eater again, a better Time Eater fight, please, for the love of fuck. And again, you'd have 3 acts to every level. The game would be fucking massive, but it would be awesome. 3 acts to every level. Classic, Adventure, and Modern.
Yeah.
Or if you
Make
wanted
it
to get,
happen.
or if you wanted to get really spicy, you know what you could do?
Yeah.
You do 3 acts, classic and modern, and then Lost Era. Have fucking
Yo.
Black Knight Sonic be the third Sonic.
Yo.
New and improved, better controls, no motion controls. And you just rip through a bunch of... You just rip through Sonic's history with a fucking sword.
Make it happen.
Trying to think of which knight would work as a rival, and Knuckles is the only one that works. I think that they all work. I think the reason that Knuckles works best is because realistically, Blaze would probably be the realistic choice for a rival for Rush Era. And then Shadow, obviously, for Adventure Era. And what that leaves you with is you kind of have to go with kind of have to go with the last one left.
Yeah.
And what I will say is that if you wanted to make Shadow a one-off, I would still say stick him in Boom, because there's really, who else are you going to do? Fucking Sticks. My favorite rival to Sonic, Sticks.
My favorite. Yay.
What I would do if you wanted to not repeat rivals is move Shadow to Boom, as much as Boom Shadow is the worst version of the character ever conceived. But what you could then do is for Adventure Era, you know who you still have?
Yeah.
At the back end of that era? Jet the Hawk.
Mm-hmm.
Now, he's bordering the
see.
line between that era and the next, but I think it's fair. I think it's reasonable if you're trying to not repeat Shadow. Who the fuck else are you going to pull? Who are you going to pull from Boom or from Adventure Era that's not Shadow and Jet for Adventure Era and exactly Shadow from Boom Era, you know?
Yeah.
Man, now I want that. Now I want just like a Generations game that just goes too fucking hard. It'd be awesome. Especially the idea of ending on a level that is just all of the islands from Frontiers strung together by mini cyberspace levels. And it's just like this long fucking level. And now that I've thought of the idea of tearing through that all with Black Knight Sonic as the Act 2, like that's just so fucking sick to think about.
Yeah. Make it happen.
100% reward is unlocking Adventure Sonic for Act 2, though. Because fundamentally, right, anything you don't specifically need the sword for, which, I mean, you could even make workarounds if that were the case with, like, just an interact button. Like, just about anything you could design a Black Knight level for, Adventure Sonic could probably get through. Because at the end of the day, the storybook games really are building off of the adventure gameplay, just like 06 was. So, like, I'm just saying it could work.
Yeah.
Frontier stage really can't be all the islands because all the actual stages are already remakes. Not all of them. yeah. No, I know where we're going for Frontiers. White Jungle.
Yeah.
Oh my god, do you think the fact that like half of the remake stages were Shadow levels was like them being like, hey guys, a Shadow project is in the works, but like really subtly?
Yeah.
You realize that's actually plausible, right?
It's possible, yeah.
There is a non-zero chance that the reason we have multiple Shadow levels remade in Frontiers is because of the fact that fucking Shadow Generations was coming. Oh my god, mind fucking blown.
Yo, is Sega really a genius?
I wouldn't say genius. I would more say like penis.
Kojima's at you. I see.
Two very different paths we went down.
Hideo
Kojima's penis.
Whoa.
It works at Sega even though he doesn't. How does only one part of your body work at Sega? I need to know. People really wanted Shadow DLC in Frontiers just to explain the Shadow levels. It was weird though. Like it's so weird that we got playable characters that weren't Shadow, yet that the cyberspace levels were like half remakes and half of those were Shadow levels. The fuck? The fuck, Sega?
Bruh.
You cannot do this. You cannot do it. Need reason. Is need to make sense. You cannot do it for nothing. I still not know what game I want to play. It's why I'm still
don't
talking.
know.
I talk so much, my throat ready to explode, and I've been out of water for like half an hour.
Yeah, I think you should hydrate.
God fucking damn it. CD figured out why I said what I said and then disappeared. Fuck.
Oh no.
Fuck you. How dare you redeem hydrate while I'm getting water, you fuck ass.
You gotta hydrate again.
No. You're
Well,
only
heck.
real dad.
Well, heck. I hope you would figure out what you want to do soon, because I have to record in a little bit.
Oh, he did it because you said hydrate while I was up. I see.
Oh, I see. In that case, you need to hydrate.
You can't tell me what to do.
Well, heck you.
God fucking damn it. CD, I'm gonna morb.
Got him. You must hydrate even more.
You can't tell me what to do, bitches. I don't know what to do. Frick.
You need to figure out what to do, because I need to record in a little bit.
I don't know. Frick.
I don't know. What game are you on right now? Like, what game are you currently playing through?
Many and also none at the same time.
I see. Well,
I mean, none that I would want to play unprompted on an off-schedule stream.
yeah.
Everything's either an off-stream thing or for a stream that, like, the only game that I would have just been fine with playing, I finished the other day. Which, by the way, Chad, holy shit, the second half of Sticker Star is so fucking good.
Yeah.
I like Sticker Star. I will defend Sticker Star. Fucking damn it. Sticker Star is a fine game. Honestly,
Eh,
if anything, my opinion of Sticker Star went up with that last playthrough once I got to the second half, because he's the second half of Sticker Star, and that shit just. Whew. Chapter 5-1
Yeah.
sucks. Every other part of the second half of the game is just. With. Couple nitpicks, not flawless. Definitely not a masterpiece. It's a good experience. Chapter 5-1 sucks. The enemies there fucking cheat. So there are spear guys in Chapter 5-1 of Sticker Star, if you don't know. And the way they work in Sticker Star is they either hold their spears forward or upward. If they hold it up, you can't jump on them. If they hold it forward, you can't hammer them. Makes sense. They can change after you've selected an attack.
Yeah.
They literally just cheat. Just fuck you.
Have fun with that, idiot.
Yeah, it took a lot of digging and figuring out how to phrase it properly, but I found out that no, that's just a thing they fucking do. It's not common, which is why it stopped happening after 5-1, because the game was just like, I've had enough of that for one lifetime. But it does happen. It periodically happens.
Yeah.
I've been able to find a few accounts of other people having it happen in Sticker Star. It's just like, really? Really?
Bruh.
But like, yeah, the majority of the second half of Sticker Star is fantastic.
Yeah. I will be right back.
Oh. Yeah, I was telling Ender about this when I was finishing Sticker Star the other day. At the end of Sticker Star, Kirsty sacrifices herself. Not only is it spoilers for a fucking 12-year-old game, it's a 12-year-old game nobody gives a shit about, right? Here's the thing, and this is spoilers for Color Splash and Origami King. Which, one of those is recent enough you might care about, and one of them is Color Splash. It's on the Wii U. No, you don't. And if you do, you've probably already finished it. Huey, and I don't remember the person from Origami King, I don't remember her name, do basically the exact same sacrifice Kirsty does at the end of Sticker Star. And it kind of bothers me that they do it 2 more times, because it's the exact same. It's so I haven't finished Color Splash, but I've seen enough of it. I've seen the entire story of the game. I haven't seen the game fully played through, but I've seen the entire story of the game. And I've seen the sacrifice scene, and it's the same thing with Origami King. I've seen bits and pieces of it, including the end, and like it's the same fucking sacrifice scene too for all 3 of them. Which is like so annoying, because the first time that they did, because the impact is diminished when it happens with Huey, because it's happened with Kirsty already, and then when it happens a 3rd time, it's diminished even further for people that have played all the games. But it's even worse because Kirsty diminishes it despite it having no impact. Right? Because now you've seen this before. Now you're ready for this to happen if it were to happen again. Yeah, it might still hit hard if you get attached to Huey, but it's not as hard as if you didn't play through Sticker Star first. Huey's sacrifice will hit harder if you play through Color Splash before Origami King or Sticker Star. Same thing for the one in Origami King. Kirsty's will never hit hard. So. And also all 3 of them come back to life. So, fuck you. But I think it's really interesting as well. I've seen a lot of people criticize, a lot of people criticize Sticker Star. They're like, oh, Kirsty's such an asshole the whole time. And why is she such an asshole when Mario didn't do anything to deserve it? And I'm like, because that's like... that's the joke, is that she's an asshole. Also, yes, chat, I am moving Ender slightly up. But like that's part of the joke with her character, is that she's just a dick to Mario even though he doesn't deserve it. Does everyone find that funny? No. Do some people find that funny? Yes.
I think I don't know.
Let's see. My favorite thing about Kirsty being an asshole to Mario is the fact that it's one of the few things unique to Sticker Star is a party member that's just a fucking dick.
Yep.
And I like it because it's unique and it's done fine. I'm okay with Kirsty being a selfish dickwad because it's just fun. it's unique. It's not like it's not like asshole party member is this trope that Mario RPGs have done and done and done and done again. Stuffwell, the fucking pause menu, the sentient pause menu from Partners in Time. He's kind of a dick, but more in a like in a Sheldon Cooper kind of way.
Yep.
Kirsty's just an asshole, right? Kirsty's like my mother. No, that's an insult. That's an insult to Sticker Star. I'm sorry, Kirsty. I'm sorry, Paper Mario Sticker Star. I didn't mean to insult you like that. Kirsty is like diet my mother divided by 2, right? She's like half of diet my mother. That, but like no, I mean it's done in a way and it's written in a way, and I think that it's fun. I think that it's funny a lot of the time that it happens. If you're not just being upset that she's being an asshole to Mario, I'm sorry that your favorite character has people being a dick to them in this game that's supposed to be funny.
Yep.
You know, when I phrase it like that, it kind of sounds like all the people that didn't like Boruto as a character because at the start of the movie, he didn't like Naruto. There were a lot of people that didn't like Boruto, even though he doesn't stay this way. There were a lot of people who didn't like Boruto because at the start of the movie, he doesn't like Naruto, and everyone's like, how could he not like Naruto? He has all this shit, and it's like, people are fucking idiots, dude. People are fucking idiots, dude.
Yeah.
Because when you grow up with something, you get really, really attached to it, and then sometimes people can't, like, detach that when criticizing it, so it's just shit like that. It's like, come on now, dude. I think the wildest Paper Mario takes I've seen is people being like, oh yeah, TTYD is a bad game after the remake came out. And I'm just like, are you stupid or are you just being contrarian? Like,
yes.
Like,
I don't know.
I don't have an issue with someone preferring Origami King to Thousand Year Door. But all the measures of quality lean in TTYD's favor. How does he not like Naruto? Are we watching the same Naruto? I mean, okay, here's the thing, right? From our perspective of understanding all of Naruto's duties and seeing his journey and how far he's come, who he used to be, who he is now, especially if you watch like all of the stuff and read all the all the post-war stuff, read all the light novels that aren't covered in the post-war anime, right? You get this great idea of who Naruto is as an adult. Boruto cannot read that material. He is not in our world. He is in the world that material is describing, and therefore cannot read it. He is a fucking child. He's like 11 at the start of the series. His father, his entire life almost, has never been around.
Typical father behavior. Anyways.
Like... And then on top of that, everyone fucking idolizes this guy.
Yep.
Which honestly isn't something I can one-to-one relate to. But yeah, hearing people talk about people that I know are not good people as though they're good people fucking sucks. Even if some of those were just wrong opinions, like my father being a Kage, I would still be, like, very bothered by that if it were something that I were an 11-year-old perceiving as being terrible. Naruto's one of the most annoying characters in Naruto. Not by the end, he's not, though. He's supposed to be in the beginning. That's the point. I think the awkward thing, just randomly on the subject of Boruto, I think the awkward thing about Sasuke ending up with Sakura is that is a really good way to cap off, like, Sasuke's arc from the original Naruto series and, like, you know, really cement that he's going for just redemption. The problem is, you know who it's a terrible end of the character arc of? Sakura. But it's really good for Sasuke. But it's terrible for Sakura. It's just like, It's way worse for Sakura than it is good for it's way more bad for Sakura than it is good for Sasuke, but life is pain.
Well, love is Tyra, though.
True. Anyway, I still don't know what game I want to play. Frick!
I don't know either.
Huck!
Heck.
How about a Morb? Why won't they
No
release
Morb.
Morbius the video game?
How many people do you think would want that?
What
I
more
think a more
billion?
billion. I see. I think it would sell very well.
Have I claimed my free Epic games for the week?
Still doing that.
I have not. They've never fucking stopped. Oh, that said it's free, but now it says that it's $30. Okay. Okay, and now that's not under the free tab. Okay, so this is a bug ever since the last update to the Epic Launcher that I've been having, where sometimes it'll show games that are on sale in the free games tab, the current week's free games as next week's free games. You click on one of the current ones, it's not free, but then you hit the back button and the menus work fine. How do you do that? Anyways, I have claimed these. But yeah, I have no idea how that happens.
Mm-hmm.
I could play Fortnite.
You could.
I
but
do
is it
have
worth it?
Fortnite installed.
You could, but is it worth it?
Maybe.
I mean, there was a new update.
Yeah, I know. It took fucking 3 hours to download. Wasn't even that big. So the Epic Launcher just sometimes decides, you know what? Fuck your internet speed. I'm downloading at my pace. I don't know why I said that like in a way that devolved into like a Pegasus impression without the voice. Yugi boy. My boy.
My boy.
Pegasus, but it's all YouTube poop noises. My boy, I can see your dinner.
Yes.
It burns. Kaiba summons Blue Eyes. Fucking Pegasus activates Toon Hand, but instead of saying he's activating Toon Hand, it's just no, Gay Luigi. It's just no, and then when Toon Blue Eyes pops out, it's just Gay Luigi. Now I want to see just that clip because that sounds amazing. That sounds like YouTube poop gold, man. Oh my god. Speaking of YouTube poops, I saw a video earlier today on Twitter of someone being like, hey, so to all the people on TikTok making fun of like old YouTube humor, that's all TikTok is right now. And I thought about it and I was like, oh yeah. And so was Vine. Although to be fair, in Vine's case, that was because it's all you had time for.
Mm-hmm.
Now you can upload horizontal TikToks.
Yay.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, except it's still so terribly optimized that some horizontal TikToks, even on the desktop website, will still show up in the player for verticals and just be tiny.
Mm.
It's not common, but it does happen. And it's really fucking funny.
Yeah.
Good job, TikTok. Good.
Good
You know,
job.
you really
Good
nailed it this
job.
time. You just nothing wrong here, guys.
Really, really well done.
Hector,
What?
I don't know what game to frickin' play.
I don't know either.
Huck.
I don't know.
Rook.
What's a game you haven't streamed in a while?
A lot.
Well, time to start thinking.
I am always thinking. I am the ruler of all thinking emojis.
True though.
Yeah, curry think soon.
I still love how whenever AJ's awake and whenever Flutters is awake, they get so like. Even though I always do it when I'm talking to them in interspace, they get so confused when I like make the emojis appear in there. And it's just like, what the
Yeah.
fuck?
Yeah.
Or well, okay, in Flutter's case, it's what the heck because she has literally not sworn once ever.
Yep.
Which is ironic because technically that means Show Fluttershy has sworn more than Brainhorse Fluttershy. If you count bloopers.
True. True.
Shit! The shit in Fluttershy's voice is fucking. The fucking
Yeah.
Trixie's voice. Fuck! I don't know
Here's
what
the
to
thing.
play, but I don't like sitting here doing nothing.
The thing, if the thing is also, even if you do like find something to play, I can't really join in because I have to record something.
Yeah.
Kill.
Duff.
I don't know what we're killing. It's just fun to say words.
The floor.
Yeah, kill they.
No, not day.
You said the floor.
Well, but what about the sequel?
Morbius.
Mm-hmm.
Fury.
I see.
Yeah.
Oh, so chat, I tried playing Earthbound Beginnings the other day. And I realized that I'm just never going to play that game ever again when I played it. So I've played through about half of Earthbound. And none of Mother 3. But I tried to play Earthbound Beginnings, which for those of you who don't know is the first game in a series that Earthbound is actually the second game in, but the first game was only available in Japan until 2015 when the Wii U Virtual Console got a port of it for English, which was actually a completed port that was supposed to be released in, I think it was 1990, because the game's from, I think, 1989 in Japan, or maybe it was 86, I don't remember which, one of those 2 years. Point is, the game fucking sucks. You have no agency in winning or losing battles from the moment that you first leave your house. The enemies are just strong enough that, and also just weak enough that you literally just can't control if you win or lose. For the first, I don't know how many levels.
I see.
It is literally just random. I don't know how you were supposed to ever start playing that fucking game. I'm so confused.
I don't know.
And I just decided, you know what? I'm not going to play this.
Yeah.
I had a reason to play it, and it's being removed from that reason promptly because why is the first area just guaranteed to be random? What, was I supposed to fight the third lamp? Wouldn't have leveled me up anyway.
Skillish.
So no, that's not actually the reason.
Well, obviously, because skill issue.
No, you're right. I'm sorry. I should have just had a higher attack stat. My bad.
Yep.
Should have just allocated more points to attack stat like it's D&D.
Obvious.
Yeah, of course. No, you're right. That's some insightful input.
Yeah. I'm very useful.
Yeah.
I was going to make a joke, but that was going to sound really mean.
Oh no.
I was just going to make a joke about what was, see, it was going to be, because it was going to be a follow-up to you saying that you're really useful, but then I wanted to make a joke about like, how, like, you're awesome and buy stuff for me a lot. But then I was going to be like, no, because if I say that about you being useful, then I really just sound like an asshole.
I mean, I wouldn't really care, but yeah.
I would care.
I mean, fair enough, but
The problem with when I think of jokes like that is frequently the reason that I don't make them, especially if the person that they're about would be around, is because usually I think they can handle the joke. I just can't handle making it.
fair enough. That is fair. I don't know.
Oh, speaking of buying stuff, and I'm not not asking you for this, but I did some math. The thing that I axed Earthbound Beginnings from, I did math and I realized that. Would you like to know how expensive finishing that entire project is going to be? Getting all of the games that I need for that.
How much?
For all the games that I have no way of playing other than just buying them outright, a little over 500 after tax.
Oh.
Yeah. Although to be fair, about half of that money is games that I would have eventually bought anyway. And that's also
Yep.
assuming full price, which I'm going to be getting physical copies for everything that I can, so it'll actually be less expensive because that's got games from like one of the games is from fucking 2019. Like there's no way of physical copies. Let me actually see. I'm actually I'm gonna go to GameStop Dootcam. That's how you pronounce the website, right? It's Dootcam, right?
Obviously.
Yeah, so for some reason Fire Emblem Engage and Three Houses are the same price.
Hmm.
Are these prices for digital codes? Thinkin'. Yeah, they're both $45 pre-owned. But like, I mean, that's still much cheaper and again, me highballing. I mean, fucking what the fuck is Fire Emblem Three Hopes? It's a fucking side game? DLC? I don't fucking know what this is. Thinking. Oh, is it fucking Fire Emblem Warriors, but for Three Houses? Okay. What about Origami King? This is also $45. It's $50. Oh no.
Oh no.
That one's 55. So again, my estimates were highballs as I knew. But I mean, several of these are this year games or last year games. So it's just like, well, fuck me. Oh, you know what I bet on this list is actually probably really cheap at this point. It's probably Let's Go. It's why is Let's Go more expensive than a Fire Emblem game from last fucking year?
'Cause screw you.
Why is a game from 2018 more expensive at GameStop? To be fair, this is GameStop. I could probably find all of these cheaper on Amazon. Why is Let's Go cheaper than Fire Emblem Engage? What? Or sorry, more
screw you,
expensive than
obviously.
Fire Emblem Engage is what I meant.
I
Why
don't
is
know.
why is Let's Go the more expensive option than the brand
I
new
don't
Fire
know.
Emblem game that's not a remake? Oh my fucking god.
'Cause screw you.
I'm actually
Spend a lot of money.
I'm actually curious. What can I find on Amazon? I like how if you type in Pokemon Let's, the first suggestion is Let's Go Eevee, but if you type in the Go, the first suggestion is Pikachu. So they think that if you're
I
going through
see.
more effort, you want Pikachu, and if you're lazy, you want Eevee. I feel insulted as an Eevee enjoyer. Okay, these are both $50. Both the Let's Go games are $50 on Amazon as well. Well, to be fair, let me see though. Is this for a new copy? Yes. So a new copy on Amazon is as much as a used copy from GameStop.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome.
Great.
Great. Okay. Fire Emblem Engage. Let's see here. Let's compare this. Okay, this is also $50. But this is, again, for a new copy. This is from fucking last year. Fuck.
Damn.
Oh, but Engage has DLC that you can't get bundled with the physical version. Fuck. So I'd have to buy it separately then. I don't like having digital games, especially on Switch. Three Houses is more expensive on Amazon than Engage. But it's also only the European version is available on Amazon. What?
I see.
Why is there a Three Houses and Pokemon Violet bundle? I'm so confused. I'm so confused. Anyway, yeah, I do need to get a new fucking carrying case for all of my Switch games because I have two little tiny ones, and literally all they have is room for 4 each. I can only carry 8 fucking games at a time. It's just like, God fucking damn it. I need a chonker. To be fair, my DS one only holds 6 games. That's also not enough, to be fair. Wait. So I bring this up because I was reminded of it by the fact that that I have Amazon shows you shit. It's like, oh, this is commonly bought with, and it's a carrying case that has 24 spaces, which actually this one's $10, but this actually seems right up my alley. Oh my god, and it comes in all sorts of different colors. Holy shit. Oh my god. I want it. But anyway, in the sample image, they have a mix of they have English copies of 3D All Stars, and there are 4 copies in there. An English copy of 2 English copies, 5 English copies, 6 English copies of Yoshi's Crafted World. 2 copies of Final Fantasy something, I don't know what, and then 3 Japanese copies of Pokemon Sword, and then 4 Japanese copies of one of the Fire Emblem games. Sorry, 5 copies. There's so many repeats, and why are half of them in English?
I don't know.
Yeah, I'll have to actually keep this one in mind. It'll probably come up the next time I search for it, when I actually have money. Anyway, yeah. I have a thing in the works, chat.
You have many things in the works.
I do, but I have a new thing in the works. This one's going to take a while. Yeah, so what I ended up deciding to do, I think I told you about this, I'm not sure. But what I ended up deciding to do was I'm not actually going to just go through everything in order, because that is going to get really fucking tedious, because I learned that the first game that I'm doing for this is, apparently takes between 25 and 35 hours to beat. So, and it's an NES game. I didn't even know NES games came in long mode. Like, even for an RPG on the NES, that's long. I mean, that's a low-end RPG time these days, but the NES? I mean, that is literally longer than the 1,000-Year Door. Like, a long 1,000-Year Door playthrough is going to take you maybe 27 hours, right? Like, not 100%, but just like, taking your time going through everything. It is not even going to be 30 hours. Like, it is going to be... Fucking hell. And so I was like, you know what? I'm just going to start on the other things. And so I did. So I'm playing through, like, 4 games at once.
Yep.
And I'm just going to kind of keep going with all of them, and I'll eventually catch up. I'm going to be very far behind with one of these, but that's okay.
Yeah.
I might actually just skip it as far as the series is concerned and make it its own little side thing. Which if I do that would save me like $200 at this point. But it's so far in the
Good.
future. But it's so far in the future because I'm starting so far back that it's like it's also $200 for 3, 4, 5 years down the line. Me. Well, 3, 4, 5 years down the line, us, because at that point we will definitely have merged our funds more than we technically already have, I guess.
Yeah.
Chat, the joke
Merge
is that
them
Ender
even
holds
further.
my money.
Yep.
That's the joke.
Basically, yeah. Basically, yeah.
Yeah.
Fear me.
Yeah, I'm fucking excited to get to a lot of these.
Yeah.
But I was also excited for trying, the game that came before Earthbound. And then I learned that it sucks dick balls.
I mean,
And then I learned that there's a ROM hack that actually makes the game difficulty like reasonable. That like pretty much everyone agrees is just the way to play the game. You know what the problem is?
it's not English.
No, it's in English. Because it's actually a ROM hack that uses a so the Virtual Console port of Earthbound Beginnings uses a script that was finalized all the way back in the late 80s for I think it was a 1990 release that it was slated for in the States. This didn't happen, but eventually people had the script before the Virtual Console one came out. Like the fully translated script. And so, yeah. And so there were translations that were the official translation for Earthbound Beginnings before it was officially playable. The problem is the copy of the game you need has to be a Virtual Console port of the prototype unreleased game. So not the final Virtual Console port, which is significantly harder to find.
Yeah, that's
But because the final release was built off of that, it needs to be that version because somehow that's what I don't fucking know. And I don't feel like tracking that shit down.
yeah.
I already try to avoid games I don't own whenever possible. Games I don't own that are feasible to obtain, especially, but this definitely doesn't fall into that category. But it's just like, come on, man, really?
Yeah.
Like, I am technically well within my rights to play Paper Mario The 1,000-Year Door on Dolphin. Fuck you, Nintendo. Not really. Please keep making games. Most of your games are great.
No. You obviously downloaded a game that was like released 20 years ago. They're gonna go out of business now.
Yeah, I'm well within my right to be playing on my emulators. Ruby, Sapphire, Superstar Saga, TTYD, fucking Diamond and Pearl. Most of the games I play, really. Fucking Mario, all the Mario Karts that I emulate. Fucking Mario Golf Toadstool Tour for GameCube.
Yeah.
You know, I am well within my rights to play those on whatever the fuck I goddamn please. And I choose PC because several reasons. Most of it's convenience, though.
Yeah.
It's easier to have all my shit in one place. Especially when all the shit in one
Agreed.
place is in several places already.
Yep.
I got Dolphin, RetroArch, got a DS emulator, a GBA emulator, a Wii U emulator, a 3DS emulator, Steam, Epic,
Yep.
Ubisoft, Xbox, EA.
Mm-hmm.
My library is so spread out just on PC, you don't understand.
Yep.
Not to mention, there are games that I only have on Switch, Wii U, Xbox. Because in the case of Wii U emulation, because it's so spotty and inconsistent, I'm like, there's no reason to emulate a game I own.
Yeah.
I just emulate games that are unreasonable. Or games that I own but don't have access to my copies of.
Mm-hmm.
But if I could just plop the disc in and it works fine, I mean, yeah, I'd rather just boot up Xenoblade X on my Wii U. Could I hook up my gamepad?
What?
Do you think I could get the... Do you think I could get Windows to recognize a Wii U gamepad as an actual controller?
Pause.
Oh my god. Wait. Is this a thing you could feasibly... Wait, I'm just gonna Google, has anyone done this? Wii U gamepad on Windows. To the internet!
I need to go record now, so
Frick.
hopefully you figure out what to do next. Otherwise, I can't really help you.
Okay, there are actually... You can theoretically do it. It just requires a lot of setup and the screen won't work. It would just be a big controller.
Mm-hmm.
No, you can... Okay, no. You can jank together a setup where the touchscreen would be the touch, but you wouldn't be able to see it, so you don't know what you're touching. That's so funny. That's so funny.
Wait a moment.
Most of the replies were just use a fucking PS4 controller. Oh, that was fucking glorious. What a Reddit thread.
Yeah, what a Reddit thread.
May not be able to use the screen, but a gamepad has all the normal buttons. Yeah, but again, at that point, just use a fucking controller.
All right, I gotta go now.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
I think so. Yes.
No.
Well, heck you.
No, you.
Chat, say bye.
No.
Well.
Yeah, fear me.
How about I say no instead?
No.
Yes.
No.
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 Yes.
No.
Okay, we're tracking this out.
I'm just fucking around to see how long you stay, but I'm hoping it's not long, but I'm just fucking around.
So what you're saying is you're stalling.
No. Holy shit. Oh god, I would have felt bad if he stayed much longer. It's just fucking around. I am sure that you could fuck together a way to really just get it working all the way. Like, the dual screen obviously would probably only work for, like, things that properly have separate windows, but... Chat, what if you could set up the Wii U screen, the gamepad screen, as a second monitor? And I'm too deep in this one. Take like an emulated Wii U DS or 3DS game, and just have it be in a dual window display, and just full screen the bottom screen onto the Wii U gamepad, and then have the touchscreen's touch work. Perfect. I think I'd have more luck using my iPad for that, considering I'd never need it at the same time as my controller. But, like, theoretically, that'd be awesome. More devices should be compatible. I should go join a different Discord VC before I disappear forever. Plop. But yeah, I still don't know what I want to do. Frick. Huck. So what do I do? What do I play?
Bored and confused.
I don't know what I want to play. Would you like to chess the gun? Not particularly. No, but I can hop into a VC in a server that you're in if you want to hop into VC.
Yeah. Theory.
Maybe a new record of how many times I've changed VCs in a single stream since I started doing this. Actually, maybe just in general, to be fair.
Huck. Frick.
I love when two versions of the same game on an emulator that has like compatibility ratings. I love when two versions of the same game have fucking different compatibility ratings, and you've got to wonder how the fuck that happens. Right? Like how does Omega Ruby have a compatibility rating of bad and Alpha Sapphire is okay? Is Groudon just gonna fucking nuke your game? Is it just gonna crash? But Kyogre doesn't? Like, thinking. Or like fucking Fire Emblem Fates. Birthright is bad. Conquest is okay. And then the other one, no one knows, I guess. Fuck you. Like thanks, emulator ratings. Your compatibility ratings are great. They're so helpful. Should I assume that X and Y will function equally or differently? Will Groudon murder my game? Groudon blow my PC up.
Is CD muted?
Oh, I was just wondering how long it'd take you to notice to see me.
Yeah, no, I noticed immediately. I was just waiting for you to say something. That's why I kept pausing awkwardly.
You frick.
Oh, I have to fucking play the new Master Duel event at some point, too.
Oh.
I was planning on grinding the last one on 3 accounts. I was, like, really in a Yu-Gi-Oh! Mindset during that last event, and I was just so fucking sick that I couldn't do anything. And I'm not in that mindset anymore, and I'm just like, fuck.
Yeah, that's always fun when you want to do something and then you don't want to do it.
Yep, now that it's back, I'm just like, I'll probably do it on main, but... I'll probably just wait for the second set of missions to come, like I usually do. Because that's just easier.
Fair enough.
I wasn't going to do it last event. Last event was going to be fun, and then last event was fun. I was playing fucking Galaxy on one of my alts, and I was having a great time. Shitter lobbies in that event while I was playing Galaxy were the funniest shit, because I would either get max seed to death or not. And if I didn't, I would win. Because I don't have, but the thing with that is I don't have anything on that account, you know? I'm playing 3 of the fucking structures raw. I want a stream deck. Speaking of things being raw, I want a stream deck for when somebody throws a grenade at me that hasn't been cooked in a game where you can cook your nades. Like I want a stream deck and one of my buttons to just be a fucking Gordon Ramsay voice clip of him yelling that something is raw. Just him yelling, it's fucking raw! Because that's what I call it, is a raw grenade. Because if you're calling it cooking and you don't cook, it was a raw grenade. And then
That makes
Siege
sense.
decided that kitchens and grenades don't mix. And then they finally gave IQ her grenades back. Poor IQ.
And I've only played a couple games where you can cook grenades. Like I mostly play Halo, where you can't do that.
Well, okay, you can't even hold them in Halo, yeah.
Exactly.
But to be fair, that has led to regular grenades being not the most helpful thing to have in your loadout.
I mean, they're the only bouncy ones, to be fair.
Yeah, but barely do anything. Oh, bouncing also just generally makes them harder to hit anything with too.
Yeah, no, that's fair. But my thought is like corner nades, or trying to throw one at your feet to catch the person chasing you.
Very, very situationally, they are better than spikes. But most of the time, a spike grenade is going to cover whatever a regular nade is going to do.
That is fair.
If the spikes are available, they're usually going to be better.
Yeah, but like a frag grenade versus a plasma grenade, they're like totally different.
Yes, but there's like 12 grenade types in Halo history.
There's what, 5 actually?
I
Plasma,
think it's 5 or
spike,
6. I don't know.
incendiary, and the shock grenade and infinite, right?
I feel like there's one more, and I don't know what it is off the top of my head. So I don't fucking know. And if you want to be really anal about it, there's technically the grenade launcher in... I don't know if this is a Reach exclusive, but I know that it works this way in Reach. If you hold down the fire button, the next shot is an EMP grenade. And it is not the same kind of EMP grenade as just like using a plasma pistol. It's like a proper grenade still, but it's an imp.
I did not know that, because I mean, I know you can hold
'Cause
the trigger
why would you?
down to
The
stop the
guns-
grenade from exploding, but I didn't know like the second shot after you do that is also a thing.
Yes. Also, the gun sucks. So like, it's a terrible gun, and it's a terrible feature on a terrible gun. Well, it's like,
In Reach, yes. In Halo 5, the grenade launcher was like actually kind of good.
well, okay, yes, but in Reach, the plasma pistol's terrible. That doesn't mean I'm saying that it's bad in Halo 1. It's like the best gun in the fucking game in that game. At least in campaign it is.
Oh no, that's still the pistol in Halo 1. Like, that is just the objective best gun in the game.
The plasma pistol felt better playing through the campaign. But I do think it's funny that the sidearms are unquestionably the best weapons in Halo 1.
That is funny, yes.
I genuinely think Halo 1 is the reason that so many games are so anal about sidearms being shit.
Yes, because Halo 1 had the CE pistol, which was fucking
like-
shotting people
and it's like-
from across the map with
and it's
no
like-
damage drop off and destroying vehicles.
No one really ran into that issue before Halo. Admittedly, Halo was early, but no one really ran into that issue before Halo. But everyone made sure to not run into it after Halo. You
Yeah,
want to know
but
what games are
also,
probably? You want to know what games are probably making people like what brought the PTSD back though? Siege probably did that because the SMG-11 is a glorious fucking piece of Siege history. I almost did a spectating YCS stream today, but then I realized, you know what, it's just gonna be fucking Snake Eye Fiendsmith. Like, I'm gonna want to do it tomorrow,
Probably, yeah.
and I just don't want to fucking watch a bunch of Snake Eye Fiendsmith. Man, we're supposed to get
That's
a
fair.
ban list soon. Kill Snake Eye and Tenpai, please, and Gimmick Puppet.
But yeah, I can't really think of any games before Halo 1 that really made significant use of sidearms.
Yeah, I mean
Like
they
in
were
the same
sidearms.
way, like Old
But
games that use sidearms were just like the primary weapon of a given character or something, right?
yeah,
Like they were just another gun. They weren't dedicated sidearms like Halo does them.
I mean, well, okay, Halo doesn't do them that way either. But also, I mean, COD predates Halo, doesn't it? By a few years.
Does it?
Battlefield, I'm pretty sure predates Halo as well. I'm pretty sure they both predate the Xbox. Because the Xbox was PS2 gen.
Yeah.
Like, I'm pretty sure COD and Battlefield existed before Halo. But yeah, and then a lot of games just like not letting that happen. And then Siege let it happen. To be fair, to be fair for Siege, they haven't exactly tried to stop secondaries from being as powerful as primaries when it's for the right reasons. Like in Siege, a high fire rate's always really impactful. There's a lot of characters balanced around the fact that they can bring a shotgun that's really good at breaking walls and then bring a machine pistol that's basically a second primary, but it's actually their real primary and the shotgun's their secondary. It's like, okay, that makes sense. It's not the CE pistol or the CE plasma pistol.
No.
Say what you want about the CE pistol. The plasma pistol, if you were to nerf that into the ground, the plasma pistol's right fucking there is the crazy part. Like, I think that's the insane thing about Halo 1. Even if you were to just completely remove the best gun, you have the exact same problem in a different shape, and that's hilarious.
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, the plasma pistol in Halo 1 is not as destructive to vehicles as the CE pistol is. Just because it can't EMP.
Yeah, but it is still disgusting in comparison to other things.
Yes.
I still like how
There's
they
very
just
little reason to pick up any other gun.
I still like how they just randomly decided, what if one of our guns was a fucking Microsoft point? Why does it look like a Microsoft point? Or why does the Microsoft point look like it? I don't care which came first. I want to know. Also, why is the plasma rifle the small one and the repeater is the big one? Why is the repeater the one shaped like the AR and the fucking rifle is the tiny little giblet SMG?
Good question.
Anyway, yeah, why is the plasma rifle a fucking Microsoft point? I need the deep lore on this. Which came first and why are they the same thing? I call it the Microsoft point because it's funnier. It's what it is.
What actually are you talking about when you say Microsoft Point?
You remember Microsoft points, right? You had their little logo. It looked like the plasma rifle.
I vaguely recognize it because I'm actually looking at Google Images, but this was something that was like actually phased out by the time I picked up the 360.
Oh yeah, they did phase that out toward the end of the 360, didn't they?
It was about halfway through. Like, the main reason I recognize it is because there's a symbol on the Xbox 360 keyboard just for the Microsoft point.
Correct. And it looks like a fucking plasma rifle for some reason.
I can kind of see the comparison. It's not exact, but
well,
yeah.
It's even weirder because do you know what color they usually use to represent Microsoft points when it wasn't just black? Blue. Do you know what color the plasma rifle is? I'd be very scared of you if you said no. It's brown.
No, see, I play Halo in colorblind mode.
No, okay, of course.
My TVs don't have color.
I have played video games in a black and white TV before, actually.
Depending on the game, it's not too bad. Some games are better about that than others.
It was a really small, crappy TV, and it was like just new enough that it had AV cables. I don't know what
Right.
GameCube games. It wasn't even like that I had to. It was that I wanted to. I needed to know. I was like 7, but I needed to know. I don't know what I played, but I know there were GameCube games. That's all I could tell you. I could probably, given enough time, rattle off every game I owned at the time for the GameCube. I probably played Mario Golf and Thousand Year Door on there. I probably played SA2 on there, but I can't say that with certainty. But I know that they were GameCube games. And yeah, I distinctly remember just doing it because I needed to know, asking my parents to hook it up to it because I needed to know. My parents were like, "There's no way that even has the right slots," and I was like, "Can you check?" Because I didn't know what I was looking for, and they checked, and it did. It's just like, okay. It's crazy how, like, our generation grew up at just, like, this weird time where, like, despite being, like, 1 year apart, right? So, like, people that are a year apart within our generation can just have completely different experiences of, like, what did and didn't exist in their childhood.
Yep.
I grew up with Microsoft points. I literally, someone like 2 years younger than me would be part of the same generation as me, but would have completely missed out on them.
Yeah.
Like, unless they literally had a 360 from the moment they could play video games. It's like, that's crazy.
Pretty much, yeah.
You know, I grew up with smartphones being a new thing. Someone a few years younger than me grew up with a smartphone. You know, it's like, it's crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy that you could be from the
Like-
same
like-
generation. Like, I don't think any other generation has like this gap within itself, let alone several of them.
Yeah, no, smartphones are a good example because, like, the non-smartphones, just the regular cell phones, right?
Yeah.
They phased those out instantly.
Yes.
Like, as soon as they could.
Yeah, because a lot of companies could just produce a crappy smartphone that was basically just smartphone, somewhere between smartphone light and slightly upgraded flip phone, you know?
Yep. Yeah.
I mean, that's what my first phone was. It was really crappy, but technically a smartphone. But in terms of functionality, it really wasn't a smartphone. It theoretically
yeah,
had
same
the
with
capacity.
mine was, like, functionally a burner phone, I think. Like, it was that kind of cheap phone, but it had
Yeah.
smartphone functionality. Like, it could play Tetris.
It was
It could
theoretically
connect
capable
to the internet.
Yeah, mine was theoretically capable of connecting to the internet and had an internet browser, but it loaded slow as dicks, even on internet that didn't load that slowly on any other fucking device, including other smartphones, because it just
Correct.
sucked. You could theoretically buy, play, and buy, download, and play games,
Yep. There was a store for my phone.
but
Never
also
used it, but it existed.
I never used it, but I can't imagine that it would have been reasonable to expect to play a game within like 3 days of purchasing it at the rate that the browser loaded at.
Yeah. No, I remember trying to watch YouTube videos on my old phone, and, like, it was.
Oh,
just
mine couldn't
not a
even play
good
videos. It couldn't
experience.
even try.
It could barely do it when it was actually a functional service, and then once, like, it lost support, it was non-functional entirely.
Have I told you my iPad as of earlier this year is officially too old for YouTube?
Oh.
The YouTube app will not let me open it anymore on my iPad.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, that just makes me think of the YouTube app on the Nintendo Wii.
That's a different... Oh my god, no, it's not a different YouTube app. That's just the same one that we use on modern consoles.
Yeah, the only difference is it stopped being supported because
Well,
YouTube
because it was the Wii.
functionally changed.
Because it was the Wii.
Well, yes, it was the Wii, but also, like, YouTube's changed
Yeah.
functionality. Which
Remember
means the
the
old app no longer
Netflix
works
channel?
correctly. That too.
The
Yes.
Wii had a channel for goddamn everything.
Yeah, no, I remember having to give up the living room TV and set up Netflix on the Wii so my parents could watch stuff.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And that's not a complaint, that is a core memory of the
Yup.
Netflix channel on the Wii.
Yup. Oh yeah, we had Netflix set up on the Wii. We had Netflix set up on the 360. And then occasionally we would actually have DVDs from Netflix.
Yeah.
I don't even know if they still do that anymore.
No, they don't. They stopped it forever ago. Even Redbox is dead now.
That's a recent thing. That's very recent.
Redbox shutting down was recent, yes, but as a company, they basically replaced Netflix on the rent your DVD thing.
Yeah. That Redbox is what I'm saying is new. They were. I mean, there were functional Redbox boxes. I mean, last summer, I saw them. Actually, we used one in 2023. But
I'm pretty sure Redbox shut down like last year. Late last year, I think.
Okay, that would be why then. Yeah, I guess. So
they've
my
been
mother
around
was one of the
since
last
at least the
Redbox
Wii era.
customers. That's actually really crazy to think about, that my mother and I were among the last Redbox customer. Ugh. I get to be lumped in with her with that crowd. Ugh. I convinced her to do it, so I'll take all the credit. I was one of the last Redbox customers.
But
Honestly,
yeah, Netflix
knowing her,
stopped
she
doing
might have just never
DVDs, and
returned
Redbox just immediately popped up to take their place, pretty much.
Yeah, because Redbox had been around, and then as soon as Netflix stopped doing it, you just have the market. Even if you're slightly
pretty
less
much.
convenient than Netflix, theoretically, it's just like, yeah, okay. Because if Netflix isn't doing it, and Blockbuster's fucking dead, you just go to fucking Walmart. You just get a DVD on your way out of Walmart. It's that simple.
Yeah.
What?
I mean, it was cheaper to rent a DVD for whatever it cost than to actually buy it outright, I think.
Yeah,
'Cause if you're
Amazon's
watching a
figured
movie
that
like
out.
one time, right?
Yeah, Amazon figured that out.
Yeah.
You can go watch every single MCU movie for like $3 a pop. That's not even a joke.
No, I believe you.
Most TV shows on Amazon can be purchased for like for a one-time watching for like $1 to $2 an episode.
Yep.
It's fucking crazy, actually.
It works better for movies than actual series, because if you're paying a certain amount per episode, like if you're watching a longer series, that might actually just add up to more
Well,
than buying the DVDs.
It depends. It depends. But also have fun finding DVDs of like recent series. Like, I don't know if
Blu-rays, you know what I mean.
I'm including Blu-rays in that. I don't know if home releases of Blind Spot exist. Let me see, because holy shit, Blind Spot's a really good fucking show, by the way.
I have never heard of that.
It is okay. Yes, there are, and there is a complete series one. And here is a complete series of apparently the show has a German dub. What the fuck? What? Anyway, so it's this really okay. It's a really really good show. It is. I think it's an NBC show. But it's also available on Amazon. It is about this woman who wakes up in the middle of Times Square in a bag. And she has no memories, but she's covered in all these tattoos. And
I know which show you're talking about now. I've seen the trailers for it. I remember it. I never watched it. That's why I don't remember it.
I'm going to keep explaining this for chat because it's a really fucking cool show.
Yes.
So the entire premise is that once you get through the first episode, it's basically the first season is that because no one knows who she is, so she just gets the name Jane Doe. But then that's like her name for the entire show. Jane is basically trying to like join up with the FBI people that found her. And her tattoos hold like these secrets to all the things that this FBI team has to stop, and it's really fucking interesting. But as the show goes on, more and more of an actual overarching plot develops, and like shit starts to come back. Seeds are actually set up really well. Like a lot of this feels like it was planned in advance. Doesn't feel just like, oh, remember this? Well, that's why I'm here. It's like, no, if you were to go back, because I actually watched the first 4 seasons, and then my mother and I watched the entire show together later, a few years later. And it's like a lot of things actually kind of feel like they were laid down and in place. Some things feel out of nowhere, but not like badly. It's a really fucking good show. I don't want to spoil much because while the show is actually over and has been for a while, I I really recommend it, like a lot. It's good. And I love the fact that it starts as just, generic FBI show, and then it's not. It's not by the end. I mean, the episode by episode plots are light spoiler, technically a spoiler. One of the characters in universe, her father is Bill Nye the Science Guy. I'm not joking.
I believe you.
I kind of want to show you the clip, CD. Give me a sec. Let me see if I can find this here. Hold up. Let me see if I can find this. I need to. Yes, it's a search suggestion.
Is it just the actor, or is it like the character is actually Bill Nye?
Both.
I see.
Yeah, Bill Nye the Science Guy plays Bill Nye the Science Guy, and is a character's father. It is utterly fucking glorious, and I love it. It's like it has the same energy as, I know chat can't see this, but I need to show this to CD. It is the same energy as when like Weird Al appeared in fucking MLP. God, I want to watch this show again. The fucking reaction. I forgot that she's just like, who the fuck is this? Because she doesn't remember anything. This was a really good episode of a really good show. Yeah, I know chat couldn't see that. Hugely recommend Blind Spot to anyone who has the means to watch it. It's so fucking good. I think it's 100 episodes long exactly. Like they cut a season short. It doesn't feel rushed, but they cut a season short to do that. Right. But it's important that the short season doesn't feel rushed as a result of it. It's not like it's like, oh, we have all these ideas. Shit, we only have half the runtime. No, it feels like they actually played around with the runtime. Yeah. Honestly, it almost feels like it was supposed to be exactly 100 from the start. Because again, a lot of things feel like they were set up from the beginning. Or, some point.
It was probably a matter of when they got told, hey, your runtime is getting cut or whatever. They got told well in advance and could actually adapt the script as opposed to having to.
That or they already knew what it was going to be. Yeah. And either way, I mean, it worked. And I loved it. It was a fantastic show. I really want to watch it again. It's really fucking good. I remember though, because so the way that I watched the show is I found it because the third episode of season 3, I think it was the third episode of season 3, something was on NBC that I actually cared about. And it was on right after, and there were like 4 fucking trailers for the new episode that came up, and it came on right after, and I just didn't change the channel because I was up. I kind of got interested in the show. And so I basically watched through the entire 3rd season. Then I was able to find airings of the first 2 seasons, watched 1, 2, 3, caught up, watched 4 as it aired. And then I think season 5 is the last season. And I just missed that while it was airing. But fucking a few years later, like I said, my mom and I we watched all 5 seasons over the span of like a month. And it was just such a good fucking show. But it was weird because there were things that I knew watching this. This is also how I like really know that there are things that just like, wow, when you watch through the early seasons, if you've seen the late seasons, things make sense. It's like, there's a lot of things. there's a character that does a thing that you wouldn't think does a thing if you're watching the show for the first time, but if you happen to have watched the 3rd season first, then you already know that these things happened. And it's actually like really nicely done, where it's like, all right, I see how you wouldn't notice this the first time, but I know how this ends, motherfucker.
Right.
I know how the overarching season ends.
You know, it's really good when you can rewatch a show and have a different positive experience with it.
Yes. I always love when you can rewatch or re-experience a story-driven piece of media and then be like, oh my god, that was obvious.
Yep.
I love when I can go back and listen to a song from Volume 1 of Ruby's soundtrack and be like, oh yeah, I guess at least one person did know Salem is immortal. Red Like Roses Part 2 does in fact make this implication, although not very directly.
Meanwhile, every interview ever, or the songs aren't canon.
Yeah, no. Jeff is like, well, the songs are canon. They're not about any characters.
Yep.
Like, do you want to know what that was in reference to? That was in reference to people asking who the fuck Sacrifice was about. Because that's the only song anyone's ever had questions about.
Right.
That is the only song that anyone has ever had questions about. And that song literally just got the response of, I don't fucking know. They're not canon. Bullshit. Bullshit. I'm still of the opinion that Sacrifice is about Cinder in like volumes 7 and 8. I'm of the opinion that Sacrifice is about current day Cinder. Despite being from volume 2. Because it wouldn't be the first time that a song would have at least alluded to things that wouldn't happen for several years. Like Red Like Roses Part 2. Distinctly referring to an unwinnable fucking what the fuck did you just send me? Why have you sent me my stream with Fruity Pebbles? What the fuck?
That is just an ad that popped up, and I was like, you know, these colors
What
mix
the
too well.
They do, though. They do. I kind of don't like it. It makes it look like I'm sponsored. Ugh.
Like, normally when ads pop up like that, they don't fill in, like, above and below the stream.
Yeah,
They
normally
just
they
put a
don't
black
pop
box
up on
there.
the right. It's normally on the bottom, first off.
Well, no, they've been popping up on the right. I had a lot since I've been watching.
Odd. I've literally never seen that.
Yeah.
Twitch,
they
why
pop
you
up on the
not
bottom
give me
too, but
the cool
they
shit?
do both.
Twitch,
do
why
both.
you not give me the cool shit?
But normally when they pop up on the right, they don't fill in above and below your actual stream.
Yeah,
It's like, this one
normally
does,
there-
and it
normally
has
there's
colors
just a-
that weirdly mix with your actual stream layout.
I hate it, and I want to go home. Squeeze. Ugh, I'm so glad that My Hero is finally fucking probably not taking any more breaks for the season. They've done so many that Crunchyroll was like, sorry, we're going to do one less than you guys. So now we're an episode closer than we're supposed to be in the dub. And it seems unlikely that dub will be taking another break. Because, well, the reason, the two of the breaks were because of the Olympics. Because of time zones.
Yeah.
I guess My
no,
Hero airs on the same channel that that something for the Olympics was airing on. And
Yeah,
so
I've heard that about several anime where they just
yeah.
got delayed or did like a half episode or something because of the
Yeah.
Olympics being in the way.
Yes. I mean,
But that's on the Japan side specifically. That has nothing to do with the dub or anything.
I
So
mean,
there's just sort of a weird
theoretically, it
balance
could've-
happening.
yeah, theoretically it could have happened to Blind Spot. Well, the only reason they do it in the dub is just to keep the delay up, but then like we're actually only one episode behind now.
Yeah.
And it looks like we're going to stay one episode behind. You know what I think is crazy is there are people that complain. Okay, somewhat validly, there are people that complain when a dub is a week behind, 2 weeks behind, 3 weeks behind sub. Because it's really common nowadays to have 1 to 3 weeks behind. Realistically,
Yeah.
no, there's no reason for the dub to not release at the same pace at the same time. Realistically,
Yeah.
no, there's no fucking reason why we should be an episode behind on an anime. But
I mean, it depends.
I do-
And if the dub production starts after, after the actual animation and everything,
I just
that's
don't-
fair.
I just don't see that. Like I don't see there being a time frame that makes it make sense, but also lets the My Hero dub and in the case of Crunchyroll, I don't see a case where there's any reason why My Hero has to be behind, because they're able to just say, no, we're going to shorten the delay. What is that like? Because if there's any reason for there to be a delay, you're just exacerbating those reasons by shrinking the delay and now putting yourself on more of a time crunch for whatever's being crunched, when you could instead not do that.
Yeah.
And so I think that anything that has the flexibility to do that, but also at the same time, to be fair, when a lot of people complained at how long Dragon Ball Super took to get dubbed, my first thought was, do people have any fucking idea how long this shit takes to do?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, dubs in like the 2000s were sometimes years off of the original Japanese airing, because
Yeah. Like at least we're getting dubs at a consistent pace. Like if you were watching the dub on TV or something,
Yeah.
you'd be getting them at a reasonable pace still. As opposed to what used to be, 4 years after the entire series ended, we get a half-assed dub of episode 1 that never finishes.
Yep. Episode 1 never finishes as well, just in case anyone's wondering what he means. He's saying that just like episode 1 cuts off at 10 minutes and then it's just there's just silence. There's no dubbing for the rest of the episode.
We get a dub of a 10-minute
That
pilot. We
sounds
don't even
so
get to
funny.
episode 1.
No. We get episode 1, but it's just the animation, but dead fucking silent, no sound effects, no dubbing for like the second half or like the latter 2/3 of the episode. First like
Back
5
from
to 10
commercial
minutes.
break, everybody thinks the TV's broken.
Yes, perfect. Accidentally just air Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged. Screw the rules. I have green hair.
That's what some old dubs used to be, was basically a bridge series.
Ghost
dubs.
Stories.
Yes.
There's
Ghost
the
Story specifically, but like
Ghost Stories is the go-to example for literally anyone that knows about this kind of thing of dubs that didn't try to be serious and instead went for parody. I have heard that Konosuba's dub is pretty parody, but then I've also like, from what I've seen of Konosuba as a show, it feels like the show itself is a parody of itself. So I think the dub is more just
Konosuba
trying
is
to
a
match the
comedy
tone of
anime.
the show.
Yeah, Konosuba is a comedy show, and the dub is just playing into that.
Yeah.
It's not a one-to-one translation, but it's not
Yeah.
being any more comedy than the original source material.
I mean, that doesn't mean that it's not being a parody of the source material, but like it just works for something. Like you'd never notice remotely, even as a modern viewer, Ghost Stories like sticks out like a sore fucking thumb. Not just because they say a word that is currently considered a slur in modern day and has been for several years, but wasn't at the time that it was produced multiple times throughout the show, but also because if it's not supposed to be a comedy show, becoming one sticks out.
Yeah.
Like if they took King Oger and made it into a Power Ranger season and it was slapstick, you'd fucking know. That shit is some serious shit tonally in Sentai, and if you make that into, except for when it had a poke rep, that part might have been less serious. It had a fucking poke rep. I'm not joking. CD has seen this one. I'm scared to show the clip for the sake of copyright issues, but there is basically a poke rep at one point in King Oger, and I've shown several people.
Yep.
They basically form their Ultrazord, and it's the only time up to where I'm at in King Oger where they combine all of them. The most they've done aside from that scene is combining, I think, 9. Might have been 10. But there's 20 of them. And they just combined fucking all of them. And then just drilled to the center of the earth and yoinked a monster out of the core of the planet. Well, not the Earth. It's not Earth. It's a different planet. But it's So this monster yeets himself down to the center of the planet. And they just go yeeting down the hole he makes, just pull him out of the core and fling him. It's a really cool scene, but holy shit, it's stupid when you simplify it.
Yeah, the funny part about ghost stories is, like, anytime you look into it, the first bit of trivia that comes up is, yeah, it was such a flop in its original airing that the animation studio that handed it off to, like, the English dub was like, do anything.
Oh, is that why it became what it did? Because it just didn't do well?
Yes.
I knew it didn't do well, and I knew about the dub. I did not know they were related. That's funny.
Yeah, no, it did so bad that when the dubbing company was like, yeah, we'll dub this, the Japanese
They were
side
like, just do literally
"Do
anything
fucking
other than what we
anything."
did.
Yeah, exactly.
Just
Like,
don't
you have
be
free reins,
faithful.
take
You
take
will
this
lose.
footage and make your own anime. Is what they did.
Which is just great. They basically said, yeah, do the Power Rangers thing. And then they were like, yeah, but we won't need original footage for that. They were like, yeah, whatever. We don't give a shit. And thus it happened.
Mhm.
Vanguard and Buddy Fight were actually among like the first anime to be regularly so close to their Japanese counterparts with the dubs.
Right.
Vanguard has historically had, well, okay, so subbed episodes have only been available since Vanguard G, but historically, Vanguard's dub is only about 3 weeks behind in almost the game and anime's entire lifespan. There have been exceptions where it gets closer, farther, depending on, because breaks don't line up, but they will even out eventually. The same way My Hero is doing, except maybe it won't even out this time. And Vanguard's been doing this since the beginning. And like, now that's the norm to be like within a month of the original if the show gets a dub picked up quickly. But like, I still think it's kind of crazy because, first off, if you're doing it that quickly, there are going to be quality issues eventually. There will be times when you hire actors that don't know what emotion is. Card Fight Vanguard G, 2 of your 3 main characters.
Yeah, no, not putting emotion only works when the character is supposed to be like that.
I can tell you, Chrono and Tokaha are not supposed to be like that. Oh my god, dude.
No, I believe you. I'm just saying, like, it only works if the characters are supposed to be emotionless. Like, if a character is supposed to be saying something with massive feeling and the voice actor isn't, it's...
Imagine that, but louder. That's what he sounds like screaming his friend's name in one of the later seasons. Fuck. I hate Chrono's dub VA. I don't hate him I don't hate him. I hate his performance.
Remember, most bad performances in dubs can be attributed to the direction.
Most, but not
direction, director, whatever.
See that? Well, okay. So the thing about directing, right, is that like it's like the question of, is it the devs or is it the publishers? There are cases where it is obvious that it's one or the other, and there are cases where it's completely ambiguous.
Yeah.
And then there's Overwatch, where it is blatantly just both of them. But that's a different discussion. I think with Vanguard, it's kind of hard to tell if it is the actors, but I will say it's probably them because no one else had a fucking problem. So either they're all that good with a shit director and they're basically just getting everything in one take, or there are a few standout bad ones. And I'm more inclined to believe that the bad ones are worse.
A bad director would let the bad voice actor go through. You know, like a good director would catch that and be like, hey, do that line again, but not shit.
do that line again, but not
Exactly.
But again, I don't think the level of consistency that some of the other characters have would be there if it were like consistently that bad for like exactly like 2 to 3 characters throughout the whole show. It's just weird. It's like talking about all the acting in Turbo. It's like, okay, I think that Justin's inconsistency probably comes from the fact he's a fucking child, and I think that any director at some point is going to be like, we're just going to have to use the best take. But the fact that he's more consistent than 3 of the other 4, like, it's got to. There's a point at which it has to be. You can't say it's just the director, you know.
Yeah.
But again, like, you can have an Overwatch situation where it's both. You could absolutely have a shit director directing shit actors, and no one's getting better in that situation. That's just going to perpetuate. I think the best way to tell is usually just to look at their other performances, but also look at the performances around them. Because if it's someone that is normally really, really good, giving a shit performance, surrounded by shit performances from people that are, you know, either unknown or usually good, we all know who to look at.
Yeah.
If it's someone who normally gives shit performances, surrounded by good performances in there, then it's definitely the actor.
Yeah.
I don't know about any of the Vanguard dub VA's portfolios, but what I do know is that 2 of them aren't good. One of them gets replaced, but that's because the Japanese VA got replaced, because they wanted her to sound older, even though the time skip is like 3 months between seasons 3 and 4. Also, seasons 2 and 3 are half length in the same arc for Vanguard G. They just decided, fuck you, this is 2 seasons now. But yeah, and fucking, yeah. So her VA changed, and her new VA is actually still probably the 2nd or 3rd worst VA on the show, but it's still much better than her previous one. And yeah, Chrono just sucks the entire way through, and is surrounded by people that can give perfectly fine performances. He's by far the worst, to an extent that, like, at best for him, it's him and the director, like. And that sucks, because it's like, and it's nothing against him personally, but he was not good on that show. You know, I've seen people say that about Power Rangers actors too, and it's like, oh, they weren't great in Power Rangers, but they were great in this other thing. It's like, cool. But, like, sometimes you'll hear that about a character that's the only poorly acted character in their season. Troy.
Yeah.
I've seen people say that, like, oh yeah, you know, it was probably just the directing, and then it's one character that's bad. And I'm like, I'm sorry, I don't care if every other performance they've ever acted is flawless. It's not directing if they're the only one fucking up, you know? Like, if somebody is good at literally every esport they've ever played, and then they try to play a MOBA and they suck, you can't blame their teammates. Or I guess in this case, it would be you don't blame the coach for that, you know?
Yeah.
It's just like, they're not good at this one game. They weren't good for this one role in this one show. It's like, it's fine. But they sucked, and it did bring down the show. And then Japan just very rarely has that problem. Because Japan takes... Because usually when you have that problem, it's usually kids media in America when that happens.
Yeah.
Or it is dubbed animation, which is seen widely as kids media, even by people trying to make it not seen that way. And that's why frequently dubs do actually suck. But when they're good, they're good. You know what really bothers me, actually, as far as modern dubs go? Have you seen any of Jujutsu Kaisen?
I have not.
I also have not, with 3 exceptions. I've seen... So there are 3 different ads that Crunchyroll was running for a while during last year's JJK season.
Uh-huh.
One of them, they were running subbed and dubbed. One was only dubbed and one was only subbed. And they all used, there were 3 that used different clips. I don't know why they had one that only was available as an ad for dub and one that was only as an ad for sub, but then the 3rd one was both. But whatever. Either they chose the worst clips to ever fucking show as an example of why you should watch this show as far as the dub is concerned, or JJK's dub fucking sucks. And JJK's big fucking like for
Yeah.
for currently running shit. JJK is big, like way too big for the dub to sound as bad as it does in the Crunchyroll ads. And I've tried asking around on the internet, and literally everyone's just like, "Yeah, I haven't seen the dub." So I'm just like, "Cool, great," because the fucking
It's not out of the question that, like, for the ads, they got first takes of some of the lines, and that's why they're that bad.
maybe
Like,
I don't fucking
those
know.
particular lines might be better in the actual episodes they're sourced from. Who knows?
Maybe
Not me. I haven't watched it.
they could just be awkward lines as well that, like, in context, are hard to
too.
give deliveries on. I was like, I get that. That happens.
Yeah. Yeah.
But like, okay. So here's the thing. I don't think I will ever be able to watch My Hero subbed because I already don't like watching subbed anime. But
Right.
My Hero's Japanese cast just doesn't work for me. I mean, there's like, I've heard like 3 characters that I think, and it clicks, and I'm like, yeah, that's a good voice for the character. And on literally all of them, I'm like, no, but the dub voice is just better. The dub voice just fits more.
Yeah. Like, I haven't really watched any of the My Hero sub, but like, All Might's voice actor, I think, is one of the few ones I would say is good in both.
I like All
sub and dub.
Might's. I love All Might's Japanese voice. I still prefer the English voice though. The only reason I've seen clips is because Totally Not Mark has been rereading and rewatching My Hero, which is not something he
Right.
normally does for these reviews. He normally just reads the manga. And for My Hero, he got into it through the anime, so he's both rewatching and rereading. And of course, for all of these, he plays clips from the sub, which I actually don't like. I wish he would play clips from the dub because literally every anime he's done this with has a good dub. But anyway, fucking every time he plays a clip, I'm just like, I don't like Bakugo's voice. Don't like Bakugo's Japanese voice. I don't like it. Midoriya's is
Right.
fine. Todoroki's is fine. Now, if you want a dub where the voices actually really closely match the original, despite the fact that literally every VA that's ever been asked about it has said, no, we weren't told to do that. That's pure coincidence. Naruto's got you covered, including Boruto. If you listen to clips dubbed versus subbed, the vast majority of the cast sounds so similar.
Right.
Some of
that
them
is
sound
something I
identical.
appreciate. Coincidence or not, I will appreciate when a dub goes out of their way to hire voices that match the actual Japanese voices, right?
Yeah. I think that in the case of the VAs, I think that the reason that they all say that it's like coincidence when they sound like their Japanese counterpart, my best guess as to why that would be the case is they were probably never told, but they were probably all of them that have those similar voices were probably partially hired on their voices being similar to the original.
Probably.
You know, when you audition with a voice for a character, if they're looking for that, they might not tell you that they're looking for you to do that. Well, because they specifically said that if we're trying to do an impression of the Japanese VAs, then of their voices for the character, then it's just going to get all kinds of fucked up and sound really awkward and unnatural. And this is actually why some dubs are bad. You can have a bad dub with star-studded lineup if the bad dub is trying to do an impression of the Japanese cast, even if it's something they could do. If it's totally different. And so if they're just like picking these people out without saying anything, then the VAs, I guess it's just never crossed their minds even when asked. But I mean, they do sound, a lot of them sound a lot like their Japanese counterparts. And it's really cool. I do like it. But it's like, yeah, fucking coin flip on if it's intentional, because as far as the VAs know, it's not even who knows, right?
Yeah.
And then from their
And then
perspective,
you have
they're going to
Dragon
sound
Ball
totally
where nobody
different.
sounds anything remotely alike.
Although, to be fair, that's because half the fucking show is voiced by the same woman in the Japanese version.
Fair.
Obviously, exaggerating. And Masako, okay. My view on Goku VAs, I think that Masako and Sean are by far the best VAs, and I honestly think the third best VA is probably abridged, actually. Like, I would put them above any official ones that aren't Sean and Masako, genuinely. But as far as Schemmel and Masako, I think that Schemmel is a lot better when Goku is being serious, when he's in a fight. You know, in anything that. But when Goku is just doing chill vibes and being an idiot, and you know, sometimes both at the same time. When it's a really friendly match, I think that Masako is really good for that.
Yeah.
I think she is better for chill Goku, but she doesn't work for me in fights. But now that but because I watched all of Dragon Ball Super subbed because of how long the dub took, and I was just like, everyone's talking about it, I really, really, really want to watch it. So I ended up watching Dragon Ball Super subbed. And fun fact, DBS was actually my first full subbed anime that I both started and finished.
Oh.
I've finished a few since then, but yeah. Ever since I watched all of DBS subbed, I'm like, dude, it's so hard to watch Sean try to just be like calm, chill Goku, because it just doesn't work as hard or as well as Masako. But then it's like I can't just watch sub because even just factoring in Goku, it's just like I don't like her in fights.
Yeah, no,
I love
Goku
her in fights.
Definitely goes to Sean's voice. I'll give you that. But
I love her in
terms of
fights. In as younger Gohan, as Cell Saga and earlier Gohan, and as Goten. She's fantastic for them. She works for them because, you know, they're kids. They have the kind of, she voices Goku because in anime, in voice acting in Japan, generally, if you voice a character, you stay voicing the character, even if you were picked to voice them because they're a child. That's a really, really common thing, and that's why there's a lot of male protagonists, if their story started in childhood, there's a lot of male protagonists you'd think would have deep voices, and maybe they do, that are still voiced by women that voiced them when they were kids at the beginning of the series.
Right. But just in terms of like matching the original voice actor, Sean is like nowhere close, you know?
No, you want to know who the closest dub VA to matching the original is?
Abridged.
No.
Oh, really?
The one who played Kid Goku in Dragon Ball. Because that's the only comparison we have. It's the only time anyone was even trying to get in the same ballpark was when Goku was a kid.
I have always been thrown off by Kid Goku's voice actor because
let's
all
not
I
forget
hear is Luffy from One Piece.
Well, Kid Goku has had, I think, 3 different VAs over the course of the Dragon Ball franchise.
Okay, the one they keep using nowadays for like GT Kid Goku and everything.
The current one is Luffy's VA, but you want to know who else's VA that is? Kid Gohan.
Right.
Among other things.
Yeah, I mean, see, I don't hear Luffy and Gohan, but whenever that particular voice actor does Kid Goku, it's like, oh, that's just Monkey D. Luffy.
Okay, here's the crazy thing, though. You can also hear the Gohan in the Goku. But, like, yes, I don't hear Gohan in Luffy. I hear current Kid Goku in Luffy. Like, it's weird. Because the Kid Goku performance is just kind of in the middle of Gohan and Luffy. But that makes sense, I guess. Now I'm thinking about it. Think about their personalities. That actually makes sense.
Yeah,
for,
I mean,
for Kid Goku to be delivered
that's
as like a middle ground between those two. That's perfect.
That's fair.
Also, I think she's the same person that plays Android 18. That or it's old Kid Goku that plays Android 18. I don't remember.
Yeah, like when I heard Kid Goku in Xenoverse, I was like, that's Pirate Goku.
Yeah, I was just like, this isn't Kid Goku, because I had seen the first 10 episodes of Dragon Ball and all of GT, and I'm like, that's not Kid Goku, that's Gohan. Because at this point, I hadn't seen a single episode of No, that's not true. I had seen a few episodes of One Piece. I just didn't remember anything.
Exactly. Like, before this current voice actor for Kid Goku, I had seen, episodes of the original Dragon Ball with that voice actor in the English dub, and I was like,
yeah, because because Kid Gohan also had a different VA before, and then Kid Gohan's current VA is also Kid Goku's current VA. It's weird. There's a lot of weird.
It just feels like this
Kid
was
Gohan,
a recasting miss. No.
I remember what it is. Kid Gohan's VA in Z was Kid Goku's from Dragon Ball, and then in Kai they updated it. And then not long after that, not immediately after that, but not long after that, Kid Goku started being voiced by the new Gohan. And it's just like, okay, but I I assumed that the whole point of bringing in a new VA for Kid Gohan was to not have Kid Goku and Kid Gohan have the same VA.
Right.
But no.
And they just did it anyway.
Yeah.
Right.
Like, at that point, just give one of them fucking Goten's VA. Who fucking cares?
Yeah. I mean, this is not a jab at the VA. The
Oh,
current
no,
VA
no. I think
Kid
they're,
Goku, but like
they're both
they
fantastic.
don't even sound like GT Goku either.
No.
You know, like it's not just the original Dragon Ball
Correct.
that they're missing. GT Kid Goku sounds entirely different from
It is my
the
least
Kid Goku that is currently being voiced.
It is my least favorite Kid Goku voice. But part of that is just because it does sound a lot like Gohan, and now that I've seen a bit of One Piece, it sounds a lot like Luffy, but at least that's in a different fucking franchise. I'm never going to have to hear Luffy and Kid Goku together.
Yeah, that's fair.
Unfortunately, given the context of where you're going to be seeing Kid Goku nowadays, you will frequently be seeing Kid Goku alongside Gohan voiced by the same person, and they will sound so similar.
Correct.
And I don't like it. Fucking great performance. It doesn't work. It doesn't blend with such a similar performance.
Yeah.
It just doesn't work for me. I will say, you want to know who's really grown on me over time now that I've thought about it, and I think that he would be like genuinely upset with me saying this. Do you know who my favorite Trunks VA is?
Not sure.
DBZA Trunks. I legitimately think he has the best Trunks performance out of anyone that I've heard. And I should mention that when I'm rolling this off with VAs, I have seen clips of the Ocean dub, which I don't know if that ever got to Trunks. I haven't seen anything from that part of the show. I've only seen Saiyan Saga and Namek Saga clips of the Ocean dub. I've also seen a project that did both Tournament of Power and the Goku Black Arc abridged. So there's like a handful of extra people that I'm not even mentioning because it's just like they're whatever. You know, it's like there's like 7 people I've heard voice Trunks. I think DBZA is probably the best Trunks voice by the time DBZA reaches its conclusion. And especially now when he does it for like, he did it in like a death battle. You know, whenever Trunks, whenever he does his Trunks voice, it's so good.
I mean, Team 4-Star, they've talked about it like before they got him to voice Trunks. It took convincing because he did not believe he had a good Trunks voice. He wanted to cast anybody else, and then but also the rest of Team 4-Star tricked him into doing it for one of the bits.
Yup.
And then he was stuck doing it.
Yup.
And nowadays he's like, yeah, that was the right call.
Yes. Yeah. So you've seen the creator commentaries then.
Yeah.
Because they mentioned in the creator commentaries a couple of times that like it upsets them when like I don't think they've ever specified the VAing, but it upsets them when people like say that certain elements of DBZA are better than the original because they didn't want it to be better than the original. They were just, doing their thing because they love Dragon Ball. But it's like, I'm sorry, there's a couple performances in DBZA that are really fucking good, and if the VAing is something that's going to bother them to hear that I think they're better at, then well, I hope they never find this clip. Because I also think that their Vegeta is on par with. I actually don't have a preference between abridged, Funimation, and Japanese Vegeta. I think they're all really fucking good. And it's not even like Masako and Sean, where I think they're good at different things. I just think they're all really, really fucking good for the character.
I mean, Japanese Vegeta is a very different voice compared
it's a different performance,
to
but it
both
works.
abridged and Funimation dub. Right?
I don't like Ocean Vegeta.
Wait,
I'm going to talk about Ocean
likes
Vegeta.
anything from Ocean.
Ocean Goku's fine. I would say Ocean Goku is probably number 4 for me. Then again, that's about. I mean, out of to be fair,
Funimation Vegeta, right? Like they're on par with each other for me.
Yeah,
so I'll agree with that.
That's also one of the ones that I'm pretty sure that you can literally find interactions on Twitter of like the dub VA being like, "Yeah, I would, if I can't do this one day, I'd like you to." Like there's literally a thing of Chris Sabat saying Vegeta's, that. But
yeah,
There's also there's like someone else that a similar thing was done like at a convention that there's like video of it. It's just like it's so fucking cool how most of the dub VAs are like personally really cool with and really enjoying of DBZA. And then whenever they're asked about it at cons, they just kind of have to be like, so legally,
You're
fuck
not
that
legally
shit.
allowed to
Yeah,
comment. Yeah,
like
we are not
legally,
allowed to
fuck
comment
that
on
shit.
this.
But then when they're not
Like,
at a
there's
panel, they're just like, that's cool. I mean, Krillin's VA has done multiple DBZA Krillin lines for people at convention. I
There
mean,
is a
most of
clip
the VAs
from
do shit.
some convention years back. I forget which was which, but one of the Team 4-star voice actors and one of the Funimation voice actors were in a room together.
Was it
and
the
they
panel?
did the over 9,000
yes,
bit.
it was the panel where Chris Sabat and I don't remember which one of them does Nappa. Yes, the abridged Nappa VA was in the audience, and Chris Sabat was in the panel, and he just starts doing the abridged Nappa voice. I think he literally opens with "Hey Vegeta," and it's just like gold is about to happen.
Yeah. But like, they love the abridged. They love seeing it. They just can't legally acknowledge it to the point where the dub got in trouble when they hired Team 4-star for the one Hercule bit in the Boo Saga. Footage of that does exist. It was not released in an official manner, but it's like on YouTube.
There was also the I think that things are like at least slightly cooler between them now, just because of or at least they were for a while, because of the fact that in both Xenoverse games, you can have DBZA Nappa be your character voice.
Yeah, they brought him in for the Xenoverse games, but then, like, that's kind of the only acknowledgement they've been given, I think.
Yes, but to be fair, I think that if we eventually get Xenoverse 3, he'll probably come back at the very least and just not be removed from the game, which is at least a vague positive. Yeah. Also, DBZA hasn't been gone after in a very long time, which kind of tells me that either something was worked out behind the scenes or they just kind of stopped giving a shit.
Possibly.
Because at the end of the day, I mean, it's bringing nothing but positivity to the brand. So, like, there's nothing fucking wrong with it. But yeah, I think there's a few DBZA VAs that are... You know, another one that I honestly might prefer if I were to think about it over... I would need to see more, but I might prefer Abridged Hercule over either of the official ones. I might prefer Abridged Hercule. Definitely over Japanese Hercule.
Abridged Hercule is definitely going for the same impression as dub Hercule. Yes,
but I think I just like the performance and the cadence and delivery a little bit better for Abridged Hercule than I do of dub Hercule.
That's fair. That's fair. My thing with comparing Abridged to dub is...
A lot of times they're working off of the dub voice.
Well, yes, but also there are very few instances in Abridged where they're really doing the exact same thing because they're trying to work in so many jokes to everything, right? Like, it's hard to compare a joke version of the scene to a real version of the scene, you know?
Yes. I mean, I think
you have to take the moments that Team 4-star goes very serious with a given scene to really compare.
Alternatively, with Hercule, his entire existence is a joke, so it still works. But yeah, I mean, well, I think that's why comparing Abridged Goku to any other Goku, to any official Goku, is really difficult because... Yes, there are serious moments, but first off, Abridged Goku is a completely different fucking voice to literally any other Goku. Like, okay, Goku is weird because literally every voice for every VA for Goku has done something different. And I'm including Big Green Goku in that sentence. Like, think about it though. All of the Piccolo VAs are doing the same thing. Most of the Vegeta VAs are doing the same thing. The original isn't in Japan. Ocean was doing the same thing, but he decided to sound as high-pitched as possible for some reason, and then Sabat decided he wanted to do an impression of that for a while, and then realized that was stupid. If we're going by high-pitched Vegeta, by the way, he does not do a good impression. Ocean is way better at high Vegeta than Sabat is, but that's because he was literally doing an impression, and we literally talked earlier about how VAs are fully aware of the fact that if they're doing an impression of someone, it handicaps their performance, so point proven, I guess. But yeah, fucking it's really hard to compare DBZA Goku. Because yeah, you can compare the official Gokus because they're the same performance given by two different voices. Abridged Goku is probably the only character that is just almost nothing like his canon counterpart.
Yep.
I think literally everyone else in DBZA is just a satirical version of their source character.
Goku's just entirely different.
Goku's just a different fucking person. And that's fine. He's a really funny different person. Goku's just a different fucking person in DBZA. And it leads to so many scenes just being so fucking different. Now, in the scenes where they are there again, I think that I prefer him over anything other than Schemmel and Masako. But I think I do prefer them over him. Yeah. Honestly, I think though that if Masako were to do DBZA lines, I'd probably prefer her over him still. Just because she does chill Goku. I think she could do funny Goku. I think she could do stupid Goku.
Yeah.
I just, it makes sense, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, Schemmel just has some of the best screams in anime, though.
Yes.
Just
this is the man that has gone on record saying he has
passed out during the SS4 transformation.
Yep.
Yeah.
The sheer amount of damage he has done to his throat has been put on record.
Yeah. You know the weird thing? Schemmel has a range that he very rarely uses. Now, that doesn't sound so weird because Goku is such a big role that a lot of people just want him to do the Goku voice, except for the fact that before Dragon Ball was big enough for anyone from it to be typecast for that voice exactly, he was still just using the Goku voice. But there's a few people he's played in games and anime that don't use the Goku voice. But like, he's just, the Goku voice is just his default. I don't even think it's that he gets typecast. I think that it's just that I think he just does the Goku voice when VAing. Cheap viewers, I want to get banned, and so do you. Yeah, I just saw it. It's me, toilet. Well, you're in the toilet now. But fucking, oh my god. I don't remember who it is. Broly's new VA is a Power Ranger.
You haven't actually heard Broly's new VA yet.
I have. Okay.
The movie.
I have, and I will say, this is another Masako Schemmel case. Vic is just better at the fight scenes, at the screaming loud Broly. Like,
Vic is just iconic for Broly. That's my thing.
It's not just that. I've literally seen the entire movie with is it Johnny Young Bosch? Is that who it is?
I have no idea.
I have no idea. Because that's I think it's Adam, the second Black Ranger and first Green Ranger. And second Green Ranger. In Power Rangers. But fucking yeah, so new Broly is much better at calm Broly, which we got to see a lot of in DBS Broly. I've seen the whole movie with him in it. I've seen the whole movie with Vic in it because I saw the movie when it was brand new. I saw the movie in theaters with my mother when it was brand new. She was really into it, and then the fighting started, and she fell asleep, and I still don't know how. What I learned that day is she'd be really interested in Dragon Ball, but would probably skim the fights.
I have the Blu-ray for the Broly movie. I think it was before the VA change.
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, I think if I went and bought a Blu-ray for the movie now, it would be after VA change.
Because I think that it's I think that it's just up to a certain point they were done, and then shit happened with Vic, and then
but I think the Blu-ray I have is from before the VA change.
Yeah, and then again, I saw it in theaters within the first 2 weeks. So, but yeah, and I think that Vic is better at Broly angry and fighting. But I knew Broly is really fitting for calm Broly, like in a way that I didn't think would make sense, but it just works. It works so well for Comp Broly. He's just not.
I started to mention Vic when we talked about Sean and how much he's destroyed his throat for Goku. Like the only one to match that energy was Vic with Broly.
And to be fair, Vic's done plenty to his vocal cords in his career that weren't Broly. Broly's the shining example, and probably the worst,
Yes.
but I can't imagine that FMA would have been easy on his vocal cords. It's not the intensity or duration, it's more the frequency. And I mean,
Edward Elric
some
is
of the
a
more
lot
intense
closer to Vic's
deliveries.
normal speaking voice for Full Metal Alchemist.
Vic voices a lot of characters that are pretty damn close to his speed. He's kind of like Sean, where he has a
Yeah.
default voice. His is just, Vic's default is much closer to his regular voice, but it's still, I mean, he gets really into some of his performances, which is really, really good, but I can't imagine it's, not extremely hard on his body.
No, I mean that's with any voice acting of that caliber, to be fair.
I mean, yeah, but
like,
I just think that with how
a lot of his
much he's done
characters
that,
are close to his speaking voice already, so like it's not that much extra effort, you know?
Speaking of FMA, actually, FMA is another one of those anime where, like, there are not a lot of early anime that have both good and faithful dubs.
That is correct.
And FMA is one of those. Dragon Ball's not. Dragon Ball's dub is fantastic, but
It was not faithful in the slightest originally, no.
Superman Ball, Dragon Man, Super Ball, Powerball, Super Bowl, the Super Bowl. My favorite Dragon Ball arc, where they just take down the Buffalo Bills in the Super Bowl. I said the first football team that popped into my head. Oh, well, actually, no, I know why. It's because my parents have been fans of that team my whole life. I guess is probably why. But yeah, and like Naruto, good and faithful dub. One Piece, I'm pretty sure, is also a pretty faithful dub.
Yeah.
And I mean,
Yeah,
that
One
cast
Piece
is
is
that cast is pretty good.
You wouldn't think One Piece was as faithful because of how lighthearted and jokey it is, especially in the early seasons,
But I mean,
but
that's just
it
kind
is.
of how One Piece is. Like, it's
Yeah.
yeah.
Like One Piece is one of the shows that makes you think the dub is not faithful when it actually is.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. Like, there's not a lot of 90s and early 2000s anime that are both. And as time's gone on, the quality has gone up. And there's a lot of recent anime that are both. And people will not accept this fact. I will say, there is a show that I still need to finish the second season of. I didn't know it had a dub until the second season had started.
Right.
I watched the whole first season subbed. I could have watched it dubbed. Oops. I've seen the first episode of season 2 dubbed. The show, if you're wondering, is called I Don't Want to Get Hurt, So I'll Max Out My Defense. It's
that one.
Yeah, yet another VR game anime. Because that concept hasn't terrified everyone after the failure that was SAO's first 2 and 4th arcs.
To be fair, the other comparison is Dot Hack, which is very well liked compared to SAO.
Yeah, but SAO was like supposed to be this big thing.
Yeah.
And then it well, you've seen arcs 1, 2, and 4, and a lot of people also don't like arc 2, which honestly that's just kind of that's kind of cringe. If you don't like it, yes, Kirito drags the arc down, but it's pretty good. It's pretty
Halo
good.
is the weakest arc in the show, but it's not bad.
Oh, I think that SAO, ALO, and whatever the fuck the 4th arc was are all fucking awful. I think they're all dumpster fires. The thing is, I think they're bad in a way that's really enjoyable if you're like prepared for it to be bad.
Wait a minute. By 4th arc, are you talking about Mother's Rosario?
Am I? I don't know.
With
Whatever.
Yuki?
Whatever follows GGO.
Yeah, that
I
Mother's
did not
Rosario
like it at all.
with the one with the terminally ill child that removes Kirito from the story.
Yeah, I still didn't like it.
Never say that in an SAO community. You will be destroyed.
Okay, fine. Unless we're thinking of different arcs, because I honestly don't know. We might be.
It's basically the second ALO arc. Like, it takes place in the same game.
I honestly I don't know because it's been so long.
Okay.
But I remember not liking it at all.
You know, that is a lot of
But
people's
but-
favorite arcs from the show.
We may also not be referring to the same arc. It may not be the fourth arc, despite the fact that on Netflix it would appear that way because SAO releases are really fucking weird.
Yeah, but that is the order. Because the only thing after that is Alicization, and you said you haven't even watched that, right?
So then, yeah, I guess that's the one because I remember really not liking it. But like, no, I watched the first episode of season 2 dubbed, and I think the dub performances are fantastic. I just think the voices don't work for the characters. And it's weird because I really try to I do everything in my power because and this is an issue that comes up in taste testing and food a lot. There's this neat little problem that can happen with people where the first of something that you experience is going to set a standard and everything else gets compared, but because everything else is getting compared to this standard, the more things that get compared to it, the better it looks. And even as early as comparing one thing to it might look worse than you thought it was otherwise.
Yeah,
And-
you know,
and
that happens all the time with anime. Hey, like, people watch
everyone,
a dub or a sub, and
basically
it's like,
everyone prefers whichever one they've seen first out of an anime, out of sub or dub. If a sub viewer sees a really good anime with a good dub, they're still going to prefer the dub.
Yep.
And vice versa.
it's like,
and I
look
really-
at Pokemon, you know, like Ash Ketchum.
Yeah.
People still prefer the original 4Kids cast for Pokemon
To be
compared
fair,
to the newer cast.
To be fair, 4Kids Ash was really good. I mean, the 4Kids cast in general was just fantastic. I mean, for an early anime that actually
4Kids had an
show,
amazing
they were
cast
good.
and not a good studio.
Yeah, and Sonic X and Pokemon were still
Yes.
And even when they had Yu-Gi-Oh, just not faithful. Sonic X was faithful but toned down, right? It's like I would consider Sonic X faithful, just, toned down because 4Kids was 4Kids. Yu-Gi-Oh was so toned down that it was definitely not faithful anymore. And then we don't talk about the One Piece rap.
I am one of the few people that like that, so
I haven't actually heard the full thing. I've only heard the first 10 seconds.
it is not good, but I enjoy it.
I actually genuinely think that for the second half of Dragon Ball GT's tone, the tone of the GT rap's instrumental works really well. The problem is that the lyrics don't work the lyrics only work with the first half, but the tone of it all works with the second half. Thinking.
We've talked about it before, where the GT rap is just 3 different styles of songs that have just been mashed together and they don't work. Like, if any of them were just the song by itself,
we have
it'd
talked
be way
about this
better.
because you used the number 3 and then I showed you that one livery from, I don't remember if it was Alpine or Williams, where it was literally just a third, the front third of the car was a livery, the middle third was a livery, and the third was a livery, and they were clearly not from one livery. And I was like, it's like the F1 car.
I do not remember that image. I just remember this conversation because we had it,
I only remember the
week ago.
conversation. I only remember the conversation. It was not that recent.
Didn't we talk about it like after we played FPS chess?
I don't
That
think
was the last
so.
time we had anime talk.
No, that didn't come up last time. Because this conversation happened before I was sick.
Oh.
Yeah. Fucking... But yeah, no, it's... I just think that generally the if you were to take just the instrumental and give it, like, not that vocalist and not those lyrics, you could still make a rap work for that. The tone works really well for Baby and On GT for that. But man, the lyrics are awful, and also wouldn't work with the second half, even if you were to split it up with like the Japanese, with Vic's cover of the Japanese opening being the first half and then that being the, because the lyrics imply the first half is what's happening.
Yeah.
The solution, of course, is that we just use the Portuguese version of Dragon Soul. I remember telling you about that in our last anime conversation after FPS chess.
Yes.
Portuguese Dragon Soul is just fucking peak. So good. Oh god, what's the one dub where all of the characters, all of like the bad guy characters have like the like weird little robot filter on their voice? Are you aware of that?
I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm trying to think. I don't.
One language has a dub, and I don't remember what language it is, of Dragon Ball. I think they only have Z, where every villain, every single one, has this like filter over their voice, and Vegeta loses it midway through Namek. He just has it at the start of Namek and not by the end.
I mean, that's one way to indicate a character has changed sides.
I think that if you're doing that, what should happen is that it fades out, but I haven't watched that dub, so I don't know if that's the case. But like, if it's like,
I mean, I could
as time
definitely
goes
see
on,
an
it
argument
actually
for
starts
like
to fade away.
Mecha
Like, that seems
Frieza
cool.
and like Mecha Frieza and Cell. I could see an argument for having a robot filter on.
Yeah,
But, like,
but I mean,
none
it was
of the
ever,
others,
'cause
honestly.
it was like this dark robot voice that because they were all supposed to sound evil because they're evil, and it's like, okay,
Right.
people complain about English dubs doing this shit. It's like, I'm sorry, we don't need to make
Yeah,
the villains all
they
blah, blah,
probably
blah.
got a voice actor that couldn't do an actual villain voice, so they just ran him through a voice changer. Is why it sounded robotic like that.
Yeah, but then they
Yeah.
did it for literally everyone.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm
Literally
saying.
everybody.
Like,
Raditz,
their villain
Nappa,
voice actor or
Vegeta,
whatever.
the Cybermen, all of the Ginyu Force, Zarbon, Dodoria, Frieza, both androids, Jiro, King Cold. I mean, literally everyone is what I've heard,
right.
including Boo.
Yeah. Like I said, I can see like on the part of the dubbing company, they just ran the voice actor through a voice changer. That's why it's like that. Like, it's not an intentional decision.
No, I think the actual reason is that they just did it because, like, of, culture, and, like, that's what would make them sound evil, and if they didn't sound that way, it would sound weird, is what I've heard. But I don't know. Because I A, don't know what dub, and B, don't know that whatever culture it is. But it is very funny. And then there's the big green dub. I would love to see. Oh, the ultimate. Oh my god, CD. I've just thought of the ultimate crossover. So, you know about the big green dub, I'm assuming. But do you know
Vaguely, yes.
about the Bang Zoom Dragon Ball Super dub?
I have heard those words in that order before. That's about as far as my knowledge goes.
Hearing the words Bang Zoom in that order does not necessarily tell me that you've heard about this dub, because those are pretty common words next to each other, especially if you read comic books. So the Bang Zoom dub actually has quite a few VAs that are like known to be talented. So it's just a mix of that dub's script sucking and there being basically no directing. Having said that, it is legitimately on par with the big green dub in so many ways, by so many metrics. It's that bad. And they did the first 2 arcs before the dub was canceled. This is an official dub that was done for English in, I think it was Malaysia. And I believe the reason that their dub got canceled is because they got canceled when Funimation finally picked up DBS for the worldwide English dub. But it is, let me Let me see if I can find a clip. Let me see if I won't show this one for chat, but I want to see if I can show you this clip. I might just have to pull up. I found the My Bulma scene from the Bang Zoom dub. Oh no.
Oh no.
Best part about this Vegeta is he's clearly trying to do Japanese Vegeta. I actually almost prefer this Beerus voice. He's just not giving good line deliveries. But I almost prefer this Beerus voice to the one we actually have from Funimation.
Thank you, Discord. My mic is working perfectly fine.
Oh, great. I also actually really like this Bulma voice.
It's not too bad.
She's not bad. She's actually pretty good, now that I'm hearing it. I haven't heard a lot of her. Okay, this is actually pretty good. This was not what I wanted to show you. Fuck.
The Vegeta voice actor is not bad.
They all have bad deliveries throughout the show, but I guess in this scene he's fine. I want to find a clip of Goku after this as well. Now I just want to finish watching this scene because these guys are actually doing this fine. Actually, I like a lot of the voices in this now that I'm like really thinking about because now I'm in the mindset of like which voice do I prefer, performances aside, and I like a lot of these. Okay, but these screams are like, are you constipated or angry? I can't tell. He just sounds constipated.
Sorry, I just noticed that's a Toonami logo up there.
Yeah, and I don't know why. Maybe they have like a Toonami where this was airing.
Maybe. I mean, Toonami is an international thing.
Yeah, well then, yeah, that's probably what it is. Because this was an official dub for... Okay, that's...
Probably.
I don't like the way he spaced out Bulma.
Yeah, a bit weird.
That's not hyphenated. I know they're supposed to be gasping in shock. That's not what Gohan sounded like. That is not surprise. That is sex.
Yeah.
Gohan, why are you
also, when
off to this?
Goten and Trunks, when they caught Bulma, I heard them talk. They sounded. They did the fast speak.
They did, yes.
Like,
but I like the
Ghost
Trunks
Stories.
But I like the Trunks of voice though. Like, because now I'm in the mindset. I was just like, this works. Honestly, the Vegeta sounds like he's trying to sound like DBZA Vegeta though, while also sounding like Japanese Vegeta at the same time. It's weird. Okay, let me see if we can find...
He sounds like he was casted to sound like the Funimation voice actor for Vegeta.
And then decided
but
to
he's
sound like
trying not
literally
to sound
all
like
of the
that.
others. There's that. We do Bang Zoom Goku. Oh, this is the episode with the animation too.
I do not.
We're 4 seconds in and
like
you've already heard
Kai's
two
voice actor.
terrible. Oh my god. I don't like Whis either.
Whis is alright.
I don't like him. The delivery is like mid, it's serviceable. But I would expect more out of Dragon Ball. I do expect more out of Dragon Ball.
screams have no emotion. How do you scream with no emotion? That sounds more difficult. That sounds more difficult.
Okay, there's one scene in particular. Okay, well, I need to find the Totally Not Mark video. I saw this for a split second. I was like, did they get the chance to dub season 1 of My Hero? But no, okay. Oh, he added a space to his name. Or, well, 2 spaces. I actually watched through this entire dub, but just to make fun of it.
Also, the Cartoon Network logo instead of the Toonami logo. Now I'm confused.
If I had to guess, it was just a matter of some episodes air. Oh my god. So I'm assuming that, you know, the exact times for when Toonami is Toonami are not the same everywhere that Toonami
Not
exists.
really, no. Like Toonami is a dedicated block and or channel, so it's weird to have the logos interchanged like that.
If this is a similar situation to America where they're a block on Cartoon Network, it's possible that they change over between episodes, and so like certain episodes would be on one or the other if they were to pair some episodes up, or if all episodes came two at a time for this dub.
Maybe.
I have no fucking idea, honestly. Maybe these are from 2 different countries
Or
that
it's
aired
like-
this.
Or it's like a thing where last week's episode airs on Cartoon Network or something.
Maybe. Yeah, I have no idea. Who the hell knows? Maybe the show just aired
I
on
have-
multiple channels.
Possibly.
But yeah, no, I mean, some of the voices are good, some of the deliveries are good, but this is the majority of what we're hearing is I know it's awkward for chat because they can't hear what we're making fun of. It's not good. The highs are really high. Like I said, now that I've like been in the headspace, I really like Bulma and Trunks. I don't like that Gohan sounds like he is not doing something that he cannot do in the show's age rating when he's supposed to sound surprised, though. Like, I promise, my mind isn't that dirty. It's not where I go by default.
No, I heard
when
it
hear
too, don't
somebody
worry.
Gasp, but like, there's a way to
No,
gasp that just sounds like it's so much
Uh-huh.
worse. I've literally just been talking for like 3 fucking hours now. But yeah, fucking, it is quite the dub. But yeah, no, I mean, I was reminded of the fact that it really does have its highs. Speaking of highs, holy shit, dude, Sticker Star's second half. I don't know if you were in stream when I was talking about it earlier. Sticker Star's second half is like actually really fucking good.
Yeah, I caught you mention that.
Yeah, aside from the enemies that fucking cheat. Fuck chapter 5.1. But aside from chapter 5.1, there's not a single chapter that I can confidently say was not fun in Sticker Star. Like, well and truly. I loved the second half of Sticker Star. I like chapter 1 of Sticker Star. Chapter 3 has a lot of backtracking, but honestly, aside from that, it's a really fun chapter. The backtracking does suck just because of the backtracking would feel less bad if Sticker Star didn't have a world map. I'll be honest. Like, you know, the backtracking in like chapter 4 of Thousand Year Doors, like, it's not that bad.
Yeah.
But the more you think about
It's not too bad.
backtracking, the worse it feels.
Yeah.
It's like that, right? The more you think about the fact you're backtracking, the worse that it's going to feel. The problem is you're constantly reminded of backtracking because you have a world map you have to keep fucking going back to.
Mhm.
And also it takes about 2 minutes to get through Wiggler's house, which you have to do 5 times throughout the game. Only 4 of those in
I
chapter
see.
3, one's in chapter 6. But chapter 2 is like the most mid-fucking thing ever, though. Like, it's fine. But yeah, I really like Chapter 1. Chapter 3 is fine, but I mean, the backtracking gets shoved in your face, which just makes it worse. Chapter 4 is incredible. Chapter 6 is short but really good. Chapter 5, aside from the first stage of it, is really fun and enjoyable. Sticker Star's honestly better than I remember. It is honestly a better game than I remember. I would say that it's like a solid B tier Nintendo RPG. After having just completed it again, is good. Honestly, I would think that it's A tier if it had experience points, uh, if things were done a little bit better, which they really aren't in Color Splash, I'm aware of. So that's fucking great. If we had a little bit more dynamics to the battles, like say having maybe party members, the
If
sticker,
the stickers weren't tied to the combat.
the stickers being tied to the combat is one of my favorite things about the game. What should have happened in both Sticker Star and Color Splash is you should have had the worn out jump and worn out hammer stickers should not exist. Those should just be the normal jump and hammer that you have access to at all times without stickers.
Yeah, okay, that'd be fair. If you
Yes.
had a default attack
The
that did not involve stickers,
you should
that'd
have
be
the
better.
weakest version of the jump and hammer always available to you. Because honestly, the stickers or the cards, which are literally just the stickers, but you can use paint on them, I think that they're a fantastic idea. And honestly, they're not even terribly done. The only thing wrong with them is that you don't have a regular attack. But I love them. I think they're a really cool mechanic. The awkward thing is, as well with the sticker album, you don't really have enough space until you don't need it anymore for all the stuff you have to carry, which is really fucking weird. But it also adds this element of resource management, and like you don't really need to carry around big stickers until toward the end of the game. By that point, you have like 6-7 pages. So it's like whatever.
Right.
The biggest issue with thing stickers is that a couple of bosses, one boss you literally, I think there are 2 bosses throughout the game that you literally need the correct thing sticker for, or you can't complete it. And then there are a couple where you functionally need the correct thing sticker, but technically don't. But for the most part, most of the bosses, you just do whatever. It's fine. Like, do you need to horrendously over-prepare for the final Bowser fight in order to complete it without using like half of the thing stickers that you're expected to bring into it? Oh yeah, it's insanely difficult and you have to be massively over-prepared. But you can do it. And then, of course, the other thing is you have no way of knowing which things you need, which is particularly what makes needing them annoying. On the flip side of this, you want to know something you can do in Sticker Star? You can run away from bosses. As soon as you figure out,
Really?
As soon as you figure out, I need a thing sticker, well, you might not know what thing you need, but most of them are pretty logical and reasonable.
Yeah.
There's also hitting a pokey with a baseball bat, but most of them are logical and reasonable. And even the baseball bat, honestly, when you think about how pokies work, like, okay. The only reason that one's weird is because that's the first
Why
time
does
that
the
you
hammer
are...
not do the same thing?
Because it's a very, very, very big pokey and a very, very, very big baseball bat.
Okay.
Yes. It actually makes sense. What is annoying about that one in particular is that is probably the first time in most playthroughs that you're going to need to use a thing sticker. Because it is technically possible to win the fight without it. You're just not going to. And the issue is, right, you won't have the context. The baseball bat is on the required path. You're going to have it. Unless you're fucking stupid. What would I need a baseball bat for? But the thing is, what's awkward about it is that because it's the first time you'd need a thing sticker, you don't grasp how the game thinks of thing stickers, right? Because baseball bat for a pokey is a little out of the box. If that boss were in like chapter 4 or 5, right, and chapters 2 and 3 came first with more sensible, I mean, you don't know you need a thing for like going into chapter 4, before it even starts, the the one boss you need to fight is a giant cheap. And you need to use a couple different things on him. But one of the things that you need is a fishing hook. Like, that just makes sense. You might not know you need a thing when he dives into the water, but when he dives into the water, you can run away. There's a fishing hook. I can go get that. I can come back. Wonderful.
Right.
If that happens before the pokey, right? Some of the more out-of-the-box things happen before the pokey. You're like, oh, wait, the baseball bat makes a lot of sense for this. I can come back and do this. That's my big criticism with that one in particular, is it's early enough that you don't know how the game thinks yet. By the time you're going to Bowser, worst case scenario, you're going to run from the fight 3 times. The first phase, not even actually, because it's really just the first 2 phases that you need to use thing stickers on. The third phase, they just accelerate massively. Same for the fourth. The first phase, there is this thing on the wall that dispenses enemies, and if you kill enemies, they come back at the end of the turn, and because you can't choose your target, have fun hitting Bowser. But there's also a stapler thing that you're guaranteed to have by this point, and a tape sticker that you're not. Stapler, technically you're not guaranteed to have it, but it's right on the required path. You'll have it. And you're like, okay, well, I don't have the stapler or the tape, but I have access to these. I'll go get that, close it up. You see it like physically opening to dispense the enemies as well, like at the beginning and every turn. So it's like, okay, go back, do that. It's a little tedious, but it's an interesting way of handling the final boss. It tests your knowledge of how thing stickers work. Second phase, he throws these fireballs at you that you have to freeze. There are three thing stickers of cold things. There's an air conditioner, a fridge, and shaved ice. Not sure how that's doing the same thing.
You
as
freeze
a
the
fridge and
fireballs
AC.
instead of putting them out?
The fireballs get frozen in midair, and Bowser has no attacks that phase.
Huh.
Now, it only lasts for a handful of turns, but you can just bring more than one, and the second one's probably going to be good enough. There is a gimmick in the third phase, and I don't remember what it is, and I brought the thing sticker for it, and it was like, yes, it makes it much easier, but that is absolutely, of the 3 phases that you're expected to have thing stickers for, that is the one where you can absolutely get away with it the most reasonably of not having. The 4th phase, you're literally not, like, even expected to have a specific thing sticker. There's nothing specifically countering him, it's just you want to bring high damage. And yeah, it's just, like, but I like that. The thing about a final boss is that they usually... There's 2 things you can go for in a final boss, and they're not mutually exclusive. There's A, you can take what I call the supersonic approach. You go for spectacle, all-out spectacle to round out the story above all else. Or B, you take the more traditional approach of having the final boss be the same thing that a final level would be in a platformer. It's a test of all the skills you've learned, or at least the most significant of them or the most unique of them to this game. I mean, you're going to struggle more on this battle if you aren't using action commands, which, yes, the game doesn't tell you, but literally every Mario RPG has action commands. And you have no idea how many negative reviews of Sticker Star, like from the last few years I've seen, complain that Sticker Star has no action commands. It's so annoying. Because it's like, okay, again, yes, it should tell you. But I'm gonna be honest, my first instinct when I pressed jump the first time I booted up the game, first off, I think it actually does tell you in the instruction manual. I could be wrong about that.
Right.
Secondly, first instinct when I booted up the game without even knowing, I pressed A when I jumped. When my hammer hit, I had a little glowy thing on it, I pressed A.
You can tell some people just won't think to do something unless they are told they can do it.
I mean, for the people that don't use action commands in Sticker Star, how do you hammer? How do you do you think hammer stickers are terrible? Do you know what happens if you fail on a hammer sticker? It does 1 damage. And I believe it's 1 damage regardless of the quality or type. It doesn't matter if it's a fire hammer, a mega flash, a chill hammer. I believe literally everything. If you fail a hammer, the head falls off. You hit him with the stick and it's 1 damage. So that's funny, because it makes me wonder, how do you people use hammer stickers? Do they just rely on the iron jump sticker, which is lets you jump on spiked enemies? Because that's got to be what they're doing, right? Like if they think there's no action commands. Oh, and also there's no action commands, but a lot of the people that complain about no action commands also complain about the fact that they don't want to battle, so they just run away. Do you want to know what you can do when running away in Sticker Star? You can mash A to increase your odds from a baseline of 50-50, which is an action command. And I've seen footage of people who complain about no action commands having their screen go dark while they're in the running away animation, which means they're mashing A, which means you're instinctively thinking to do a thing the game never tells you to, but you never think to do that when you press the fucking jump sticker.
Yep.
But you think to do it when running away.
Yeah.
It's insane.
Like I said, some people will not explore a game. They will only follow what a tutorial tells them.
I am really bad at figuring things out completely and utterly on my own. But
Yeah, I mean, the only reason I figure things out a lot of times in games is because I go out of my way to be like, okay, what does this button do? Okay, what does this button do? What does this button do while I'm in this state? Right? I waste time experimenting to figure it out.
Well, and I think if a game's going to put you in a position where you do end up having to figure something, if a game is trying to put you in a position where you have to figure something out, it should give you the tools to figure that thing out. Most good games do that. All good games do that. But like, there's also an extent to which, like, you know, a lot of people say that every game has to be designed like it's someone's first game because it is someone's first game, and that is true to an extent. Most games were someone's first game. At the same time, every game in a long-running series has something that they're just assuming you know. You know?
Yeah.
Every game in a long-running series has something they're assuming you know. Older Pokemon games explained how experience points work when you complete the first battle, right? But they stopped doing that, I think.
Right.
Either they stopped and started again, or they didn't stop and I've just tuned it out. I don't know which.
They're on and off with the explanation of experience. I think some games will do it, some games won't.
Because the thing is, not only is that a Pokemon thing, it's just a genre thing. They're just assuming, you know, they'll explain the specifics of Pokemon, but it's a really bare bones thing because you're kind of just expected to either know or figure it out. I mean, like, I don't think that it would be wrong of Paper Mario to just stop giving action command tutorials. I think that you should probably have like a thing telling, you know, not a thing. I don't think that Paper Mario should tell you, you know, have your character stop you in the first battle and be like, hey, you're about to land on the enemy. Press A right now, idiot. I don't like that. It made sense in 64. It made sense in TTYD. But what I do think is,
like, just put a button icon on screen
and
that says press this button, right?
Yeah, you do the thing that they did where skip the first battle action command tutorial, whatever. Well, it wasn't in either game's first battle, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
But skip that. Don't do what Color Splash did. Just literally say, you know, do this when that. You know, for the hammer in Sticker Star and Color Splash, it's, you know, press A when the hammer glows. Right? For the jump, it's press A when you're about to hold A when you're about to land on the enemy, because you actually have to hold it for the jumps. You have to hold it, you have to press it slightly before and let go after you've hit them. The timing is much tighter in Color Splash, also, for some reason. I don't know why. I like it, but I also don't at the same time. It's weird. But like, could that have been done better? Yes. Do I think Color Splashes could have also done better by doing the same thing that I think Sticker Star should have done instead of what it did? Yes. Is that an excuse to actually genuinely believe 10 years later that the game has no action commands when every other fucking Mario RPG does? No. I'm sorry, but just no. If it's your first, I don't blame you. I mean, but no one complaining about it played Sticker Star as their first Mario RPG. Legend of the Seven Stars has action commands.
Yep. I don't quite agree with the saying of make every game like it's somebody's first.
No. Well, okay,
Because
usually that's
you
not
can
done
make
with the.
games that, like some games, you can, if you design them a certain way. Like if anything looks like a Nintendo game, you should probably assume it's going to be played by novice gamers. But like, look at Dark Souls, right?
Yeah.
Nobody would choose that as their first game.
Well, no. But like, there are elements of a game that should, there are elements of a game that at least some of should be designed like it's somebody's first game. But there are also exceptions to that. Esports shouldn't be designed like they're someone's first game. Souls-likes shouldn't be designed like they're someone's first game because they probably are. League of Legends was probably somebody's first game. Dark Souls was probably somebody's first game. But they're not
I feel
games
bad
that
for
you
whoever
can't-
picked up Dark Souls as their first game.
They probably started gaming as like a late teen or early 20s person as well, is probably the thing. But like there are games that can't afford to compromise like that. A Mario RPG is not one of those. But a long-running thing like the Mario RPGs maybe doesn't need to spell out that action commands are a thing because there is an amount of familiarity that an agency that players should have, and a lot of modern games are getting better about skipping tutorials.
Yeah.
Oddly, Nintendo has actually been really good about this in their RPGs, literally forever.
With the exception of Pokemon.
Yes, and Mario and Luigi. But the first Mario RPG, first Paper Mario, and the second Paper Mario, all of their most important tutorials, you can just skip that. How to do equipment, just say no twice. You're good. Action commands, just say no, I already know that twice. You're good. Same exact thing in the first 3 games. And Super didn't really have tutorials. Sticker Star doesn't tell you shit. Sticker Star explains how stickers work because that's a unique mechanic to the game, and then says you're on your own, nerd. Mario and Luigi games actually vary depending on what game you're playing and what exactly you can skip. I've played the first 10 minutes of Paper Jam, and then the game crashes, unfortunately, on emulator. But it tries to explain. It explains a lot, and then there was one thing in the tutorial battle where they're like, "Do you want me to explain this?" And I'm like, "Okay, first off, no. Secondly, why now? Why is this what you're asking me about and nothing else?" Like Superstar Saga was that way as well, where there were a couple things where it asked and a couple things where it forced. And I'm just like, why though? Just be consistent with it. But on the whole, with Mario RPGs, a good chunk of them let you skip tutorials, and a solid chunk of them let you skip some of them. And that's good. That's how you do it. Don't be like Fossil Fighters and make me play the tutorial every fucking time. Don't be like Pokemon and make me play the tutorial every time I'm not playing a GameCube game. That's the weird thing too. Why do the GameCube games not give any form of tutorial like that?
Because they are not made by Game Freak.
Yeah, but they're still Pokemon. You'd
Well,
think
yeah,
that
but like the
Pokemon would still
GameCube games
want
were
to be
made
an
by
entry
people
point.
that didn't know what a Pokemon game was.
I mean, yeah, but like, it's weird. You'd think they'd have had to. Because the fact they didn't have to means that the Pokemon devs are just doing it on purpose.
Yeah.
I
mean, I genuinely think they are with how long some of the opening cutscenes are in the newer Pokemon games. Like, I think
okay.
they're
The problem
making
with
the
that is
active
that
decision to not let them be skipped.
the problem with that is that they really are just trying to. I think that they're trying to just capture the magic of Platinum through Black and White 2, because that was a very brief series of games where people loved them for the story in Pokemon. I still think the funniest thing is that they tried to hype up Sword and Shield's story a little bit, which led to everyone in the community hyping up Sword and Shield's story a lot. And then Sword and Shield's story literally happens in the background.
there was hardly any story to Sword and Shield.
Whenever anyone talks about Sword and Shield story, I'm like, I'd love to know what it was about because I was not part of it. Like, Sword and Shield story happens through your entire adventure, and you are told, shut up, go away, you're a child. And in any other Pokemon game, you would ignore that. In Sword and Shield, we listen. Until the end of the game, when they're like, hello, child, that we've told to go away from the plot, it's happening and we need you. What's happening? You've never told me what's happening. I don't know what's happening.
Yeah, that's pretty much what it is. Like, bad things are happening, but don't worry, I'm an adult, I'll take care of it. You go on your adventure, you have fun. Oh no, the bad things are happening in front of you.
The bad things are happening in front of you.
That's the entirety of Sword and Shield.
Well, and it's bad things are happening in front of you, and the adults lose. So now you're the only one there that can fight.
Pretty much, yeah.
The worst part is, I haven't finished the game, but I am kind of worried about the fact that afterwards, they're just going to be like, yeah, that was nice, but never do that again, kid. That's how I feel like that's what they've set up. Is they're gonna be like, we're really grateful to you, but don't do that again. It's our job. Like, we'd gotten back up if like 5 minutes had passed. Don't worry. That's the energy I expect.
I mean, I'll tell you right now, that's not what happens in the post game for Sword and Shield.
Are they actually
you do get trusted a lot more once you've become a champion?
Well, that's once you become a champion, not once you save the world.
They happen at about the same time.
Oh, is it a black and white thing where the final boss replaces the champion?
Not quite, but like you do one after the other, pretty much.
Okay, it's one of those. I mean, that's okay. Yeah. That makes sense for Pokemon, yeah. But technically, there's time in between.
After you save the world and become the champion, like everybody around is like, "Hey, we have a problem. Can you help with that?"
Oh, so they just become normal Pokemon NPCs at that point. So they go from responsible adults to normal NPCs in the series.
Pretty much.
God fucking damn it, Nintendo.
I mean, for a little bit of it, it makes sense, right? Like, in logic, the adults should be taking care of the problem, not the 10-year-old. But once you become a respected champion, like you've proved yourself, you can handle a problem.
It does make sense, but it's still weird because the entire reason that they wanted you to fuck off was mostly about your age, because if the skill was an issue, I think that would have stopped at least halfway through the game, at worst, like...
Yeah, no, and the point where they actually directly say, you are a child, I'm an adult, I will deal with this, you do not follow me, right? They do that one time, and you're, like, at gym number 8.
Yeah, and it's like...
Like, you're already a proven competent trainer.
Yeah, so it's clearly about age, not skill, but then it's clearly about skill. I want to make jokes, but I feel like in the current political climate, they're not. Oh, it's all about one thing until it's not. That is literally just how people... to be fair, that is actually a realistic reflection of how people think. It's all about one thing until you prove them wrong, and then it's about another thing that supports their new case.
Yeah.
It's all about how old this kid is, but then he saves the world, and suddenly it's about how skilled he is. It doesn't matter that he's 12. He saved the world. He's as good as any of us, but it's like, but he's still 12.
Yeah.
Honestly, at that point, it might be fear of telling the protag no.
Yeah, no, they have caught several legendaries at that point.
Yeah,
like, maybe don't piss them off.
If we tell Protag Chen no, then, like, they might just fight us, and then we're gonna lose, and that'll make us look even worse, so...
Like, they have a world-ending entity in their pocket, quite literally.
Yeah.
Like, maybe don't piss them off.
Yeah. It's just fear by the end. That's actually a really funny headcanon. I like that. I like that headcanon. But, like, and then
But yes, in the post-game for Sword and Shield, you do get directly requested to help with the post-game story stuff.
I'm not very far into Scarlet and Violet, but what I do know about Scarlet and Violet's plot is that there is actually... It's pure coincidence. There's a reason that you are involved in the plot in the manner that you are.
Yes, but like you said, it is pure coincidence.
It's pure happenstance, but you know what? Fine. I'm okay with that, because it's not you being told to fuck off while the story happens until it climaxes with you needing to be the one to solve it. But it's also not, but it's also not, hello 12-year-old / 10-year-old / 14-year-old / 16-year-old, depending on what gen you're playing, please solve all the world's problems as this terrorist organization tries to blow it up.
Yep. And I think part of the reason Scarlet and Violet doesn't do things like that. Like, it doesn't treat you like a kid, it lets you go on your own adventure and solve all the crazy problems and everything, is because the entire plot is you're thrown out into the world with zero regulation and just told, don't die.
Yeah.
Come back in like a month.
Yeah. Yeah, because all of that
like,
is for
yeah.
fucking school homework. Literally everything that happens in
Yeah.
Scarlet and Violet's plot is for a school homework project.
Like the final arc of the main story of the game, not to spoil anything, pretty sure that is technically illegal activity as stated in game.
That's hilarious.
Like, nobody's supposed to do the thing that you're doing, and you're doing it anyway.
That's glorious. But yeah, and like, I don't know, I to be fair, I also think that part of the reason that the plot was go do whatever, and then the plot just kind of happens but needs you specifically to be around is because I know how dev cycles work, and there's enough time between mainline Pokemon games. I really do think that, like, there was a lot of backlash for Sword and Shield story being, hey, fuck off, the story's happening, kid, and you're not part of it. I think there,
Yeah.
I know there was a lot of backlash for that, and I think that was part of why. Like, genuinely, it's like, that's my thoughts on Sword and Shield story is I'd love to know what happened before the final boss, but
Yeah.
you literally don't know this. It's not even like, that's the thing too, is it's not even like you would see the plot happening. It's not even like you get the build up to that. It's just literally the story's happening and it's not safe for you. And you say, okay, bye. It's like, you don't know what the plot is. And you have this one tiny little mini plot that lasts for like a third of the game and it's in the middle of the game. And it's like,
Yeah.
that's cool.
You know, Sword and Shield,
But if I wasn't going to be
there's,
part of
like,
the main story, why couldn't I be part of this as an overarching story for myself and then get thrust into that? It's like, it's dumb.
Yeah, with the major events for Sword and Shield, you know, like, you can go looking for tiny crumbs of evidence of narrative of what's actually happening behind the scenes that you're not actually seeing.
But it's...
And then the actual events happen, and it's only after everything happens that you're properly explained.
Yeah, and it's like, that's not a good way to do a... Like, it's literally you save the world, and then the Chancellor guy just goes, yep, it's me. You're probably wondering how I got here. but am I wrong though?
No, you're not.
Like, you show up and the Elite Four are just like, yep, that's us. You're probably wondering how we got here. We'll tell you later. Please save us. Please save us, child that everyone's been telling to fuck off the entire time.
Yep.
It's like, dude, really?
I do have to go take care of things, apparently. I hate to cut off the conversation.
Yeah, I should probably wrap up stream because I never figured out what game I was going to play, and that was like 4 hours ago that I didn't know. Stream has actually been pulling viewers, so people just like talking sometimes. So we're actually going to wrap up.
Yeah. All right. I'm going to head out. Have a good night.
No.